I can tell you it's hard to find anything for 850 anywhere that I know of. There's
Yeah,
not much.
if you had 850 where I live at, it's gonna be a one-bedroom shithole.
Yeah, I doubt. I mean, I live out in the middle of nowhere, and I doubt there's anything for 850. Maybe like a trailer. Actually, I don't even know if you could get a spot at a RV, at a trailer. Excuse me, a what do they call that? RV park for parking an RV for 850.
Well, that's what I was actually looking into that a few years ago where I'm at, and, like, lot rent for, like, just a few there's only a few around us, but lot rent is, like, between $400 and $500 just for the lot, much less the home. So, I mean, it's gotten a lot more expensive than it used to be.
Oh
Look at that last one, 300 USD per month.
man, that's awesome. I can't see it yet. I'm waiting, but yeah, that's a great bargain. I bet all living expenses are really cheap, huh?
Yeah, it depends what lifestyle you want to live, but yeah, it can be super cheap. I mean, you can go out and eat at a restaurant every night for less than $10,
That's
for two
amazing.
people for a meal, including drinks.
$10 for two people, including drinks.
That's at a nicer place, yeah. I mean, obviously there's there's expensive, really expensive places as well if you want to eat like, Western food. But yeah, just at like a decent restaurant, you'll
Yeah,
pay $2 or $3 per meal for a nice meal, and then the drinks are really cheap.
that is
So you
wild.
like you can get cocktails for $1, $2 for like a mojito, and then a beers are like 50 cents to $1 for a beer.
That
And
is
then
that is that
yeah.
is crazy.
Or you can go to the local places and get meals for like $1, 50 for like a nice, good quality, healthy meal. Cambodian
That
food.
that's amazing. That's amazing. Here for dinner out for two people, cocktails, it's between 150 and 200 a night. So $10 for the same thing. It boggles my mind. I don't think my drinks are under $10. Well, I know for a fact they're not under $10 per. So that's crazy.
And $300 a month to stay there. That is a good deal.
Yeah, yeah, it's really good. It's also in a really nice part of town, right next to the river, where all of the at night you have like all the street food places set up all along the river. They're kind of like
Is that where
restaurants.
y'all are at now?
No, no, no. We're going in like a month or something like that. Yeah.
Oh,
So we're
nice.
just looking up places at the moment. Have if you scroll up look at the one above that, man, 850 USD per month, and it's got a freaking pool in the living room.
That's a mansion.
Yeah, it's only 850 USD per month.
850, like, dude, you can just split that. Find a bro who's got a cool family and then go on vacation. You split that with them, stay in a damn mansion for a month. What the hell? I would live there.
Yeah, yeah, that's what we're gonna
That's
be
good
living
stuff.
there.
That's cool. Wait a minute. Maybe I can afford to go on vacation. The most expensive part would be the plane tickets to get there.
Yeah, at the moment the plane tickets have gone up about 30-40%.
Yeah. Yo, DJ,
Mm-hmm.
ask Kembo.
Yeah, I've spoken to Kembo about it, but he hasn't been in Cambodia for
Yeah.
you know
I just figured
many many
he
years.
might know something or have a friend or family member who might know something as well. Of course, he came over here for a reason. That dude's awesome. I haven't seen him in a minute. I miss him. He's cool.
Yeah, man.
If you hear this, Kembo, don't be a stranger. Come hang out, man. And to everybody else, welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Hello guys.
Yo.
Welcome.
Come.
Howdy, partner.
Well, welcome back.
Yo, why everyone is on mute?
We're waiting to talk to you. What's happening?
Yeah, nothing much. I was just bored and I saw this event, so I joined.
Yeah, thanks for joining. What do you think of the topic?
Yeah. Um, I mean, do you guys really think it's the global thing is like conspiracy and it's not real?
Most certainly. Yeah, there is no evidence of a globe anywhere. That's the premise of our discussion here, is that we're told the Earth is a globe, yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
that globe is 71% water. Some say more. So it, the nature of bodies of water at rest is to seek and find their own level. So that water would have to show a consistent curve rate with that globe. Would you agree?
Yeah, it makes sense. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So the curve rate that we're given would have a limitation of view based on a Earth bulge, a curve where our view would be limited. And when we make observations, we see way beyond the limitation required by a geometric horizon. If you want to go into those numbers, we sure can. But um, we see there's no curve. There's no curve. Our view is not obstructed by the curve of the Earth. The limitation is the eye itself. But now with modern magnification and cameras and telescopes, we can see much, much, much further. And there is no curve. There's just a limit of our vision.
Mhm. And what about the images like they show us and everything on the textbooks and
Yeah. So most of those that you're talking about are just cartoons. They're fake, and they admit that they're images or composites or artist renderings. The ones that they claim are real, like for example, the ones that they sent from the Artemis 2 here recently. Those are the
mm-hmm.
most recent. Yeah. Those and any of the predecessors can be easily falsified um, through computer graphic technology. They've been falsified from comparing one to another where the continent sizes are different. They can be falsified from the claims of what can be observed as far as size of structure on the moon, the similar distance you're looking back on the earth, and we can't observe the structure size of land masses and large lakes and bodies of water that we should be able to see. There's numerous evidences that all of those pictures of earth are fake.
Guys, what's up?
Damn.
Hey man, yeah, we're just talking about the shape of the earth, but what do you think, Eva? Does that sound all very plausible, reasonable?
Yeah,
Is
it
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 real?
does.
Like,
Hmm.
is it real? Like
I
Earth is
mean,
a flat?
Yeah, the earth is flat. Yeah.
What about the science, the books? They said the images they have shared with us.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, Bry and Eva and I, and those images are in many cases acknowledged to be artist renderings or composites or images. They're not photographs. The ones that are claimed to be photographs are all very easily falsifiable, whether it be proportion, whether it be observable continent size, or um, structures that we should be able to see and we can't. there's numerous ways to falsify any of those images, and if you look closely, you'll start to see discrepancies, excuse me. So look at those images more carefully, like the ones from Artemis. Are there any distinguishable continents or land masses in any of those images?
Really? But what about the signs they have shown us clear images? And can you give us an example or prove it like it's a flat?
Well, yeah, we just went over the images, right? So look at them more critically. Yeah, and then
Just give
uh,
me a couple of minutes. Let me see it.
yeah, and then Eva, it sounded like you had another question.
No, but I would like to like dig deeper into this, like the whole thing
I would
and the images.
suggest it. I would suggest it and come here. There's a lot of very well educated people in all the related topics that you'll find here. It's a great welcoming community, and read the chats. A lot of information is shared in the side chat, as far as videos and imagery. Um, yeah, and just come and investigate, think critically, and find out for yourself what you find to be true and not true about the claims of the earth. But yeah,
Yeah, it does make sense. And thank you so much for being so kind. Yeah, I appreciate
glad
it.
glad I could help anytime, and do come back. There's some great people here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
And
Hey,
Brian,
what about the Pythagoras who said like Earth is spherical, not flat? And it's been lot big topic earlier. Like they have did something about it.
at school, is that what you said?
I'm talking about the Pythagoras. He said like Earth is not flat, it's spherical.
And who you mentioned that somebody said that, and I didn't catch that.
The
Pythagoras.
Pythagoras, this
Oh, Pythagoras.
yeah,
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
this square
look,
equals to AB square
you
plus BC
know,
square?
right, but Pythagoras was like a cult leader. I mean, he thought that the Earth was a globe because they worshipped spheres, and he thought that spheres are the most perfect shape. Therefore, the Earth must be a sphere because spheres are divine. So it's not really a very logical argument. And I mean, if you look a bit deeper into Pythagoras and listen to what the like the mathematical historians have to say about Pythagoras, they'll tell you that everything that you get taught about Pythagoras is nonsense, and that it's not actually based on any empirical evidence. It's based on stories from the Pythagorean cult. Um, a long time after he allegedly lived, so it's pretty interesting when you look into the history of the globe.
But I see like he has a argument on that thing earlier.
Who, Pythagoras?
I wanted to know like how we say that it's a flat, even though till now I have heard and read everywhere it's spherical shape of an egg, and even they have captured picture from the moon how Earth looks. So still we are saying it's flat. How? How come?
Because when we go out and test the surface of the Earth in real life, it's flat. It's not curving. Right? When we actually go out and test in reality, we put the mathematics to the test and see if it's actually curving. Right? We can use high-powered lasers, long-distance observations, and we can test for the curvature. We've done that. It's not curving. Just like we all experience, right? We don't see any curvature, right? But they tell us that we're so small and the Earth's so big that you would not see any curvature. But when we go out and we actually calculate how much curvature there should be in the distance, we can see things that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by a huge amount.
I I've got another doubt. If you
Mhm.
take closer look to any circular object, if you take a circular object close to your eyes, it will look flat, isn't it?
Right, and then you could test it, right? You could measure for the curvature.
But then can I say like it's not circular, it's a flat?
Yeah, if there's no curvature, then it would have to be flat.
Oh, let's take a circular thing, like
Mhm.
a bottle, water bottle, put closer
Yep.
to your face, you will see it's look
Yep.
flat. Okay, so may I say that it's a
Right.
flat, not circular?
Well, maybe from your perspective, but then you could just measure it and measure that it's curving.
I'm trying to prove like as you said, if we see from front it's a flat, but you cannot say that like it could be a circular.
Well, not if you measure it and there's no curvature.
Okay.
I think you're confusing the fact that flat is not a shape. It's defined as a surface. Like a cube has a bunch of flat surfaces, but it's a cube, but it has flat surfaces.
I'm still not convinced like Earth is a flat.
Well, you've never
I'm trying
tested
to
it, and
understand you guys.
you've not seen the evidence, and you've not tested the Earth. So you just believe it's a globe like we used to, until we went out and actually tested the surface of the Earth and spent many years doing research about this topic. Right? It's not until then that you're going to come to the conclusion that it's not a globe based off the empirical evidence.
Let's see what my chat GPT says. Is it spherical or
Well,
flat?
okay. Well, ChatGPT's never seen the Earth, has it? Okay, it's just going to regurgitate the information that it pulls off the internet.
He will go through all research that people have done. I will even ask him like, let's assume Earth is a flat. Do you have any kind of evidence, something like that? He
No,
might pull
we
something
have
and
the evidence. ChatGPT is not going to give you the evidence. We have the evidence. ChatGPT's not seen the Earth. ChatGPT's programmed to feed you the mainstream explanation.
Yeah, ChatGPT was made by the same people who said that cigarettes, sugar, and asbestos were fine for you. So I don't really trust them.
but still you got to believe on people who do lots of research. They have done all kind of thing to see is it flat or is spherical, isn't it?
Right.
Like they
Yeah.
have
So
paid
that's
millions of
what we
money,
special.
billions of money to
We're
pay this.
specialists in researching and testing the surface of the Earth. Right. So you see if
Okay,
you can
just tell me
find.
where I can find your book where it's written like it's a flat, not circular, spherical.
Well, there's many books, right? But just because it's written in a book doesn't mean that it's true, right? You would want to look at the empirical evidence. You would want to look at the measurements. You would want to look at the tests that are being done.
Okay, where have you done the test? I want to see it.
Sure, I can show you a test. I can only show you one test at a time, but I can show you one test. Right? So do you have ChatGPT in front of you?
Yeah, I have ChatGPT in front of me.
Okay, ask it how much curvature is there over 21 miles on the globe.
Okay. Over 21 miles.
21 miles, yep.
Yeah, let's see. So it says 73.5 feet.
Tell it that's incorrect. The answer is 293 foot, and see what it says.
That's incorrect. The answer is
293 foot, approximately. Right, approximately, because it's 293 point something.
rocks. He says you're right to question it. but the 293 feet figure comes from different curvature formula than the one I used earlier. Okay, so let's see what she's bottom line. Your number is correct. Earlier number also correct. Like he says, both are correct.
Just ask it,
Yeah.
how could both be correct?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it says it's 90 meter approximately 294 feet.
Right, now ask it why it was. Yeah, so basically, okay, so do you trust ChatGPT now? It gave you completely incorrect information. It doesn't know how to do basic mathematics. So why should we listen to it?
Okay.
Yeah, so ask it
Let's
why did you make such a silly mistake, ChatGPT?
okay, let's ask him.
Yeah, say how can we trust anything that you tell after this? Right? You can't do basic mathematics. We can't listen to ChatGPT anymore, can we?
He says he took the wrong formula, so that's how he came to wrong answer.
Just ask it why did it pick the wrong formula? It's basic mathematics. You don't have to continue this questioning, but look, you can
Okay, let
see.
let me let hey let me speak in defense of a chat GPT. Okay, chat GPT
Okay.
work like we have to give him prompt, like what we are going to do and what we are finding it, as he's going to do lots of research, and after that he will came to his conclusion if we don't give any direction. Okay, if I gave him direction like I wanted to do this kind of stuff and take me into this direction, you gotta give me perfect answer with what we were searching. Okay, like for my purpose, I give him every time prompt, or I have given him prompt like I'm this kind of person. My job
It
role is
was a
something
very
like
simple
that.
question,
And if
though. Just it was a simple question, and it gave you the wrong answer.
yeah, I
Like
understand it's
just
happened a lot
basic
with chat GPT.
mathematics. It's retarded.
Yeah, but still you can do that. Like if give him prompt like I'm searching for this, he might go to some correct answer. I also get your point, like he gives wrong answer sometimes. But we
Yeah,
cannot
yeah.
say that
Like,
he
and
gives a wrong
it's
answer.
not even close. It's actually it was hundreds and hundreds of feet off.
Okay, I accept like chat GPT gave the wrong answer. Now let's come to the flat earth point.
All right. So if we make an observation over a 21-mile distance, which we did in the test that I'm going to show you, there should be 90 meters of curvature over that distance. Right?
Okay. No, come again, I
Right?
didn't get you.
Well, over 20, okay, let's just do it in metric. Okay, so 21 miles is about 34 kilometers. Okay, so over 34 kilometers distance, there's about 90 meters of curvature.
Okay.
Right, so I shouldn't be able to zoom in across 34 kilometers over a lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
Oh, I'm still not able to imagine it, so it's very heavy.
All right,
That's very
so I'll make it easy.
A good example of a lake, bro, is Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe, north to south, is 22 miles long.
Right, but he's from a different country. Maybe he doesn't know that lake. I'll give you a simple way to.
For your example.
Well, I'm using an actual observation, different one. So we got the right. So he's just trying to get the concept at this point. Okay, so let's say we have a lake, and it's 21 miles across the lake, 34 kilometers across the lake, and
okay.
I'm standing on one side of the lake, and you're standing on the other
Okay.
side of the lake.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I shouldn't be
Yes.
able to pull out a telescope or a camera, a zoom camera, and see you standing on the other side of the lake because of the curvature of the
Yes.
globe. Right?
Okay. Yes.
Right. So you would have to be
I got the point. I got the point.
You got the point, right? So you would have to be 90 meters tall. And if you were 90 meters tall, like a giant, right, then I still wouldn't be able to see you, right? If you were 95, if you were 100 meters tall, then I would just be able to see the top 10 meters of you. Okay. And you should be hidden behind the horizon. So if I'm standing on one side of the lake, you're standing on the other side of the lake, you should be hidden behind the curvature of the earth by 90 meters. Right? So we can go out, now we know how much curvature there is over the distance. We can go and test for the curvature because we have amazing technology now. Right? We can either shoot laser beams, right? You know what a laser beam is? Or like a laser pointer?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Or we could use a super zoom camera, a zoom camera that's very powerful, and I could zoom in across that distance to try to check for the curvature, right? To make sure that you're hidden behind the horizon. Now, when we go out and actually do that in reality, there's no curvature, right? So I'm going to show you an example of that right now in the side chat. So if you want to have a look at the side chat. Okay, so this is just a clip out of the video, right? This is from a video that shows everything, but this is just a small clip just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Okay, so he has his camera set up on a tripod 5 feet high. Right, I'll send you a picture in this. Just keep looking at the side chat. Can you see what I posted? Hello?
I just saw
You can see it?
that video. Yes, I saw that
All right,
video.
all right. So this is the camera setup. Okay, this is a very
Okay.
powerful camera that he's using, and this is right. So this is where he has the camera set up, right, in the footage that you can see just above that. Okay, the camera is just 1.5 meters high.
Okay.
Okay, and he's looking across, and the other side of the lake, that's 34 kilometers away. So I'm just going to show you a screenshot, just showing you where he is. All right, so he's standing behind that camera, and here's what it looks like on the Google Maps. Shows you his location and the distance. Right, so you can see the yellow line. Right, he's standing at the top of the yellow line, and he's going to be zooming in across to the other side of the lake. Okay?
Yes, I can see it.
All right. Okay, now I'm going to show you what it looks like on the other side of the lake. Just a second. All right. So this is what it looks like on the far side of the lake. All right. So this is what he's going to be zooming over to from the camera that I posted the picture of.
Okay.
All right. So let's do some basic mathematics now. Okay. So it's all right. I'll explain it. So just a second. Right, so we need to. So we just calculated that over. I mean, we know that over 21 miles distance, which is 34 kilometers, that there would be 90 meters of curvature. Okay, so here is a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. Right, so we put in the distance, 34 kilometers. Can you see what I posted?
Yes, I can see.
Right, so this is a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. So if you go to Google, you don't have to do this unless you want to. You can go to Google, you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and it's like an online calculator. There's plenty of them, and you can work out how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, how far away should the horizon be, and how much should something be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. All right, so have a look what I posted. Okay, so the first thing that I have to put in is the distance. Okay, so the distance is 34 kilometers. Right, that's from where the camera is to the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, the eyesight level, that's the height of the camera. Okay, 1.5 meters.
Okay.
All right, so that means that the horizon the distance to where the horizon should be is 4.3 kilometers.
Meters.
What's that?
4.372 meters.
It should say kilometers. Hold on. Let me No, not meters. That would be a very close horizon.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah. Let me fix it up. I'll fix it up. I'll take another screenshot. Okay. Look, you can do it yourself. Well, I'll post the link to the Earth curvature calculator in the side chat. All right. So here it is. All right. So distance to the object, 34 kilometers. Eyesight level in meters is 1.5. Now,
it says 4.37 kilometers.
that's
Distance to
right. Yeah.
horizon and 68 meters of secure
Right.
object part.
Right. That's correct. All right. So I'll update my screenshot because there was a problem with that. Okay. So here's the correct one. Yeah. So basically, that means that the shoreline that you can see on the other side of the lake should be obscured by 68 meters. Okay. Because we have to take the 1.5 meter eye height into account. So that's why it's 68 meters.
Yes.
Right. But when he zooms in, now I'll repost the zoom footage and I'll show you some more footage as well. Right, so have a look, right? So this is him, here's a GIF. Okay, so this is him behind the camera and he's zooming in to the other side of the lake. Right, remember that horizon should be at 4.6 kilometers. We don't see any horizon at all over the entire 34-kilometer lake. And we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Now I'm going to show you some still shots, right, to illustrate how clearly you can see the other side. So just a second. All right, so once again, this is what it looks like from the close-up of the other side of the lake. Okay, so take notice of the shoreline, take notice of the big white tower that you can see in the background. Now I'm going to show you what it looks like from 34 kilometers away. All right, so here is the daytime shot from the footage above. This is just a screenshot. Right, so we can see the entirety of the big white tower. We can see the shoreline. We can see the bank.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. And then what he did was he actually he stayed there and he did it again at nighttime. So just a moment, because it's even clearer at nighttime. All right. So he did it again at nighttime from the same location, and this is what it looks like at nighttime. Right? We don't see any obstruction. We don't see that 68 meters of obstruction that should be hiding that shoreline. There's zero curvature over this distance. Now, I just want to show you a couple more images, and then my presentation's finished. Well, almost. All right, so sorry, just a second. All right, so here's an even closer picture. Okay, so this is the close-up of the shoreline and the white tower. All right, take a good look at that.
Yes.
All right, so and here is the from the zoom footage from 34 kilometers away. And look how similar it looks. Okay, we can see the whole tower. We can see the shoreline at the bottom of the tower. We can see the bank. We can even see the lights reflecting off the little puddle of water that you can see there on the shoreline in the image above it.
Yes.
Right? This is not possible if the Earth's a globe. We're not seeing any curvature. Right? Remember, over this distance, right, that shoreline should be hidden behind 68 meters of curvature.
Yes.
Right? So after they did this observation, they actually did a laser test. Right? We were talking about the laser beam, the laser pointer before. Okay, so after they did the two observations, one during the daytime, one during the nighttime, they took out a laser, a very, very expensive, high-powered laser, and they shot the laser across the lake. Right? Same height, 5-foot height. I don't have screenshots of the laser beam, but basically what they did was they shot the laser beam across the lake, and they were able to see the laser beam on the other side of the lake at nighttime from 21 miles away, right? Further showing that there's no curvature. So if you want to have a look at the full video where they do the whole test, they show you everything in the video. Right, so this is one example. We've got hundreds of these examples where we're going out and testing for the curvature, and there's zero curvature to be found. Right, here's the video in the side chat. So yeah, that's what I was talking about. When we actually go out and test the surface of the Earth for the curvature, there isn't any. And that's it. That curvature has to be there if the Earth's a globe. Right, because of they tell us the size of the globe, and they tell us that the gravity, right? Gravity is pulling all of the mass to the center of the Earth. That means that the water should be curving at a specific rate. And it's not doing that. It would have to be doing that. You would have to have the obstruction. You would have to have the curvature over this 21-mile distance.
Hey.
All right. So this doesn't require belief, because these tests can be done by anybody. Anybody can go out and repeat these types of tests themselves. You don't have to have faith or trust like you do in NASA, right? You can never go and check the NASA footage and make sure it's correct, right? You just have to believe them. Whereas this is something that people can go out and check.
Got another question. Like, give me one more working model that predict all observation consistently.
All observations.
Yes, consistency.
Yeah. So every single observation that we go out and make, we detect zero curvature.
Like, take example of the ship disappearing from bottom first.
Right. So the ships don't usually disappear bottom first. They only disappear bottom first if you have waves, right? Like waves in the ocean, or if you have specific types of miraging effects taking place. Refraction. Okay, most of the time the ship will just get smaller and smaller until you can't see the ship anymore. Right? Let me give you an analogy based on the observation that I just. Right? So we can talk about the boats in relation to the lake test that we just showed you. Right? Have you heard of the ship called the Titanic that sunk?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So that's a big ship, right? That's I think it's 175 foot tall.
Pretty silent here.
No, we're having a conversation
Who's
right
there?
now.
He's answering me.
Yeah, so you know the Titanic.
Yep, I know.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so if the Titanic was parked where the camera is in the test that I showed you, and the Titanic was going to sail across to the other side of the lake, 21 miles away. By the time the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, it should be completely hidden behind the horizon if the Earth's a globe. right? Because the Titanic is less than 63 meters tall, right? I can check exactly what is 175 foot in meters, right? So the Titanic's 53 meters tall, but there should be 63 meters of curvature, of hidden height. So if the Titanic was to sail from where the camera is to the other side of the lake, 34 kilometers away, you would not be able to see the Titanic at all if the Earth was a globe, right? But when you see the footage, you can see that we can see the shoreline. So if the Titanic was there, then we would be able to see the whole Titanic ship, top to bottom. Now, sometimes when a ship disappears from the bottom to the top, it's because of the things that I mentioned. It's because of waves, or it's because of miraging effects, right? That doesn't happen all the time. If we look at footage where there's no miraging effects and there's no waves, the ship just gets smaller and smaller and smaller as it sails away until it gets below a certain size, and then you can't see it anymore. But we know it's still there because now we have good technology. We can zoom back in on the ship and we can see the ship again. And I will give you a demonstration of that in the side chat. Does that make sense?
Understood your point, but I'm still not convinced. I gotta go right now, but tomorrow I will come by studying more about it, and we can argue
All right,
more
man.
on it.
All right, just before you go, have you got 30 more seconds?
Yes, we can have no problem. I'm
All
here.
right, 30 seconds. I'm just going to show you a video quickly. All right,
Yeah,
have
no
a look in
problem.
the side chat. All right. All right, here it is. Okay, so this is a big giant boat. And you'll notice that when he zooms the camera out, right, you can't see the boat. Okay, but when he zooms in, oh, wow, we can see the boat. It's actually still there. Now, if we had waves on this day, then we wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the boat. If we had a certain type of miraging effect, maybe we wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the boat. But in these nice conditions, we can zoom in and we can see the boat again. Anyway, I'll talk to you again next time you come back in.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll see you tomorrow on the same time at 7 p.m. my country time. Okay. It was great
Yep,
talking
there'll
to
be
you,
people
man.
here. If I'm not here, there'll be other people here. So have a good day and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, bye.
Goodbye. Who was the other person that joined? Are you still here? Deep Czar? Was it Deep Czar? They're gone.
Hello, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how are you? Nice to meet you, bro.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you too.
You just call out my name, so I'm like, you wanna ask something or
No, do you? Do you want to ask something?
no, man? I just listen to you. You have some legit theories.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we have real world tests that have been done.
Uh-huh.
So basically, when we go out and test the Earth for curvature, there is no curvature. So we're showing people the tests, and we're asking, answering people's questions about flat Earth. So if you have any questions, let us know.
Nah, man, I don't have any questions, but I'm still thinking about your theories.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Look,
like
it's
about the curvature and
yeah. Well, look, this is what we're claiming, right? That Earth is exactly how we experience it, flat, and it doesn't move, and that water is flat across the surface, right? Mostly flat, apart from waves, obviously. Sometimes we can have waves, but it's not curving over the distance, and we can
yeah,
test that.
never seen a curvature
Yeah,
though.
yeah. Nobody has. It doesn't exist. We only see it in pictures from the government. Really, I mean, maybe some cartoons in the textbooks. We see it in the movies, but we don't see it in real life. And I think the globe is just a concept. It's a model. It's a theoretical model, a mathematical model.
So the
But
man can have all the control. I mean,
maybe, yeah, maybe it's a mistake, right? Maybe it's a mistake. Maybe it's on purpose. But what we're doing is we're just going and testing it because I think it's important to test things that we get told. If they're saying this is a fact, we want to go, when we go and test it, it should match the claim. But every single
yes.
time we go and test it, it doesn't match.
So you guys do real life testing?
Real life testing, yep.
Nice.
Yeah, there are actually hundreds of millions of flat earthers now because when people look at the tests and people can go and do the tests themselves, it's very difficult to deny um, the evidence. The globe is just a belief, right? It's something we get taught when we're very, very small children. And it also gets pushed through school, in the school system. It gets pushed in the movies. And,
I
it
mean,
also gets taught.
everyone believes that.
Well, everybody, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that don't, but most people just believe it without questioning it. Most people don't know that it's a globe. Most people believe it's a globe because that's what they got told to believe.
Yeah, I mean, we've been studying since our childhood, right? So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the first thing they teach you, really, at school, is they teach you about the solar system. They teach you about the dinosaurs and that kind of thing. So yeah,
and these days they were also saying that dinosaurs were fake. They were all dragons.
yeah. Well, I mean,
It's a new
it's
thing.
it's a it's a different topic. That's also an interesting topic.
Yeah.
A lot of the dinosaur bones, right, or all of the dinosaur bones that you see in the museums on display, they're all fake, right? They're all like plaster casts. They're not the real bones. They tell us that, oh, the real bones are stored in chambers that they can't be opened because the air will decay them, that kind of thing. So we just have to
They must preserve
yeah,
those.
they allegedly, But if you have a look in, like, recently they thought that these bones that they had stored for many years were mammoth bones, and then they did some testing on the bones, and they found out that they're whale bones.
Oh,
So, yeah,
it's crazy.
yeah, yeah. And they'll find a fossil. And for example, there's a fish, right? It's a big fish. And they found fossils of this fish. And they say, oh, this was a prehistoric fish. 65 million years ago, it became extinct. But then all of a sudden, they found one in the ocean swimming around, exactly the same as the fossil. It didn't change at all in 65 million years, allegedly. So, I don't think they know as much as they're pretending
Yeah, exactly. I think they're just making things up.
quite often. there's also a lot of good scientific facts and that kind of thing, but unfortunately there's a lot of pseudoscience. Do you know what pseudoscience is?
I'm not
It's
sure.
like pseudo means fake. So pseudo, fake, right? Fake science. Pseudoscience is basically when people claim that something is a scientific fact, but it hasn't been tested through the scientific method. It's called pseudoscience or fake science or scientism. And unfortunately, a lot of the so-called science that we get taught about the Earth falls into the category of fake science or pseudoscience.
Mm, okay.
So I think it's important for humanity to question what we get told and to test it, right? I think that's a very scientific thing to be doing, right? Science is meant to be questioned. It's meant to be rigorously um, criticized, right? You should be testing it. Okay, make sure it's correct. Make sure it's correct. Double check everything. And when we go out and
Mhm.
check, we're finding a lot of issues.
Yep. Yep. And why would they fake it so much, man? I don't understand everything.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, not sure. I don't think a lot of people are lying about the Earth. Just because someone believes that the Earth is a globe, that doesn't mean that they're lying about it, right? Like if you tell me that the Earth's a globe, then you're not lying to me, right? Because that's what you believe.
That's what I
Or
believe,
if
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that doesn't make you a liar, and that doesn't make your teacher a liar either. The teacher or your parents that taught you that the Earth's a globe, that doesn't mean that they're lying because they genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. So even the scientists, right, the college professors, I don't think they're lying either. I think they believe that it's a globe and that they've never questioned it. They've never tested it. It's just something that they got taught. So I think most people are not lying.
Yes, I mean, the teachers, why would they teach students the fake information, right? They also believe everything was real.
Yeah, well, exactly. They're just teaching, they're teaching the children what they have to teach the children, which is what's in the textbooks.
Yes. But they don't know that textbooks are all fake.
Yeah, well, the textbooks, I wouldn't say fake, but incorrect. Yes,
Um,
definitely. And not all the textbooks, just when we're talking about the globe, right? I'm sure
yeah.
there's a lot of, there's a lot of things that we can test. A lot of good science that you can learn at school and university about chemistry, about all sorts of different topics, right? Like engineering and all sorts of other, very important topics. But when it comes to cosmology, yeah, it's or evolution,
Yeah.
for example. They're teaching evolution as a fact. They're teaching Big Bang theory as if it's a fact. And they teach people crazy things, right? They'll tell you that it rains diamonds on Neptune, and they'll
Other
tell you
planet.
it rains diamonds on Uranus, and they'll tell us that some planets are made of diamonds, and that there's sideways glass rain on some exoplanets, and all sorts of crazy stories that we can never check. But most people just believe whatever they get told. And I think that's dangerous for humanity because they could teach people anything and shape people's minds to exactly what they want to suit their own needs, to suit their own agenda, so they can stay in power, right? They need control, they need power, right? That gets them money, all sorts of different reasons.
Yes, man. Money, money, money. How much money they want?
Well, just NASA alone gets $70 million every single day of taxpayer money.
Just to Photoshop things.
Yeah, just to lie about going to space, basically.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. Meanwhile, we have homeless people, right? And people
Yeah.
starving and people that don't have clean drinking water. But then NASA is spending billions of dollars to go shoot some people around the moon and not even land on the moon. Allegedly, right? I don't
Yep.
think they actually did that, but that's what they claimed, right? And they took billions and billions of dollars of the taxpayers' money to do whatever they did. Who knows where that money's really going? Not me. I don't know.
It's going to Israel.
Yeah, probably.
All right, man. Nice talking to you. I'll join later. I have to go now.
All right, man. Catch you later.
All right. Right.
You're right there. They could have cured homelessness in the United States, I think, a couple times over with that money they spent on Artemis. Tragic.
Yeah, crazy, man. Crazy stuff, isn't it?
Bro, the earth is flat. Oh, sorry, round.
Thing round can also be flat. Right. All right, so a little bit of information about mirages. Mirages are one of nature's cruelest and coolest tricks. They're not hallucinations, which are all in your mind, nor are they optical illusions, which are perceptual errors in vision in which you see something that isn't real. According to Andrew Thomas Young, an astronomer and optical specialist at San Diego State University, in his online introduction to mirages, what you see is a mirage is a real tangible optical phenomenon, even though your brain doesn't necessarily know what it's actually perceiving. When you see light, your brain assumes it's coming to you in a straight line from the object emitting or reflecting it, says Jill Coleman, a professor of geography and atmospheric science at Ball State University. But when light passes through certain boundaries, such as where water meets air, or between air masses of different temperatures, therefore densities, it gets bent or refracted. And even when light is refracted, your brain still assumes it's coming to you in a straight line from its source. So refracted light holds the potential to scramble where things appear or to be in your field of view. That's a mirage.
I think one of the most astonishing things about this experience so far for me is how people like trust people that lie right to their faces, like over and over and over again. Like I've been skeptical for so long and then lied to so many times. That I've to my face. I'm not gonna believe you right off rip. So yeah, I mean, I'm already gonna be skeptical and look critically already. But I mean, sorry for having the preconceived notion, but after being lied to like every time for my entire life, next time something comes out of your mouth, I'm just not gonna believe it for off rip.
Yeah. Thought it was funny with the Indian guy. He's like, well, I'm going to ask ChatGPT about if the Earth's flat or a globe. And then the first question I got him to ask ChatGPT, it just completely butchered the basic mathematics and told him the complete wrong amount of curvature over 21 miles. I thought that was funny.
And just this morning, I was looking up if you could see the headlights of a car from 100 miles away, and it said no. And I was like, why not? And one of the things that was like, well, light dissipation, all that stuff. The headlights aren't powerful enough. But also, it would be at 100 miles away. It would be well beyond the curvature of the Earth. So there's no way you could see it anyway. And I was like, oh, cool. But I don't know that that's going to be its answer. Again, it's created by the mainstream. I don't believe them at all.
Do we have any people in here that believe the Earth's a globe? Ibara, GGX Doc, Peach, welcome.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm fine, really fine. I'm working right now at my house, but I shouldn't really be here right now.
Ah, me too. Yeah. Procrastination.
Okay, yeah, that's true. What do you work with, man?
I work online with I own a business.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
I am not that sophisticated. I am a regular shipping agent working home office.
Yep. Cool. At least you're able to work from home. That's cool.
Yeah, and sometimes I can go to the ships also, or get some speedboats free for free, so it's nice.
Awesome. Like cruise ships or like a
No,
travel agency or something or what?
no. Shipping agency are mostly responsible for the crew or the cargo of the ship.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
So in my specific case, my company is a protective agency. We care for the vessel and the crew, especially.
All
So
right.
if like one specter needs to visit the vessel, I am the one that makes this clearance, at the terminal and with the authorities, all this stuff. It's boring stuff, but sometimes cool also.
Yeah. Awesome. Have you looked into this topic before, flat Earth?
Just like what? Sorry.
The Flat Earth channel. You joined the Flat Earth channel.
Yeah. I ever heard about this. Sure.
Yeah. So have you done much research, or you've what, you watched
No,
some
I'm
videos or something
new
about it,
by
or what?
totally.
New to the topic?
New by totally new for me. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's a pretty interesting topic once you understand what the arguments are. Most people, most people have a misconception of what flat Earth is, or what flat Earthers claim, that how flat Earth works, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. Most people have in their imaginations like instead of a globe, right? They change that to like a flat planet,
Sure.
and if that was what we claimed, then that would be kind of ridiculous, and there would be a lot of problems with that, but. That's not actually what flat Earth is. That's not what flat Earthers claim.
What is actually then? I really don't know much, and I am
Um,
very open-minded. So don't no don't be shy.
yeah. So flat. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? It's the globe Earthers that are claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, but we still
Um,
have like atmosphere, right?
well, yeah. I mean, yeah. We have air that we're breathing.
Sure. And
Yeah.
for this atmosphere, we don't how can I say, we don't lose our water and things, or what is the stuff? I really don't
Yeah, I
understand.
mean, we would argue that to have gas pressure, like the air that we're breathing in the first place, you would have to have some kind of containment to have a gas pressure system in the first place.
Containment.
Whereas the
What is it?
yeah, some containment, it's like
To hold
if you
something
want to
like, yeah.
yeah, like a
Okay.
physical container. Like if you want
Okay.
to if you want to have a IPSI, right, pressure, like in
Yeah.
your car tire,
Yeah, yeah,
then
yeah,
the
yeah.
car tire would be the container, or a balloon, or a soda can, or something like that. Yeah, like a physical container. So yeah, we would argue that to have gas pressure, you would need a container, and it's actually in the definition of gas pressure, right? It's like a physical container is the requirement to have gas pressure in the first place, according
That's
to the
cool.
definition. So on the globe model, they tell us that we're on this ball, and it's inside a vacuum, a big space vacuum, and that we have all of the gas and the water attached to the outside of the ball, the globe. with no container.
Okay.
So then you're going to have to, then they're going to start having to argue gravity and all that kind of thing, right? To be able to explain away. But
That's nice,
basically,
man.
what we're talking about with flat Earth is we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're talking about the surface area of the Earth, which is mostly covered in water.
Yeah, I can see. I travel a lot by water, like I said. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, they tell us that 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water.
Yes.
So, when we actually go out and test the surface of the water over distance using different methods, we're trying to find the curvature that should be there if the Earth's a globe.
Nice. That's nice,
Yeah,
man.
and look, yeah, so we're not making a shape claim, right? We're not claiming to know everything. But when we go out and test the globe, we're not finding any curvature. And so basically we can calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and then we could go and test for it using different methods. And there's actually more curvature, like there should be more curvature than what most people imagine. Right? Like if I asked you how much curvature do you think there would be over 10 miles, right? How much do you think there would be? A lot, or do you think there would just be a little tiny bit on a
For
globe?
sure. A lot, for sure.
Well, how much do you think? A couple of feet, 20 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet?
I
I
really
mean, I
don't
don't
know about
expect you to get it. Yeah, well, the answer is 66 feet. 66 feet.
66.
That's 20 meters.
Okay. Yeah, we use
Yeah.
meters here. Okay.
Yeah.
22 meters.
Yeah, something
Wow.
like that. Yeah. So yeah, that's so we can calculate that. So for example, we could go to a 10-mile lake, right? That's 16
Yes.
kilometers, 16-kilometer lake. And I could stand on one side of the lake, and then you could go over 16 kilometers away to the other side of the lake, and I could pull out a telescope or a high-powered zoom camera, and we can test for the curvature, right? I shouldn't be able to zoom in over that lake
Yes.
and see you standing on the other side of the lake, unless you were, 23 meters tall, basically. Then I would just see the top of you sticking out from behind the
How many?
horizon.
Oh, 22 meters tall.
Yeah, you would have
So
to.
you can see me 16 kilometers in distance, correct?
Yeah, we could zoom in across a 16-kilometer lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
Okay.
Right. So that's, and then we can go to a 20 miles, that's 34 kilometers, right? So we can go to what's actually a bit less. Yeah, right. So we have an observation that's done over a 21-mile lake, which is 34 kilometers. And we can zoom in across that lake and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
Sure.
So we've got hundreds of these tests that are being done where we're not detecting any curvature over these huge distances. And that's just the beginning, right? So that's just one aspect of it, testing for the curvature.
We have one huge ass river here in Brazil called Amazon River. It's 40 kilometers shore to shore. We can test this there maybe with maybe one watchtower or something like that.
Cross the river is that long? That long a distance?
Yes, 40 kilometers
Oh
for one
wow,
shore to another. It's a big
that's
river. Yeah,
that's huge. Wow,
huge.
damn.
Yeah, Brazil is a colossal country. Yeah.
Yeah, so over 40 kilometers, there should be about 100 meters of curvature.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. Right. So
Okay.
yeah, we actually have a test. We have a test that was done over a 40-kilometer lake, and they basically they shot an extremely high-powered laser beam over a 40-kilometer distance, and
And
they were
what
able
was the
to.
result?
The result was that they hit their target 1.5 meters above the surface.
Okay, so this means exactly what? There's like
Well,
a
that the 100 meters of curvature that would have to be there if the Ursa globe isn't detected in the test that they did.
okay, 1.5 meters were like it's normal then, like I don't know, like geographic
Yeah, like
uh,
Well,
Probably
the laser
that.
the laser was 1.5 meters above the surface of the water, and then the target was 40 kilometers away, and it was also 1.5 meters above the surface of the water.
Okay, yeah. So
they're shooting the
very
laser
little
across.
tolerance.
Yeah. So basically, there should be 100 meters of curvature over that distance. So the people at the second location, 40 kilometers away, right? They should see the laser beam 100 meters above, up in the air, if the Earth's a globe.
Well,
And yeah, that didn't happen.
that's a lot of information, man. I never heard about this.
Yeah.
How
They
come you
actually
can
they.
Sorry.
So this was a team of engineers. This was a team of field engineers, and they did 5 different tests over different distances on different days. And they used expensive equipment. I think they used a $30,000 laser. And yeah, they have a documentary. They have a 1-hour documentary. They have a PDF document that has all of the specifications. Right?
You don't see the Earth like the Mercator projection, right? Like the, how can I say,
No,
the Mondi map.
no.
No, it's not like that. It's like what then? Like could you explain
Yeah,
it to
I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to go if we had billions of dollars, right? We could go out and map the entirety of the Earth and have a
Sure.
perfect map, but we're unable to do that, unfortunately. So yeah, we don't have a perfect working map of the Earth, and I think actually, like, I mean, all maps have errors, right? Like, you would know that if you work with ships,
Yeah, I agree
right?
with you. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. All maps are different types of projections, and we have different projections for different purposes, and they're all based off the latitude, longitude coordinate system.
Yeah, and satellites that can also have
Yeah,
some
and the
based on that.
satellite information is also projected onto the coordinate system that's based off the globe as well. So everything's based off this coordinate system, this spherical coordinate system.
Yeah.
When it comes to navigation using maps, Google Maps, for example, right?
Yeah.
And they'll, like the Google Maps, Google Earth, or Google Maps, they use a web Mercator projection, right? Not the Mercator that you're talking about, not the round one, but the square one. I mean the rectangle, the main map that people use.
Okay. Yes.
Right?
We call it
Yeah.
Mapa Mundi here in Portuguese.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, that's the same thing. That's just taking that spherical coordinate system and projecting it a certain way, and that map is useful for certain tasks, right? But we shouldn't be mistaking the map as the territory. I don't know if you've heard that term before, but you shouldn't mistake the map as the territory.
Sure. Yes.
So you could use a map, and the map could get you from location to location, but that doesn't mean that the actual land that you've traveled, the distance that you've traveled, perfectly matches the map. It just means that the map holds true to the ground positions.
I have a great comprehension of maps because of ships and boats. Sometimes we rely only on GPS. We don't have like internet on the open sea. So yeah, sometimes you just have to to trust that, and you will reach your destination. But yeah, I trust you. Sometimes maybe it's not matching that close, or
Yeah, it might not be perfect, but
Yeah.
it's going to get you to your location. Or, the distance that you actually traveled might not match the exact distance, but I mean, there's going to be a certain margin of error.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And
then,
hey guys, how's it going?
What's up,
Hello,
Dingo?
man. How are you?
Yeah, I had a question.
Yep.
Yeah, so how do people travel from like the tip of, like, if you have a map, right, a conventional map, how do people
You're
travel
talking
from
about like the rectangular map, like the Mercator projection?
I wanted to ask how people travel from the tip of South Africa to South America and then to Australia as fast as they do.
Well, it's yeah. So the trip varies. I think it ranges between 9 to 14 hours or something like that. Yeah. So I mean, why
Awesome.
wouldn't they? It's the distance that it is. So yeah, if you're traveling in a plane, it takes approximately 9 to 14 hours, depending on the weather, depending on the plane that you're using, depending on the jet streams or the path, the particular path that you're taking.
And you're saying the distance. Sorry, do you know what the distance like between those places are?
No, I don't know the distance. You'll be able to calculate a distance based off the latitude, longitude coordinate system, right? But we don't know if that's the exact distance. And then you could take an approximation based off flight times and flight speeds, but it's going to be an approximation.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna look up a flat Earth map. I want to see what this.
But we don't claim a flat Earth map. If you look up a flat Earth map and if that round map comes up, the AE map, that's not a flat Earth map. That's a globe map. It's called the azimuthal equidistant projection. And yeah, some flat Earthers claim that that's the flat Earth map, right? And that Antarctica is like a big ring around the outside. Generally, we don't claim that that's the flat Earth map. That's actually a globe projection. Right, so the distance, like if you go to that flat Earth map, right, which is actually a globe map, and you mark a line from Sydney to Santiago or something like that, right, that distance is actually the same distance that it would be on a globe, right, on a physical globe, like any other map, because the AE map that you're talking about has a variable scale. Right, so what looks like a big distance in the south is actually the same as a short distance in the north because it's like stretched out in the south.
I see.
Yeah.
Right. So you guys just downright don't accept the map, alright, which is perfectly fine.
No, I think the maps are useful, but the maps are coordinate systems that are based off the celestial sphere. Right, they originated from the celestial sphere, which is how we imagine the sky.
What is the celestial? No, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's a spherical coordinate system based off taking elevation angles to stars, that kind of thing. Basically, it started from ancient cultures that needed a convenient way to map out the sky, right? So they could have a coordinate system to use for traveling and to know, when a star's going to be in a certain position and that kind of thing, right? So they imagined a big giant sphere in the sky, right? It's not an actual sphere in the sky, but they just imagined it so they could make a coordinate system, right? So they can map out different points on that imaginary sphere where certain stars are going to be at certain times of the year and that kind of thing. So they could take that celestial coordinate system and then they could navigate using the stars, basically. Mind you, these were flat earthers, flat earth cultures that came up.
Yeah.
See you.
I'll catch you later, Peach. Have a good one, man.
Have a good one, man. It's nice to meet you.
You too. Yeah, so the ancient cultures, right? Like the ancient Babylonians, the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Indian astronomers, right? They were flat earthers, and they're the ones that came up with the celestial sphere originally for the purpose that I explained. And then over time, that celestial sphere got inverted into a terrestrial mapping system. And that's still the spherical coordinate system that we use for all of these maps. The WGS84 is the updated version of it that we use. But yeah, that originates back to the ancients.
I see.
And that's basically what the globe is, right? The globe, I would say the globe doesn't exist in reality. It's a coordinate system transfer, mistaken for reality. Because when we actually go out and test for the curvature in reality, we don't find any. over huge distances, we can do different tests, and we can't find the curvature. So
Thank you.
no problem.
We would love a good map, but if they have one, they are giving it to us, and we can't make one ourselves because we can't explore everything. So it makes it kind of tough.
Yeah, man, exactly. I mean, it would be cool if we had billions of dollars in fleets of planes and ships, and we could go make an awesome map. Welcome, Blue Snake 007. And Ganapathy. Welcome.
Yasunda?
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Why everyone is silent?
How's it going?
They just came in to say that, I guess.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
You got to check out G Dog's meme in the side chat. That's pretty funny. Yeah, good luck using Professor Dave arguments in here, Harambe. Right? It's just feeding you bullshit about flat Earth. Or, you know, it might not all be bullshit, right? Because he'll find bad flat Earth arguments sometimes that some flat Earthers do make, and then he'll claim that that's what flat Earthers all claim. So if you bring some weak flat Earth argument in here we don't even agree with, then that's probably not going to work out. And then most of his other arguments are just straw mans or just straight up bullshit. So yeah, good luck. He's screwing you over by lying to you about what flat Earthers claim. But yeah, good luck.
Why do you persist to give these guys any credibility anyway? Remember the Midnight Sun video that Jaren or whatever did?
Mm-hmm.
Jaren's? Yeah, so, you know, I'm like, well, that doesn't work, right? So I start watching the video. And like just a couple minutes in, I immediately smell bullshit because the blonde dude, I guess it's Jaren or whatever, was the quote who won the quote unquote flat earth. They got to see midnight sun, the 24-hour sun in the South Pole, quote unquote. The first thing out of his mouth is like, well, I didn't believe it, but here we are, and I've seen the sun for 24 hours. Well, we didn't see the sun at all for 24 hours, but I've seen it for 24 hours. I'm like, hold up right there, bro. 24-hour sun, like the midnight sun, does not work when you don't see it at all for 24 hours, and then all of a sudden you see it for 24 hours. Yeah, that is not how it works at all. So yeah, that immediately was like bullshit sensor.
Yeah, I don't think that he said it to mean that. Like, I don't think he said he doesn't think that there's no sun for 24 hours, and then all of a sudden there is a sun for 24 hours. He thinks that it's daytime for 24 hours every single day at that time of the year. So I don't know if he misspoke or something like that. But yeah, I can't stand Jaren. I think he's full of shit, and he was never really someone that was popular amongst our community. That's for sure. I mean, if you look back, if you type in Jaren into the comments section in 24/7, like in the search bar, and scroll back to like 2022, 2023, you'll see people giving Jaren so much shit. Right? We've been cleaning up his shit for years since he got tricked into going on that Behind the Curve mockumentary.
I remember when they had their stopover and what was the name of that place? I think it was in southern Chile, Punta Arenas, where they were filming the 24-hour sun from there. This is before their stop to Antarctica. It was evening time. Jaren was gifted a pretty expensive, I think it was like a $300 camping handheld GPS device. He was recording this on film, and he's sitting there fussing with it, didn't know how to read it, and he's looking at the sun rising in the southwest, or rising in the southeast and setting in the southwest. And he's like holding this up and he's pointing it around. He's looking around and he's like, I think there's something broken with my GPS. And I think he had like a magnetic compass out too, and it was pointing north as like, like our north. And he's like, there's something wrong here. The sun is setting in the southwest. This can't be happening.
Yeah, okay. I remember.
Well, yeah, I mean, and so the whole point is he was unable to cope with the reality of the situation because he was coming from the standpoint that he should still see the sun rise from the northeast and then come at him and then set in the northwest. because he's still thinking the sun follows racetracks around an azimuthal equidistant map.
Yep. Exactly.
So he was blaming the GPS for being wrong or lying to him, and he was just disoriented. He was looking south, and he was hoping he was looking north. And you could kind of tell he was genuinely confused. Like he just could not process it.
Yeah, something he thinks that there's a flat Earth model, and that was the flat Earth model was that AE map with the racetrack sun and moon.
Yep.
And he thinks that that's the only possibility if the Earth's flat. So I was hoping that this would put that shitty model to bed completely amongst the flat Earth community, and
I
we could
know.
move forward. But instead, it was kind of shocking to the way it unfolded. And there's still the vast majority of flat earthers still think that's the flat Earth model, and they just I was not expecting everyone to start saying it was done in a studio. That was that caught me by surprise. I was like, what the hell? I mean, if someone could prove it was done in a studio, that would be another thing. That would be cool. I'd be down for that. But the arguments against it, right? The arguments about it being fake, in my opinion, were shit arguments that are very easy to explain, and the explanations are logical. Still to this day, I mean, what are the arguments for it? Some parts of the footage, the sun looks weird shaped. Okay, they're using 360 cameras. All right. There's no foggy breath. Yeah. Okay, so sometimes that doesn't happen. It's kind of like a dry environment most of the time. Here in Poland, when it's -20, sometimes I would go outside and there would be no foggy breath either. And other days there is. And if you look at actual footage from Antarctica from other people before the final experiment from different stations doing interviews outside, yeah, quite often they didn't have any foggy breath either. So that's a kind of shitty argument. Then there's the argument, oh, we didn't hear the snow, the soft snow crunching under the boots. Well, okay. That snow's been there for countless years, getting compressed by snow machines and stuff like that, where the base is. It doesn't snow very often. You're basically standing on ice. Kind of. And, yeah, I just don't think that that's a very good argument either, because it's not like when it snows here, in most normal locations, right? It's not snowing, and then all of a sudden it snows like crazy, and you go outside and it's making, right? You're walking through all the soft snow, but there it's not the same situation. I mean, what are the other arguments? There's looks like there's some stitch lines in the sky. All right, that's pretty sure that's also a byproduct of 360 cameras as well. Not in all of the footage. It's just in the footage with the 360 cameras. It's a shit argument. What are the other arguments? Has anyone got a good one?
No. But when I saw the stitching, I was kind of like, it's like, yeah, we have one of those at work. We have a device. It's called the Toucan, Toucan, and it's a 360-degree camera that we plunk in the center of our office desk where we have meetings. And we will remote in and have remote meetings with other groups. And you can see the seams. Like when you look around, you can see the seams formed by the camera where it's putting the two ends together.
Right. So yeah,
Right.
I mean, I saw footage of the 24-hour sun before they even went to Antarctica in a YouTube video where it's an 8K 360 camera, and you can't debunk that. I mean, it could be fake. Like, it could be possible to fake it. But that footage didn't have any glitches apart from, right, where the just common 360 camera glitches. But I mean, all of the shadows match up perfectly, and there's There was countless amounts of actual, footage showing the shadows of the 24-hour sun and stuff like that before they even went. So I wasn't shocked when they saw the 24-hour sun. Then they've got like countless amounts of different cameras that they had set up, all recording it. There's tons of different versions of it. And then on top of that, they had most of them, they had GoPros and stuff attached to their chests. Like they showed them flying into the location, getting off the plane, walking out into the camp. The camp looks exactly the same as the footage from the marathon that's there every single year that you could look up footage of from every single year that the marathon's been running. Then there's footage of them driving around the whole location in snow buggies and bicycles and stuff like that. Then there's all the drone footage as well, right? So if that's a studio, I think you're putting quite a bit of power in all of these people's hands, right? Saying they were able to pull off some freaking magic studio situation. I think the studio argument's just freaking, it's piss weak. And yeah, maybe we just don't know how the sky works, right? And we shouldn't pretend to know how the sky works, and shouldn't have something that we say is a perfect model that includes how the sky works. Maybe
Just
that would
one thing.
be. Yeah, if you got a good argument for it, then go ahead.
Well, I was looking at. I'm at work, so I can't look it up and post it right now. But if you could check it out. So somebody on that video said that NASA has a patent for a fake sun, like or a synthetic, fake sun that puts plasma up in the sky and mimics the sun. And it was lending credence because this company just came out and I saw their press conference. They were talking to a big crowd of people, and they were saying that it's like you can get sun on demand. You can order the sun, and they will send the sunlight to your home specifically for a fee. And so I was trying to, put those two things together as far as the possibility of this sun they had up in the sky up there was this fake ass plasma sun, which if you're trying to disprove things, you can talk to the right people. You probably put this two together. It's just something to look into, considering they're offering it as a service to ship you some right to your front door. They just said to your front door, some sun. So if they can do that, I think they could probably fake a 24-hour sun down there.
It's just mirror, bro.
Yeah. Yeah,
this
exactly.
is no, it's like last week
not
when
an
the dude was
argument
talking on stage.
This is the kind of arguments that people like McToon thrive for, right? They'll clip that, or Professor Dave, they'll clip a flat earther saying something like that, and then they'll make a debunking video about it, and they'll say flat earthers claimed that, that it's a plasma sun and it's blah blah blah, and then they'll make a hit piece about it, and all of the globe earthers will laugh in mockery thinking flat earthers make arguments like that. So
yeah, that's why we're being really careful on making any kind of argument whatsoever. I would just what I would say is if that's a possibility and we're being skeptical about it, it's definitely something to look into. I'd never like to jump straight into things being a factor, and especially if we don't know. Like I said, this is all new, and as far as I know, it's complete theories. I would never say it's proof of anything. I'd say that there is some credence to it. I'd like to look into it for sure. Me personally. Yeah, never
man.
used
Look, I don't have any
theory.
problem with anyone that investigated it. It should be investigated, and people should try to debunk stuff like that. And that's a good thing, right? Look into it, try to debunk it, look at all possibilities. But at the end of the day, if there's no good arguments that it was faked, then there's no good arguments that it was faked. Maybe there's just a 24-hour sun at that time of the year, and that appears in the sky. We don't know how the sky works, right? We don't know what the sun is. We don't know what the mechanism is behind the sky mechanics, etc. So we shouldn't really be making claims about it would have had to have been fake, because it would be impossible on a flat Earth. There's also a southern celestial pole in the sky that all the stars in the south appear to rotate around. I don't know how anyone can deny that. Some people's arguments I hear, they're like, oh, well, I haven't been to Australia, so I don't know. It's like, come on, there's freaking 40 million people. You know, all of these people in the South, like millions and millions of people actually, that can, you know, unlimited amounts of, you know, what's it called? Star trails, Southern Star Trail photography. So all the stars don't move east to west around Polaris in one direction. That doesn't happen. Like Eric DeBay would show in his videos, right? He'd show these animations where you've got Polaris, and then you've got all of the stars, even the southern stars, all moving around the northern star. That's not how we observe the sky. You know, and maybe the way that our perspective works, maybe the medium that the sky is in, maybe some completely unknown things make the sky behave in the way that we see. Maybe all the stars are on a flat plane moving around, and it's due to the way that we perceive them that we see the effects that we see in the sky. But we don't know. We can't validate that for sure. We don't know how the sky works, but we can measure the surface of the Earth over and over and over again and validate that whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface.
Now, I was reading an article that said that the whole I can't say it right, obfuscation of things there is intentional to make us like for instance, we'd love to go explore things. We're not allowed to, so it kind of drives us all crazy. And we're sitting over here just being like, I don't know, people theorize and they throw fake ones in there, and then there's crazy ones in there, then there's empirical ones in there. So it's just a big cloud right now that we'd love to all go sort out by exploring and stuff, but we're just not allowed to. And so that keeps us all in this cage kind of bouncing off the walls a bit, which makes things messier than need be because we don't know. And it's driving us a little bit crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns when it comes to the far south. That's for sure.
Yo, what's up, guys? Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Hope everybody's having a good day. Weather's nice today, kinda. Damn, it's supposed to be 90 today for me. Ew. Oh well. You guys have any Glovers coming today?
Bunches of them.
Yeah, I just missed them all then. Just sitting in my car right now, procrastinating, staring at the gym. Don't feel like going in. Yeah, I'm gonna go in there anyway. Yeah, did everybody see the footage of the astronauts walking all funny a week after their mission, by the way?
Or she's about to, she's looking like it was Fear Loathing in Las Vegas, like Johnny Depp walking on the ether like a week later when she was all bouncing around on stage a day later. That stuff.
Oh yeah, dude. Because like a day after their mission, she was walking all fine, giving interviews, all happy, smiley, and then a week later, she needs help walking because of the effects of space. And they're like, "Oh shoot, we forgot that your legs are supposed to be all messed up. Your spine's all decompressed, and your back should be hurting. Oops, sorry." See if I can find that. Oh, okay. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Oh, here we go. I found it. Okay, perfect. Give me one sec. I'm gonna share this one first. So that video is when they got back. And then this video is a few days ago. You're gonna see the contrast between those two. It's pretty funny. You have to go to around, oh shoot, I should put a timestamp, like 47 minutes. If you guys want to see them walking around all fine, chilling in that first video. The second one's just a short of them walking a week later.
I mean, there are so many funny moments, like when they're on the pad, the airplane disappearing in the blue sky behind them. Fucking the iPad showing their photos are getting uploaded, where the mission commander said, "Oh, they're over in New York, which is across the country from where we're filming right now." That one, the other live shot where after they finished talking to the camera didn't show us. They were they were talking and looking at somebody off screen when there's supposed to be like 4 of them in the capsule. The green screen there that happened a little floating toy in front of them. It was like constant fucking just awful ass, joke ass, big time stupid ass stuff, dude. I'm just not that dumb.
Well, I was hoping that there was going to be a Glober in here to explain this to us. Maybe there's some type
That
of
would be
thing that's
awesome because, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me.
looking at you, debate daddy. Do you want to take the torch for this one? No, he might not be here.
That took a great shot of the gigantically curved Lake Tahoe as well.
Because I remember being younger, hurting my back, trying to do a backflip. And I was out instantly. I'm not going to be out 10 days later, you know? Kind of weird, but maybe because I don't have an astronaut body, I'm not trained to feel pain 10 days later.
Maybe she's like Slowpoke from Pokemon, where she everything hits her like 6 days later. You remember that shit like Pokemon Snap? You hit him with the Pokeball right in the face, and nothing happens. And like 4 seconds later, he's like,
Oh, yeah, dude. Yo, how old are you, by the way? I don't think anybody in here will understand that. Must be in my same generation.
Me?
Yeah.
I am 41.
Yeah, you'd understand then. Yeah, 'cause I'm 34, so we're pretty close.
I'm just a big kid who woke up a few months ago and was like, all the conspiracy theories are real. This is so awesome because I've been such a huge conspiracy theorist since 2003 with 9/11. But I hadn't done anything wrong. I was like, hey, I don't know about flat Earth. Let's check it out. And then I checked it out, and here we are because it's so ridiculously obviously flat.
Well, you've only been a flat earther for a few months?
Yeah, like 3 months.
Oh, shit. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Finally found somebody newer than me.
I've been getting deep into it, learning a lot from y'all, like asking questions, and like even with the video question that you were talking about earlier, I was like, "What about this thing?" And you're like, "Hey, that's we can't use it as an argument." And I was like, yeah, "That's me learning because you're right. I don't want to use something as an argument or even a debate or even just like a proof that's not good." So learning that from y'all has been big. I don't want to have arguments and debates with people. That's what I'm finding out. I don't want to argue and debate with people. I just want to be like, "Hey, man, check this out." And if they're like, "You're fucking stupid," I'll be like, "Cool, man. Have a nice day." If they want to be like, but, I'm like, "Hey, man, I mean, I'm not gonna debate and argue. Just take a look at these couple things. The rest you need to find out for yourself because I just don't have the energy for huge arguments with it. I just don't want to do that. I mean, it should be easy
Yeah.
enough to just look.
Yeah, it's
If
a waste of
you
time having intense arguments with people that, but then there's people that are here in good faith as well that are worth talking to. So it's a matter of avoiding the arrogant assholes and trying to find those, good faith people that are actually genuinely interested and not just looking to try to win against a flat earther in a debate.
talking
I
with
guess
a
I'm lucky
dude the other
because
day this weekend about that, and he was saying like, I was like, "That's not my spot," and he's like, "I try not to curse and stuff, but we'll raise my voice and we'll have a debate." I was like, "That's not my spot." And we were trying to say like, "Hey, whereas as a team we have different like places," and like sitting there debating somebody like that, it's not my place. It's not good for me. So I'm just trying to find my place here. Because I don't think that is it. And he was like, "Yeah, man, we're all different. We don't want to do something you don't enjoy or do something that makes you mad."
Yeah,
I guess because I'm
I wouldn't want to debate the topic if I'd only been looking into it for 3 months. I mean, um, answering people's questions, that's good, but actually debating someone, right? Like that has been looking into it like a debunker or whatever. They know all of the rebuttals, all of the arguments inside and out, so but yeah, man, like there's a shitload of really bad flat earth arguments out there, and a lot of the flat earth content on TikTok and Facebook and stuff like that is just trash. And a lot of the arguments are super easy to debunk, right? A lot of the arguments I've had to abandon so many arguments over the years and just scratch them and say, all right, that's a trash argument. I'm not going to use that one anymore. And yeah, unfortunately, a lot of these platforms are just like nearly all of the arguments. Like when my wife will show me Instagram videos and stuff, I'll be like, oh, it's probably not the best argument, because of this, because of that. So yeah, it's a process, that's for sure.
maybe it's because I'm a little crazy myself, but I like talking to the crazies. I don't mind debating them.
Yeah, it's fun to do now and then.
Yeah, I feel like that's why I go into politics so often.
Yeah, same. Sometimes, sometimes it's a waste of time. Sometimes it's just practicing how to debate against a freaking, a total
Oh yeah,
asshole that's going to be bad faith and learning how to react to fallacious logic and to try to stay calm and cool and collected while someone's doing whatever they can to try to gaslight you or trigger you. I think that's you know, good practice debating against all sorts of different people.
yeah. The main thing I've been working on is trying to make my responses shorter, more concise, to the point. Because you'll notice that nowadays people's ability to focus is very short. So
Yeah. It's
co-
one thing I've been trying to do more recently is not just go off on rants, make sure that the person listening is understanding each bit step by step and just constantly keeping them engaged in the conversation rather than just looking for 2 or 3 minutes about something they might have not understood something right at the start and then they just kind of tune out and don't really
exactly.
take any of the. So you got to kind of, are you understanding me? Are you getting me? Do you understand what I mean? Blah, blah, blah. Just keep them engaged.
Yeah, that TikTok brain is it's taken over. Isn't that right, Mr. West?
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? Was that you meowing earlier like a little kitty?
Meow meow.
Are you a furry?
Oh no.
Why you are so quiet?
No, I was just talking. You came in. We were talking. What do you mean?
Okay, I'm a meow.
No, you can talk. It's okay. Just saying hi since you're the only one that piped up. Welcome. How you doing?
I'm good. Okay, you can keep going. I'm gonna listening.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if you have any questions about the topic, we're talking about Earth being flat. If you have any questions, DJ's here, Jedi's here. They're both very good. Outer space is fake. Super fake. More fake than Dragon Ball Z. Oh, okay. I guess that made him leave. Oops, sorry guys.
I do have to say, one thing that fake space has over Dragon Ball Z is 80% of the content is in a bunch of different people standing there sweating and with shocked open mouths. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, this topic has that effect on people for sure. Yeah, I just noticed that like when I would talk more than 5 to 10 seconds, I would notice I have to keep repeating myself a lot. So I got to make my responses to these people a lot shorter, more concise.
Oh, I'm sorry, mate. I zoned out. What did you say?
See? Look.
I'm so funny today.
I don't even remember what I said. I'm suffering from TikTok brain too.
Have you watched that video yet, DJ?
Just the first. Let me check where I'm up to. 11 minutes. I'm 11 minutes in so far.
Okay.
I got carried
The
away.
first half an hour, I guarantee you already know. Sorry, dude. What did you say?
Okay. Oh, nothing. I got carried away flat smacking Indians.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, that's always fun. Like I said, I haven't watched all of the video yet, but I found it intriguing. Let's put it like that.
Yeah. I'm looking. I'm so far. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it feels like the best is yet to come, and I haven't seen it yet, so we'll get there. But yeah, when you finished it, man, we'll have a chat. I'm going to send it to T-Dub as well.
Is this a video you're only sending to people with cool accents or what?
Oh, mate, do you know what? I'm such an arsehole. I'll stick it in the side chat and you can have a look as well. Give me a moment, dude. I'm so sorry.
I'm just kidding, dude.
Yeah, I can post it. I've got it up already.
Cheers, brother. Thank you.
Holy shit, it's like a whole movie.
All right, TikTok brain. Cut it up into 10-second segments. You'll be done in about 20 years.
Damn. I don't do like a quick little video. It's funny.
Yeah, it's just gonna have to watch it in 5-second segments.
Yeah, no. Damn. Okay. I can see why you didn't send it to me now.
I have to watch these videos about 3 or 4 times, and usually I try to listen to them when I'm like going to sleep and so on. So I'll end up listening to the first half hour about 6 times before I get any further.
All right, for anybody listening, did I just link? Oh no, that's DJ just linked a video that's 2 hours long. So it's a movie about what is it about?
Everything. There's a little bit of flat Earth in there. There's a little bit of Tartaria mud floods. There's a little bit of Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism in there. It's all in there, dude.
Oh shit. Okay.
He's trying, from what I gather, he's trying to link most things together. All right, so you can put things side by side, but he's trying to link everything together, kind of thing. I haven't watched the whole of the video. It just intrigued me within the first like 20 minutes that I watched, and I sent it straight to DJ. So yeah, have a look. Tell me what you think. With all of these things, right? I'm not saying that I believe this guy and he's the fucking future. No way. Take what you need from the video and move on. Is what I'm saying. You might not get anything from the video. You might get one thing from the video. You might get something in 5 years from the video. I don't know. But if you're anything like me, I seem to watch things like several times and come across things like 10 years later. So yeah, take what you want from it.
Yeah, man. I'm just hoping for a few golden nuggets of information that help put the big giant puzzle together. A few more pieces to the puzzle would be nice.
Yeah. I don't know whether you've seen the part in the video where I think he starts talking about flat Earth, and if you don't understand the Earth is flat, go back to school, whatever it is. But he was talking about the AE map, and he was talking about that this isn't our true reality, like kind of a straw man thing. I'm waiting for the part in the video where he has his speculation as to what it is, because apparently he's got boats and wants to go. So it's a bit weird, but we'll find out what he says.
Yep. I got past that bit. Yep, where he said that this AE map's a deception.
Yeah.
It's like very
We'll see.
Bruce Lee like philosophy that he had with martial arts. And take what you like punching from boxing, grappling from jiu-jitsu, and the kicks from taekwondo or Muay Thai or whatever, and you put them all together. It's very good.
I'm really angry. There's lots of AI impersonations of Bruce Lee out there doing things that he's never done before. It's really annoying.
Dude, I've seen those.
So what fucking bullshit world do we live in now? It's starting to get really weird.
Freaking insane.
It's all intentional to make it so that we, people can't trust their eyes, and it's already working pretty well.
You guys imagine though if there was a Jedi that used lightsaber nunchucks? Oh, dude, that'd be insane.
Lightsaber nunchucks.
Oh, have you guys not seen that one yet?
No, dude, I came up with that idea back in the fucking day, like in the 80s. I thought it was a great idea.
Yeah, dude,
I
that's like
remember
an
telling
actual
in actual fact, I designed them and I drew them.
Let's see if I can find that for you.
Somebody asked me, they were like, "Oh, if space is fake, does that make like all these fantasy movies and stuff like shit for you?" I was like, "No, Star Wars is still awesome, so it's never gonna stop."
Well, like Star Wars was a fucking documentary.
Yeah, right, like it's like, dude, I've just found out there's a whole nother fantasy space story too. It's pretty awesome.
Oh, this video is so good. Damn, this video came out 8 years ago. Holy.
How is the transformation going from your cell flats into the CB? Is it going well?
It's pretty good so far. Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost done.
Seems to be seamless so far. Every time you say holy, dude, it's just like you just CB.
I did post a video up in the side chat if anybody wants to watch it. It's a lot shorter, it's only a few minutes,
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. That's pretty cool.
Oh, dude, it's so sick. Oh shoot! I've been procrastinating for like 20 minutes. All right, I'm going to the gym. Be listening in.
We have any defenders of the globe in the house? We know Harambe is a glober. Harambe, do you talk on the microphone or not? Someone, I think it was T, was saying, Harambe, you get your information from Flat Earth, Professor Dave videos. He's like, yep, I'm watching one right now. Did you learn any good globe proof or flat Earth debunks from Professor Dave, Harambe? Uh-oh, we have the beginner English tag. Never mind. But Harambe did tell me in the side chat that he gets his information from Andrew Thomas Young, Dr. Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University.
Oh, we're well acquainted with Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University. We should get on well then.
You know, one of the craziest things about this whole journey for me has been like I've read the Bible before, at least I thought I did. And of course, it's not proof or anything, but I read the Bible. I go back and actually read like Genesis 1 and stuff. And dude, if you go back and read like the King James version, which of course they've changed it all in the new stuff since the 80s a lot, but if you go back to like the King James version and stuff like that, dude, it's like flat Earth. It's just step for step, like the whole creation thing, like the first half, at least for the animal stuff, it's like flat Earth stuff. And that was crazy to me that I don't know, it just went right over my head for so long.
Yep. Jedi, you're going to love Jason Jack's 4-part series on the hagiographies. It's basically documents that were banned back in the 1300s, 1400s, 1500s kind of thing. Basically, these hagiographies, like they everything is word for word exactly what like all of the Little Season videos teach about. And people back then, all sorts of crazy stuff. It's the best 4-part series I've seen. It's mind blowing
Cool.
stuff.
All
It's
right,
so good,
dude.
you'll love it.
It's like the 5th or 6th time I've ventured it now. I'll watch it. It's
Yeah.
it's on the list of things I've got to watch, dude. It's just waiting. But yeah, I'll put that to the top and I'll watch it. This time tomorrow, I'd have watched it, mate.
A lot of information about how they were able to build these giant structures, these giant cathedral type structures, and that kind of thing. It's mind blowing stuff.
How did they do it?
It's the saints using frequencies and vibrations and all sorts of crazy stuff, right? And bigger people than us.
Okay, so this is what this guy's been talking about in this video, right? Bigger people. Interesting shit. Some of the stuff that this guy is saying in his video is kind of alongside the other things like Jason Jack and that type of thing. So really interesting, dude. Looking a lot at old greenhouses and stuff, and the kind of hyper technology that boosted the growth of plants and so on. That was also around for people so we grew bigger or something like that. He's saying, I don't know whether it's true, but the idea that there were definitely bigger people around about 1,000 years ago, 800 years ago, still maybe even today, I don't know, but definitely in that time frame that you're talking about, dude.
Yep. Yeah, it's so basically he just analyzes, he reads out tons of these old hagiographies from that were suppressed, and there's just so much interesting information in them about the old world, about giants, about lands that used to, what happened in the north, how the north works, lands that were due to astronomical cycles and stuff like that, lands that go under the ocean. It's
Yeah.
for huge periods of time. Oh, so much
Yeah.
stuff. It's really interesting. I need to watch it. It's one of those things you definitely need to watch 3 times.
Yeah, I know what you
For
mean,
sure.
dude. Yeah. Same with this
Dude.
video I'm watching at the moment. Again, with the idea of maps and land masses not necessarily changing, but sea rises and catastrophic. Oh my God, I can't even say it. Bad events. There you go. Catastrophic events that took place, like landslides and places disappearing into the sea, for example. And there are quite a few historical events of like large cities, like 60 minutes later, not being there because of mudslide or some kind of event or so on. So it adds a lot of credence to it as well. It's interesting shit. Really interesting shit.
DJ, you're the one I showed those screenshots that I got from that weather site, right? The wind site, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. That's what after reading all the cosmology and stuff up north and how it's supposed to work and stuff like that, and the tides. When I saw that shit, I was like, "Yo, that's awesome!" Because that definitely lends credence to that stuff being up there.
Oh yeah, man. If you find the north interesting, check out these 4 videos I put in the side chat. And this guy's whole channel's freaking outstanding.
Yeah. Really interesting because it takes well, it took me out of Revelation, tribulation, prophecy. Jesus is coming back, and we should all be thankful that he's doing so, because we're all about to take the mark of the beast and blah 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 blah. I'm starting to agree that that's not even true. That's already taken place. But yeah, we're not waiting for that stuff.
I copied them, DJ. I'm gonna watch this later for sure.
Oh yeah, man, you'll love it. It's so good. If anyone wants to see an awesome video, this is another one of these videos. It's about the continental drift hypothesis and Pangea, basically. Being something that did happen, but not happening when we're told it happened over millions of years. Something that happened pretty quickly, and some of the
Super
information
recently.
in this video, yeah, it's so good. And he speculates that when in the Bible, when they talk about the circle of the earth, it's actually all of the land masses kind of were like a big circle, and there was like one sea in the center, and then cataclysms happened, and that's when the land masses were torn apart. And he ties it all in with scripture and all that sort of thing. It's, and I'm not even like a full-on Christian or anything like that, but even I find all of this stuff fascinating.
One thing that I've started coming across recently with regards to the mud floods is asking the question, how did that happen? If we're to like take the hypothesis that mud engulfed quite a lot of buildings and buildings are kind of semi-submerged and whatnot. The guy that I'm listening to at the moment has got the hypothesis of, if we look back at old excuse me, if we look back at old weather charts and so on, going back to like the 1800s, it's always like the 1800s mark. But if we go back to that point when there are said to have been the little ice age, what is predominant in the northern hemisphere, especially in England, Europe, and so on, is torrential rain for months and months and months without stopping. Now, if you're going to have complete saturation of the land because it's raining for months and months and not stopping, I could see how quite easily things would sink into the ground, right? You understand what I'm saying? So it looks like about 200, 300 years ago, in this idea of this little ice age. It was very cold, XYZ, but an awful lot of rain and an awful lot of moisture where it didn't stop raining for like months and months, like I said. So that's an interesting hypothesis as well, because there's obviously some kind of earth-wide climatic changes that have taken place. Trying to figure out how mud floods have taken, how they happened and so on. The other idea was ancient technology that somehow they managed to do this because of ancient technology, which I can grant. There's magic out there, and as we've seen, there's quite possible resonance frequencies that can make things happen, and I'm sure that's kind of a part of liquefaction as well. But the idea of the weather being terrible back in this time it's also well documented as well.
Yep. But what's that you watched?
It's
Who's
this
that?
the video that I sent to you. So I've
Oh,
gone
it's in
back and
that.
I'm
Awesome.
about half an hour through. He starts talking about weather predictions about 200, 300 years ago. And the idea of this little ice age, that's magic, apparently, right? Because I've said little, you don't think it's big. So it's not as little as we're told. It's actually quite a big ice age where, maybe the ice age that we were told about 10,000 years ago, kind of like half the value of that, but about 300 years ago. Not as small as we thought. That lasted for a couple of years. No, this lasted for a few hundred years, apparently.
All of these old hagiographies from completely different people all over the world, they all talk about this time that happened in I think it was 536 AD, and there was no sunlight for 18. What was it? I forget exactly how long it was, but yeah, the sun went black for a long period of time. I think it was a day and a half or something like that. And they all talk about it exactly in
When you say
536. They give
when
the
you say
date
the
and everything.
when you say the sun went black, is like the sun went black, or is it just because there's a lot of cloud in the sky and they couldn't see the sun?
I need to rewatch it. I was kind of like not paying enough attention. Yeah, I'll see if I can find the exact section that talks about it. But they basically they say the sun was blacked out.
Gotcha.
So yeah, there was no sunlight anywhere for I forget the exact amount of time. And that's they say that was the time that there was some kind of crazy cataclysm, like earthquakes that have never been, that did some crazy stuff to the terrain worldwide.
Has anybody
in the
seen the film
north.
2012? DJ?
Oh, maybe a long time ago.
Well, yeah, in about 2012. That's when it was released.
Exactly. Yeah.
Every time we start talking about this type of stuff, I imagine that the CGI in that film, where literally, like the city was being flipped over, like the whole shelf of like the west coast of, the west coast of America, like California, was just tipped 90 degrees into the ocean. I still think stuff like that happened. I think that's when we're talking about those like cataclysms that changed like the cartography of the world. Yeah, that in a short period of time, massive devastation. That's what I'm starting to think.
Yep. Yeah, no, all of those old maps, California's not even attached to the mainland. It's an island.
Yeah, and this is what this guy in this video is talking about as well, right? He's saying that the map makers back then weren't stupid. They weren't bad at making maps. The land just changed. That's all it was.
Exactly.
interesting that we've got this narrative of billions of years and slow change, like centimeter after centimeter, slowly, year after year. Eventually, the Himalayas will be produced because India's crashing into it at such a slow rate. Yeah, I think it happened a lot faster.
Hey, Jenna, I put those pictures I was telling DJ about in the side chat for you if you want to check them out.
Cheers, D.
Also, talking about the maps, man, there's one from some hundreds of years ago from some Asian dude where he mapped Antarctica with like no ice on it, and they matched his map of the shoreline with like a laser topography map, and it's so accurate. His map is so accurate to the laser topography that it's crazy. So these guys knew what they were doing as far as making maps.
Yeah. So when, like, as DJ pointed out, like when California is not attached to America, that's not because they had unanswered questions or were shit at making maps. California just wasn't attached to America. That's it.
And their story is that Greenland has been frozen for 1 million years, but there are maps from 300 years ago that show it not frozen at all, with a big canal that ships use through it. And if you zoom in on the eastern shore of Greenland, you can see the canal. It's all frozen over with ice, but you can see the canal and it's shaped the same way as on the map from back then. So
Oh,
yeah.
fuck. Wow. That's fucked up. This is the type of thing that goes against the mainstream type of history. In a really basic form, mainstream history is everybody developed separately. Right? Those in South America didn't have any contact with those in Africa. Those in Africa didn't have any contact with those in India. They all developed separately. Now, everything that we're talking about and everything subsequent to this is throwing mud in that idea, right? Because we're kind of showing in the long way around that there was a lot of development on the world that happened side by side with interconnecting communities. So those in South America, those in North America, were most definitely connected to those in Africa, for example, Egypt and so on. We find this, or I say we find, this stuff is usually hidden, right, from like mainstream stuff. The pyramids, they exist in Egypt, don't they? Well, yeah, but there are also pyramids in South America. There are also pyramids in North America. Apparently there's also pyramids in Antarctica, if you like to look in that type of stuff, but there's pyramids everywhere. So the idea that we had interconnected religion and communication and technologies and traditions and so on flies in the face of the common historical narrative where we all develop separately.
Yep. Yeah, and there's some strong speculation to show that, you know, like all of the continents were all connected. It was just one big landmass, and when it spread apart, it wasn't such a long time ago, like they're telling us in the mainstream. Hey, Jedi, have you heard of the land of Mu? M-U?
The land of what?
Mu. M-U.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
like on
have.
this map in the side chat here. There's a
Fucking hell.
bunch in part 3 of Jason Jack's thing all about that. People
Yeah.
talking about that in these hagiographies. Because I actually wrote down in my to-do list for interesting video ideas the other day to do research on where all islanders originated from, because I was thinking, okay, there's these islanders. We got the Tongans and the Fijians and the Hawaiians, and you know, where did they all originate from? And I didn't know about this land of Mu. And if you have a look, and same with the Easter Island thing, it's like I was always puzzled about how could you have this place, Easter Island, where you've got these crazy giant statues, like kind of buried into the ground. And you know, it's in this map that I just put in the side chat right down on the bottom right there. That's where Easter Island is.
Yeah.
And it's like the rest of it got, I don't know, sunken into the ocean or something like that. And maybe that was a high point in this land of Mu, and that's the last bit that's left sticking up out of the ocean. And you see all of the islanders, you know, came from this land of Mu, one continent.
Does anybody remember a band called KLF back in the 1990s? They had quite a few songs talking about the ancient lands of Mu. Really interesting shit. When I think it was a Jason Jack video that I watched maybe a few weeks ago where he started talking about the Mu stuff. I just went on a massive YouTube trip on KLF and listened to old music from the 90s. But yeah, the Mu stuff is really interesting. I thought it was bullshit when I first heard it because I'd heard it first in a song like 30 years ago, but it's actually like a real mythology. It's crazy. Again, this video that I'm watching with this guy is speaking about the stuff that you've just spoken about as well, including the Aboriginals from Australia as well as a kind of group that doesn't fit into the main narrative of the world, and maybe they came from this land of Mu, for example, that got sunken into the oceans. But yeah, it's interesting. I'll look into it again, man.
Yep. Well, all the ancient maps had these land masses consistently on them that just aren't there now.
Yeah.
And one of them is in the north. I think it's called Terra di Essa or something like that. They're always talking about it in the Little Season videos.
Yeah,
but it's on all of
yeah.
those old maps, and it's gone now. And that actually translates to the land of Jesus. That's
Yeah, I
what
know.
that's
It's
it's
crazy, isn't it? That's fucked
Yeah.
up, dude. Yeah, we've definitely been lied to about our history and our origins and all of that stuff. Quite blatantly so as well.
Yeah, I'll put a few screenshots of this land in the side chat.
See a couple of the old boys are posting some KLF stuff in the chat. Tammy Wynette was also on there as well. They're Justified and Ancient. That's a brilliant song, that one. But yeah, this Land of Jesus thing, man, it's crazy to me. Like, really crazy.
Okay. Yeah, it's on all the old maps as Terra di Lesso.
That's crazy.
Here's all different maps that all show it.
I mean, it's interesting, right? As flat earthers, we've always been looking at maps, and quite a lot of the old ones show like 4 continents or islands in the north, and now we've got this is the land of Jesus. But if we look on Google Maps today, it's just frozen water. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's like old map makers were just delusional.
That's what some Globers were saying the other day. They were saying, oh, they were just speculating.
These motherfuckers had airships. They were just hovering above shit, drawing shit for hours and hours. They had better stuff than we got.
Did anybody watch the video I put in the side chat the other day of the old black and white photography of UFOs and shit? Did anybody see that?
Jenny, before I go back into from lunch, I want you to say, does anybody remember laughter?
Does anybody remember laughter?
Oh, perfect. Thanks.
No
Is that
problem.
a NASA mission?
Oh, hello, mate. Good to see you, Indio.
Yeah, what's up? I wanted to pop in so you say what's up. I haven't been in voice in like a week. I've been
Yeah, I
around.
noticed.
I've been
What's up, man?
I've been text chat skanking in the main server and whoring around on X and YouTube. My God, dude, there's this YouTube guy. Guess seems like he's a wannabe science communicator. The video is called you can't make this shit up, bro. Oh, let me get the name of the video. It's called something like why flat earthers hate the scientific method. Astrophysics PhDs. So these two guys, they're astrophysics PhDs. They say flat earthers claim the sun is 6,000 miles above the earth and above the flat earth disk. And so then they show a graph, the angle of the sun, 0 to 90, and the angular sides of the sun and how it would change. And then they do an observation.
Hold on. Scientific method.
I don't know. Just let me finish the story about the video. I'll post the video, because it's actually kind of funny. Astrovio. So these guys are two PhD astrophysicists, astronomers, whatever they are. So they have this graph. On one side of the graph says angular size. The other side of the graph says the y-axis is angular size. The x-axis is angle on sky, and it has a curve that shows how the angular size of the sun should change. So then they go do some observation with some camera, measuring the angular size of the sun, which does change a little bit. But then the graph, they say that flat Earth is falsified because the graph doesn't match what we measured. But the x-axis is the time of day, right? So 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Well, the sun, when it's noon, is not at 90 degrees over your head if you're anywhere north of the tropics, say the Tropic of Cancer, or south of the Tropic of Capricorn, right? It'll never be 90 degrees over your head. So they compared two different graphs. They equated time to angle, but the time isn't the angle. That depends on what your latitude is, right? It's just these guys are PhD astrophysicists. It's unbelievable. Two of them. So I pointed out to the guy, and then he said, well, first he insulted me, and then he said, don't you know how a sundial works? You don't understand. Don't you know how we've been telling time for 2,000 years? Just the same bullshit Glober's pull. And then he replied to me and said, well, the angle of the sun on the summer solstice in Southern California is 70 degrees. And then when I went to reply, and read the reply, said, thanks you for conceding that it's not 90. When I went to reply to it, he had edited it and said some shit about our angle, which has nothing to do with any of it. It's just so funny, man. Like, so I was like in the YouTube comments, I think there's like freaking 100 comments or something of Globers just spurging nonsense, dude. It amazes me how many things that they believe about their own idea that they get wrong. And they want to argue and go, you flat earthers, you don't understand. You're wrong. Okay, then I go get a citation. Here it is. Then it's gish gallop something else. Then gish gallop something else. Then gish gallop something else. It's pretty crazy. But it's starting to surprise me, like how poorly they know the gold model. It's not just like they believe in it, but they don't. What they believe it is so different than what it actually is. It's almost stunning at this point. I mean, we talk about it all the time. We got to teach them the gold model to debunk it, which is that's bizarre. I have to admit that that's just a bizarre circumstance. Anyway, that's what I've been doing. And I plan on going on TikTok because I fucking hate the flat earthers on there. Pardon my French, dude. But the flat earthers on TikTok are embarrassing.
Bad.
Yeah.
They're just freaking embarrassing, man.
Yeah, it's next level cringe.
Yeah, I can't take it no more. Nathan Thompson's on there, and there's he's apparently he went somewhere and there was like with a Glober or something, and the Glober like brought him to a museum with like Foucault's pendulum. Now it's like he's recording them with his camera, and he's like, and just like the stuff Nathan Thompson's saying is just so fucking. He says some idiotic shit, and he stayed true to form.
Yeah, he's an absolute clown. He got made a fool of by Ruhif on Modern Day Debate recently. And he got busted lying and doubling down on a lie. And then he went on and he did another Modern Day Debate a few weeks later. And when he was trying to skip to some section on his screen, it showed up a screen where he was like editing porn or something like that in like Premiere Pro or something like that.
What?
And that was recorded live. Modern Day Debate clipped it out, but other people recorded it. So, yeah. Absolute clown. And then there was the chicken suit thing with the Harvard guys, right? He was
Yeah,
definitely in
and
on
the
that.
freaking that school shit was totally bad for him too.
Yeah. Well, he was doing that in the Jack Gordon video. Jack Gordon, he's that little redheaded guy. He's like a YouTuber that has a ton of subscribers, and he does like flat Earth debunking videos, but they're extremely cheesy. And yeah, he had Nathan Thompson on, and you know, in part of the footage that he was showing, Nathan Thompson, you know, they'd walk into a room full of people, and Nathan Thompson would just start screaming, "Oh, do you know the Earth's flat?" And like, just super embarrassing behavior.
Yeah, gotta wonder what side he's on.
Yep.
I think he's just on Nathan Thompson's side. And we all know Witsit had a bad experience on their little road trip. So.
Yep.
Wait, what? I don't.
They went on a road trip a few years back.
Oh, Nathan Thompson and Witsit.
Yeah, like they got an RV. Well, Witsit got it all,
no.
did it all, and Nathan Thompson kind of just freeloaded it. So, which obviously ends bad when you got a freeloader that just wants to drink beer all day and get fucked up. But you know, there's no meat in beer, so it's okay. I mean, his only claim to fame for Flat Earth was he ran the largest Flat Earth Facebook group. There was like 250,000 people in it, and then Facebook nuked it.
Yeah, he's still got a big presence on Facebook. I think he's got a new group or something like that. But Facebook's even worse than TikTok
Yeah,
for flat Earth content. To the point where I think it's some kind of like controlled opposition. Instead of having Flat Earth Society and that kind of thing, they just basically go in and they make Flat Earth the worst possible Flat Earth memes that you could ever see, and then they push them all over social media and stuff like that, muddying the waters.
Yeah, they do that on X too. I've noticed there's these fake Flat Earthers that just make these stupid memes. And then if you look in the comments, all it is like Cobra's, look at these dumb Flat Earthers. And it's always the same people. It's like WWF, man. It's silly. It's like wrestling. It's a staged fight.
Yep.
I always look at it like who has something to gain from it. And of course, all of these people you're talking about, they have money to gain from it, of course. And so do the rich who want to keep us on this, you know, flat earth saying it's a globe and stuff. But like, what do you gain from staying on the globe? And what do we gain by sitting here telling people, hey, the earth is flat? Like, we don't personally gain a damn thing. Like, and you don't gain anything by staying on the heliocentric earth. Like, why are you fighting for it so hard?
I mean, that varies by person. That totally varies by person. I mean, we got a couple archetypes that I've thought of, like there's the NASA fanboy. They want space to be real so much, the idea of a flat Earth just makes them like curl up into a ball and start sucking their thumb. Because that's like their only that's the only meaning that life can have, because they're typically materialist atheists. Then there's the ones that like they're atheists and they think flat Earth is based upon religion and they hate that. And that has a couple flavors because there's a degenerate. They're atheists because they have degenerate lifestyles, so they're Skittles basically. They're rainbow flag Skittles, and they think because flat Earth is religious, then religion will come into play, and they'll somehow end their sexual degeneracy. And then there's
I mean,
people that don't like the idea, like they like flat Earth is stopping human progress, whatever that is, and they have envisioned a technocratic utopia, and somehow flat Earth is holding them back. Had one guy say that's the reason aliens don't come visit us.
Fuck it out. That's fucking hilarious.
Oh, I'm posting in the chat, dude. I got a screenshot of it.
Aliens won't come until everybody agrees that the Earth is a sphere. Because you flat earthers are around, the aliens are not coming yet.
Yeah, that must be the litmus test for making contact.
Yeah.
When all your flat earthers are gone, we'll come visit you. I think there's there's aliens, flat earther, well, whatever their planet's called. They're like flat. They think their planet's flat. Jesus Christ.
Who here believe in flat Earth?
Me, I do, me.
Pick me.
No, you guys believe really?
No, we don't believe in flat Earth. We accept the Earth as the way it is, the way it presents itself, flat and motionless. We don't make up reasons why in our head why that's not true.
Oh,
Right? Do you
yeah.
feel the
No one
Earth
is
moving?
saying.
Do you feel the Earth moving?
Yes, of course.
You feel the Earth spinning.
Yes.
See, now you're just trolling because you realize that what I said is 100% true, and that you can't actually point to anything in reality where you're like, "Hey, that's where you go see the globe." All you can do is say, "Sit on your top couch and watch a screen." That's the best you can do.
Literally, only things that have come out of your mouth are, do you guys believe in the flat Earth? And yes, I feel the Earth spinning. Why have you lied so quickly? Come on, let's be serious. You don't experience the Earth's motion, right? Let's be honest now.
Well, to answer D-Town's question, so D-Town, here's another one. This is another archetype for the globe. The ones where the current narrative gives them a sense of security, and that if it wasn't true, their whole worldview would fall apart and they wouldn't be able to function. So he comes in here and just has to say something ludicrous because he can't actually support his idea of the Earth's a globe with any type of evidence or argument. He just believes it because he thinks everybody else believes it.
That is a pretty common one for sure. But if he's feeling the Earth movement while I'm not, can I get some of the drugs these guys? Because they're obviously pretty cool.
Look in the chat, Jedi.
Oh my word.
Damn flat earthers, man.
Yeah.
We don't believe in science, so the aliens won't talk to us. You don't believe in science? That's what they think. You guys don't believe in science.
Don't believe it. We reject it wholeheartedly. Just no. Just not having any. Like a stubborn child at dinner time. I'm not having the science.
Well, when they say stuff like that, I go, "Oh, what science? What science am I denying? Give it to me specifically." And they never can. You know how it is.
Yes, I had the same experience yesterday, yeah.
You guys deny all the science and research and blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, give me the science then. I still haven't got a response from that person. Every time you ask for the science, it's everything but the science.
The numbers, the figures. You ever seen that It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode?
No.
Oh my goodness, you haven't? It's so funny.
I think it was like I knew about like supernatural stuff like way before I ever learned about flat Earth for a while, and I've seen some shit with my eyes that just defies science. So before I ever learned about flat Earth, I always knew that there was something outside of science anyway. So I knew that what I 100% what I was being told wasn't factual, and there's some stuff we didn't know, and some stuff we can't see. So I already knew that part. So that helped me a little bit, I guess.
Science can't answer everything. Science uses empiricism, and not all things are proven the same way. There's some things you can prove some things true, but you don't do it with empiricism, right? Like you can't put it in a bottle, a test tube. You don't look at some natural phenomenon, but there's still true things that are outside of that. These crazy materialist atheists think that, in like almost a cartoonish view, that the only things that can be proven are with the scientific method. That's the only way to show what's real, which is not the case at all.
Can I tell you a story about recently on that?
What was that?
Can I tell you my short story that happened recently with that stuff?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'm never home. My wife gets home from work because my job normally. I had the day off, right? So I'm waiting for her to get home, and she calls me on the way home from work. Now we live on an apartment building that's 4 stories high, and we live on the back side across from the parking lot. So where she parks, she's 4 floors down at a pretty sharp angle out to the parking lot where she's at. I'm sitting on the sofa and talking to her on the AirPod with AirPod on the other side of my ear, and the cats are all sitting on the sofa there. Her black cat is like her little familiar. So I'm talking to her on the phone. I hear her. She's like, I'm pulling up. She pulls up. She sits there. Everybody's quiet. She puts the car in park. I hear her turn it off. The moment she turns it off, the black cat's head shoots up. He ran over to the door and sat there and just sat there like waiting for her. Explain that with science. Explain that in the normal world. There's no way he could have heard her or seen her or anything, and he knew when she was there as soon as she turned that car off. So you see something like that, and you're like, I can't explain that with science. There's nothing empirical about that at all. So it gets it just gets my mind thinking. Of course, you want empirical evidence, but at the same time, knowing there's something else out there, I think is really important.
Well, here's where this idea eats its own tail. Prove empirically that the science proves things empirically. You can't do it, right? You just can't. Like there's some things like, where does truth exist empirically? How do you prove that there's a thing called truth?
You've had big conversations lately on how
Yeah, what is the
subjective truth has
experiment
become.
you're going to do?
Yeah.
Well, you can't put it in under a microscope. There's no way you can look under a microscope and see, yes, here's some truth. And where does truth exist? It exists in minds, right? It doesn't exist in the physical world.
That's a huge fact.
Here, but I want to play this for Jedi. I'm going to play this with the bot. This is funny, Jedi. You'll get a kick out of this. Hold on, I did it wrong. That thing borking out? Hades about is borking out, bro.
Yeah, I don't hear it at all. I don't know if I'm supposed to.
It says it's playing, but it's not.
Yo, India, before I gotta go, you've seen Rainy Lake, yeah? From
Yeah.
Jesse.
Yeah.
What are your contentions with it?
What do you mean?
I was just curious, could you show that to me? I've never actually looked at it before. But
That's the
from
one
the
where
video,
he does a theodolite over the lake and he measures up from a nail. He put it spike that he puts in the surface. Hold on, let me see. That's the one.
yeah,
I
it's like a
think
bunch.
that's the one.
Let me see if I have the website right here. They showed this to me the other day, and I was gonna ask you about it. I was trying to call your name over the live stream, but I guess you weren't listening at that time. I was like, Indio, I know you're listening. Where you at, bro? You might have been in the bathroom or something. I'd have posted up the link to the website in the side
Oh,
chat.
Bislin. Okay. Oh, that's just fucking. Hold on, I'll show you. Fine.
Look, I was watching the video, and you can still see clear to the other side. Like it looked like you can still see the shore on the other
Yeah,
side.
I think he went and did that on a windy day. No, this was done by this dude George Hottanuk, who's passed away now. And I don't like talking ill of the dead, but he's a piece of shit. Anyway,
Oh, shit.
he tried to get Brian Mullen, who was a flat earther. He was a. Have you heard of him, Brian Mullen?
Is that the same Brian on FED?
No.
Oh,
No,
I
he
don't
isn't
know
in
then.
flat earth no more because George Hottanuk tried to dox him and ruin his fucking life.
Oh, I see. I see.
So he left flat earth because of this.
Damn,
Because
that's
of
fucked.
Hottanuk. He had a channel called Balls Out Physics, and he did a couple. He had a whiteboard, and he would do the equations for like landing an airplane and like all sorts of different things. Because he was like not an architect. Maybe he was an architect. No, he wasn't an architect. He did some sort of structural engineering or something like that. And George Hotnuke didn't like someone with professional qualifications. This is way back. This is way back. This is like in there, like 2018 or whatever. And he tried to report him and say that he violated his engineering oath. Now look in the chat at this video.
I'll check it out.
I don't think that this is a reliable observation. Okay, let's just put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. So if you have a look at what Indio posted, and then have a look at what I posted just above that, right? So basically, it's even worse than Skunk Bay. Everything just jumps around like crazy constantly, and then they've cherry picked a situation that kind of works towards their globe favor as much as possible, and then they've taken that image and then they put it into a computer model to calculate the refraction. They didn't measure any temperature, pressure, humidity, or anything like that. They had a computer model work it out, basically. So yeah, it's horse shit.
With absurd refraction values.
So
I
they
mean,
say,
quite
according to the
honestly, as far as like a test, if I did this test, I would have said this was a failure. I would have said, well, the conditions weren't right. I've gone and done observations at the beach where it's just like it's the weather conditions didn't allow any conclusion to be drawn about what was going on. You know, like it's just a failure, and you know you go back another day.
basically they cherry picked images that didn't have as much distortion in them, and then they said that means that there's low refraction on that day, and then they put it into a computer model, and the computer model calculated that there's a refraction coefficient of 0.27, and on a different day or different one 0.18, and they said that it matches the globe, and that was how much refraction was present on the day. It's just reverse engineering, it's guessing, it's cherry picking, it's horse shit.
Okay.
It's just parameter manipulation. There's
3.94.
parameter refraction where you can just adjust that value without evidence, right? Hey, we did this observation, and this is what the globe geometry says it should be, and this is what it is. So there's X amount of refraction. It's freaking idiotic.
Yeah, like even if you have a look at this next screenshot, I'll just screenshot this. So on that same page, this is how they gauge that there's more or less refraction, this is retarded as well. Okay, so what they're saying is on the left image, it says clear image, low refraction. And then on the right, they say distorted image, strong refraction. But when we show them a long distance observation that's crystal clear with no distortion over a huge distance that would require the most extreme refraction that you could think of for it to work on a globe, they'll just say it's refraction, even though in their Rainy Lake test, they say, oh, it's low refraction because it's clear. That's how we know it's low refraction. They're just clowns. Double standards of evidence. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Because the only thing that I could see when I was looking at it myself is that whole distance to the horizon, as we could still see clear to the other side. Some of the other frames, so it doesn't comport to his side at all. I can see like people like walking around on the other side like for a few frames.
If you
I
have a
can
look
get
at
it.
the time lapse that India posted, you can see crazy miraging effects happening off in the distance.
Yeah.
Right? You can't say that this footage is useful for anything. It's useless footage. It's just blurry. It's not even over a long distance. And it's blurry, it's shifting all over the place. There's miraging effects. Right? I guess because they invested so much time and energy and money and whatever into the experiment, they kind of had to come up with something, but really they should have just thrown it in the bin and said, yeah, there's too much variation in the weather conditions to make a hyper specific claim that it matches a globe.
You can see miraging in the foreground in that video, not even in the background.
Yeah, when I brought that up to the Globers, they said, "Oh, the miraging's off in the distance, so it's not happening where the observation is. It's just off in the distance, so we don't have to worry about it."
Oh, okay, but it's also happening at that little green pole that's in front of the first marker. You can see it bouncing up
see
in
that.
that. Like, what are you talking about?
Let me see if I can get that dude standing
I
on the
dare them to
opposite
say
side.
that, and I dare them to say that in front of me. It's off in the distance. Like, okay, well, what about the bendy cranes? It's way up in the air. Right? It's not at the horizon, which is miles away.
Okay, there we go. Finally got it. I'm gonna have to mark this up because you barely see his ass. Okay, sorry for my
What is
bad
there?
circle, but
What is the line of sight distance on this?
well, for the video, it's 3.91 meters. Distance to the horizon should be at 7 kilometers.
Yeah, but like what was his actual line of sight? Like, can you tell? Like,
Oh, I don't know. So I'm saying, but that dude, it's like all the way clear on the other side.
there's a
I think it's a
little
dude. I don't know. That's my. I mean, that's my was my only contention with it when I first looked at it. So I wasn't sure what you guys' thoughts were about it.
The amount of effort that they've gone to on this website to try to document it with all of these equations and it's
dude.
ridiculous. They've put so much that they're just trying to confuse people with large amounts of data.
Yeah, like look at GNS GN, GNSS ECF elevation in GOA data. None of that has any bearing on anything. It isn't going to help you determine anything.
But yeah, Lats, you can use this against them, right? If you take this screenshot, and I'll put it in the side chat. 1 second. Right, so it says on their page, on Walter Bislin's page, that if it looks like the left image, then that means there's low refraction, according to them. So if you can produce an image that destroys the globe that also looks, semi-clear like that one, then by their standards, that means that there's low refraction.
I see. I
Therefore
see.
debunking the globe. Yeah.
You know
Wait,
what
have
they
you guys talked
say?
to Jesse about this? Oh, my bad.
Oh, I was just gonna real
Oh, go
quick. You
ahead.
know what they say? If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit.
You got it. That's the plan.
Yeah, that's awesome. I like that.
That's an old cowboy saying.
Awesome.
Why didn't they do a flat Earth refraction correction? Would there be
Hey, what does
refraction?
Jesse have to say about this?
Oh
Did
God!
you guys talk to him about it? It's like he should be here soon. He's normally on around this time.
He's in my
Yeah.
DMs right now. He's trying to analyze the that long distance infrared picture where you can see all the peaks of all the mountains. So he's
I
he's
see. I
asking
see.
me, "Oh, do you happen to know exactly which peak here is the globe buster?"
All of them.
It's like all of them.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to tell him that it's the where's the geometric horizon? This is a geometric horizon test in a sense. Where's that's meant to be at 120 miles or something like that. Basically, where the water, you can still see the water.
Yeah. It should end in the water.
Yep.
So if you like take the point where if you like go on Google Earth, take the point where he was at, and then use the circle tool, right? And then extend it out to where the horizon distance would be. That circle, the entire line of the circle's in water. It's not on land.
Oh yeah, how do you put the circle radius thing down in Google Earth? Is that something that's simple to do?
Yeah, you do the measure, right? Oh, how you put it down? Well, you use the
Yeah,
measure
how do you
tool.
add the circle? Yep.
Okay, yeah, you have the measure tool, right? And you have path, line, I think polygon, and circle. Use the circle, and like as you're extending the circle, it'll have the value, the radius value. So that would be the horizon distance. Use that as the radius of that circle. And then once you click it again, you'll have an option of saving it. Then when you click save, you name it whatever you want. Circle at frickin' Canagoo, and that circle will be there.
Awesome, thanks.
It'll be a permanent fixture. Because according to them, the horizon's a circle, right? So
Have you guys seen Jesse's 3-mile laser test also?
only 3 miles.
Yeah, he sent me one the other day. He said that when he lowered his camera's elevation from 3 miles away, it would get blocked by supposed Earth curve. So I
At
told
3
him that
miles?
next time yeah.
Okay.
But I told him that he should have gone up also because I'm
It's not
curious if
water?
that was just a divergence of the beam. Yeah. So I sent him this, and I want like what your thoughts are on this picture that I made, this poorly drawn picture. Because if he was to go up and down, so also go up in elevation till the laser disappears, then it should be shorter if you were to measure that divergence.
The problem with doing it at that distance, beam
You know what I
divergence
mean?
at that distance, the spread of the beam is going to make it more visible, not less visible. The only thing would make it less visible would be a convergence.
I don't know if this picture makes sense though, but I wanted him to also go up
Doesn't make sense to
as
me.
well. Yeah. Because if you were to go top down, it should be a shorter distance for the laser because it's being blocked by a supposed Earth curve than if you were to go left and right. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's why I was going to ask if this picture made sense or not.
Oh, we know he had the laser pointed into the fucking water. His experimental technique, I'm not confident in. I mean, Over the Fence has said it perfectly. Every single observation he has taken comports with a globe. He's not stupid. He's lying. You couldn't do it by act. You couldn't do it even if it was a globe. You couldn't get that.
Yeah, he also contradicts himself, right? He holds his laser test to completely different standards than our laser tests, right? He says that the FE core test, right, the laser's right up in the air. He said it could even be 80 meters up in the air, and the only reason you're seeing it is because you're seeing the light up in the air. Right? It's not actually making it to the target. You're just seeing like right. So India, here's a challenge for you, right? You're not allowed to laugh. No one's been able to pass this challenge so far.
Okay.
So this is what I did. I asked Jesse to draw me what he thinks is happening in the 40-mile FE core laser test from a side view. So here's what he drew.
Oh God, I gotta see this.
These two images.
Dude, that's the world's shittiest laser. Well, you put a screen door in front of the laser, so it splits into a bunch of different beams.
Yeah, basically.
No, he's saying that the lasers are
Well,
flat.
some of
though,
the FE core ones you can see the reflection in the water. How does he fit that into his diagram?
Well, I was showing him the 21-mile Great Salt Lake one with the laser, and he was trying to tell me that because you can see the reflection in the water, it means that there was an inferior mirage taking place.
What the fuck? What?
I said that's just a normal reflection because it's a still calm lake. At nighttime, it's like a mirror surface.
Dude. It's not inferior mirage, dude.
No, definitely not. And if it was an inferior mirage, then that's even worse for the globe side. That means the light would be bending upward, and it would be even worse for the globe. Great, because for that laser to be seen at that height from that distance, it would have to be some crazy, extreme, magical, divine downward bending, perfectly with the curvature of the Earth type of downward bending, not upward bending.
Have you ever seen the Flatlanders video?
Heard of it?
The Bonneville Salt Flats? I didn't realize that they drove down. So this Highway 80, it's Interstate 80. It goes all the way across the Bonneville Salt Flats, and they got like 5. So they went out one day, right? And they did like 5 measurements, like 3 miles, 5 miles, 7 miles, 13 miles, and then they got out to like 30 miles, 30 something miles with a blue laser. And then they go back and then they do it. They replicate it with like a green laser is like 37 miles. And not only do you see the laser, you can see all the street lights. It's called I think the place is called East Wendover, Utah. And you know that you ever seen that picture they take where it shows a highway that's like curved? I'm sure you've seen it. And they say
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
yeah, so they went to that place. So where that highway is, that's where they did the laser test, on that highway.
I
But
hate
it's
that
like
image.
it's more than just one, it's a
Ridiculous.
whole bunch. I didn't realize they did that many. Hold on, I'll post a screenshot of the map.
Has anybody in here ever actually observed a laser taking a parabolic arc?
No. Only in a drawing.
Oh, dude. That's freaking hilarious, man.
I did actually see that once. It was on a game called Worms Armageddon back in the like late 90s.
No big game.
So that's in that image. Is he claiming that the beam is diverging because of refraction? Like that's an accurate representation?
I mean, he never sent that picture to me, but I mean, I'm
Oh,
assuming.
okay. So, okay.
I'm sure that's what he meant when he sent it. What he sent it to you, right, DJ?
Sorry, say what?
Oh, that picture. He sent it to you, right? Were you guys talking about it?
Which picture?
The one
Oh,
with
the
all the
flash
lasers.
laser.
Yeah.
The one with all the side view picture. Wait, so hold on. Let me check the
Yeah,
chat.
that one with all the red and yellow, I assume lasers. right?
Yeah, that's just one laser. So yeah, this is so
Okay.
he
Oh,
he was
okay.
saying so he was trying to debunk the 40 kilometer FE core laser test, and he was trying to say that maybe when you see the laser, it's not hitting the target. Really, it looks like it could be 90 meters up in the air, right? As it would be on a globe, and so I asked him to draw me a side view of how he thinks the laser beam is making it to the observers that are 100 meters below the curvature of the Earth at point B, and that was his picture. Basically saying that the laser's like doing what you can see in the picture, and that's how the light is getting to the observer, right? Which contradicts what he's telling Latz is happening with his laser over the 3 Mile Lake, because he says once he gets below a certain height, you can't see the laser anymore. Because it's just blocked. But he's saying that you see the laser even if it is blocked in the FE core test, right? So it's a complete contradiction. I don't know if you're listening, Jesse, and you want to defend yourself if I've misrepresented your argument.
Well, I mean, like for the 40-kilometer one, you should have to be 90 meters in the air. That's 120 something feet. How many feet is 90 meters?
It's 3 times 90 meters. I mean, yeah, 3 times 90, basically.
Yeah, 295
Makes me
feet.
read it.
That's
Yeah.
like a 28-story building, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Which is freaking
Yeah,
pretty
he
tall
says
building.
that it could be that height, he said.
Okay. So why don't we observe shit like this happening all the time? Why don't you just wait for the right weather and see over a hill? See what's on the other side of some hill. Right? When you say, like, if it's the same logic, right? If refraction's creating these mirages, because that's what it would be a mirage. It would be an apparent laser, not the actual laser, right? If it's creating a mirage where normally you could only see it from 300 feet, but you can see it at ground level. That means that you should see this in nature all the time. That means you should be able, like, on the other side of a 300-foot hill and see the bottom of the other side.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
That the hill would look flat, even though it was a hill. No one has ever done that. No one ever, like, holy shit, dude, I thought that was a flat spot. I was gonna pedal my bike freaking really fast, and then I just, holy crap, I'm going uphill. How'd that happen? No one ever's done that, right? Like, imagine the Tour de France. They're like, speed up, we got a straightaway, and it's a giant hill. And they're like, damn, we bore ourselves up.
Yeah, it's just we thought it was flat. It looked flat, but we forgot about the refraction.
Yeah,
really,
exactly.
We got to go uphill, 200 foot up this hill.
I know there's the Boston Marathon, right? And there's a whole section of that, which is when you come through Newton, they call it Heartbreak Hill, because a lot of people, they don't make it up it. Right? So they're running up to Heartbreak Hill, like, hey, there's flat going all the way to Boston from here.
DJ, I have a quick question.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
In that really long laser test, they did like a bunch. Not all of them were a hit, right?
They hit on all 5 of the tests that they documented in there, but there was also certain days where they couldn't use the test because the conditions were,
I know
creating miraging effects.
he's confusing Battleton. I know what he's doing. You're confusing Balaton with Lake Isamir.
Oh.
There's a test in Lake Balaton where they did not hit. The laser died.
How do you guys explain it when it's not a hit? Is that there was because you said there was miraging or refraction, and that's why it didn't hit. But then the Globers say the reverse, right?
No. In Lake Balaton, they had problems aiming. They didn't have they were still aiming by hand. They had I should say, they had an aiming device, but they still had to steer the aiming device manually. Like they had a stepper motor that would move it around, but they still had to do it manually. The device they used at Isamir was GPS targeting. So they didn't have to aim it manually. You understand that when you say you shoot something 10 kilometers and you move that half a degree, that's moving hundreds of kilometers hundreds of meters at the other end. It's very hard to aim at these distances.
Yeah. Because when it doesn't hit, if you say, well, it didn't hit because of the atmosphere or miraging or refraction.
When did they not hit?
Well, DJ said that there was occasions where it didn't hit, right?
At Lake Balaton, they were shooting at an actual target. An actual target. They had a green laser and a blue laser. They hit with one laser and not the other. But they had problems aiming it. Which is why they went and did it again. Because it was like super cold. Like when they went to Lake Balaton, it was like freaking negative 10 degrees or something. They picked the wrong. They wanted to go and do the test over a frozen lake at Lake Balaton. Lake Balaton is very well surveyed. That was the other reason. The elevations of the what do you call it? The perimeter of the lake are well known. So because it's been surveyed, it's almost like an exemplar for geodetic surveying. So that's why they went there. But when they got there, the lake wasn't frozen, but it was freezing cold. The lake is usually frozen by that time. So they couldn't go to the surface of the lake, you understand? So they had to be on the edge of the lake, above the water, which had its own problems. Their plan that they made kind of fucked up, and they tried to compensate. Their actual goal was to do I think their goal was they were going to try and do a 50-kilometer shot. But they couldn't because they couldn't get down to the surface of the lake and the weather was too cold. And it was not exactly clear.
When it was too cold, they did it with a green laser, right?
Yeah, and then the green laser broke.
Yeah, I did found this information. Green laser sensitivity, green lasers which use a frequency doubling crystal are notoriously temperature sensitive. So it depends of the weather conditions. They cannot achieve the target maybe because of that.
So now that you got updated on the information, what do you think?
Well, there was the cases where DJ was talking about where there's the 5 that they published, and then there was a couple that they didn't, or they missed because.
No. Right, I remember somewhere in the documentary they were saying that they went on some days and that there was like visible miraging effects, inferior mirages, or something like that. So they went back and did it on a different day when they had more stable conditions, because you wouldn't want to go and do tests on a day when you've got obvious miraging happening in the distance, right? You would want to pick a day where you've got better conditions to work with.
We were just talking about this 5 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, nature doesn't care about your experiments. Sometimes you go out and the conditions don't exist for you to do a reliable experiment.
So that's
What are
what
the
I'm
ones
saying.
that
So now that
Jesse was saying he went through it and he said that they did attempt it and failed though. They didn't like pack it up and go home. They actually tried and missed.
Which one was that?
I don't know which ones he's referring to.
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't either. I wouldn't be hitching your wagon to Jesse's statements, dude.
Yeah, my bad.
I'm just saying, dude, we're just talking about that too. Jesse and the truth they're not on the same page. Hold on, let me go get the FE core document real quick. I haven't looked at it in a while.
Yeah, because I've seen a strong refraction, like photos of it where there's vertical compression, but there's not like clear warping or anything like that. But there's the compression aspect, so it looks clear, but there's still strong refraction.
You mean like stooping, where it compresses the things, flattens them?
Yeah, in
kind
the
of thing?
yeah, and I think that's in the like 0.75 range of fraction. Very strong.
Well, no, that's not how you would work that out, right? It's just a stooping effect, right? If you have a look at the guy that does the Black Swan oil rigs observations, BLSM B69 or whatever he's called, he goes out on different days, and some days it looks like they're stretched out, like that's called towering, and then some days it looks like they're all squished, like little squished oil platforms, and yeah, you get a whole range of different effects on different days. But that doesn't mean there's a specific refraction coefficient just because you have something that's stooping.
Yeah, I think that because the globe is made of like the globe model has so many different facets of it. One of those is what we call refraction. Like these events very rare. You go to many, many, many days, and you can like hit these targets with the laser. Something on the globe models has to give, and
Yeah,
it might just
we've
be that
got
maybe these things are more common than we thought. Maybe that those refraction days are
well,
not
maybe
rare,
we
but
can
just
first,
uncommon.
maybe we can first find one. I mean, because we have the laser test, maybe we can pull one up and then talk about the specifics of that. And you try to work what you're saying into the data that's already there. Instead of just, speaking generally, right? Doesn't that make sense?
so look, Dr. John D is an expert in lasers, right? He's a PhD in spectrophotometry, and he's gone out for years actually doing real tests in the real world. And he's this is the challenge we always have for you guys, right? If you're claiming that there's this crazy downward refraction all the time in all these laser tests, because we got so many laser tests now, and for them to all work, you would have to have this amazing divine refraction that somehow bends the laser downward around the curvature
And
of the
follows
Earth.
flat earthers around. Follows
And
flat
it
earthers
follows,
around to make
yeah,
their lasers work. That's what it does.
yeah, it's conspiring against the globe and working with flat earthers, this divine refraction deity. But look, this is the challenge from Dr. John D and from basically all of us as well. Find us, and I'm not saying it can never happen, right? But find us the laser test where the lasers bend down, because Dr. John D said he's done years worth of laser tests using different spectrums of light, different weather conditions, daytime, nighttime, different seasons. And he says sometimes it can bend up a little bit, sometimes it goes perfectly straight. He's never seen it bend down. Technically, it probably could happen, but you guys don't have any footage. It's most definitely not the normal that happens. And he goes into extreme detail about why. the temperature is what controls the optical density gradient at that altitude. And he explains that the normal is that the temperature gets cooler as you go up. Okay, and that's the reason that the laser sometimes bends upward a bit, more so at nighttime. But he said he's never seen it bend down, right? So if you're saying that always it's common for lasers to bend down, then it should happen all the time. There should be tons of footage of it. I've got tons of footage of them bending up or going straight, like Dr. John D says happens, but none of them bending down.
You know,
should find that.
This is funny. You guys are gonna get a kick out of this shit. It's on the same. This is definitely in the same vein. I've never seen a laser bend. Any demonstration of a laser bending down in the air ever. Not once. No one's even proposed how they would even show up. Though I've seen the bending up. But this is funny. So, how they claim they measured the speed of light was a guy named Fuzhou in, I think it was 1846. So what he did was he took a light. I don't know what the light source was. Some fucking candle. Who knows? And supposedly he took this light and he used a reflector and he beamed it through a half silvered mirror. And he had a big wheel that had teeth. And he beamed the light through, like, you know, in between the teeth, right? But the wheel's spinning, right? And that light goes through the gap in the teeth. 16 kilometers is the optical path. Bounces off a mirror, comes back, and goes through a gap in another tooth, right? And then it goes to another mirror, which reflects it, and he can see, like, when he spins the wheel, that the light's flickering. But when he gets to a certain speed, the light isn't flickering no more. That means it bounced off the mirror 16 kilometers away, came back, and then hit one of the teeth so that he can't see the light anymore. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
So how the fuck did he get it between the teeth if there's refraction bending the light all the time?
It's not all the time. Well, I posted this is from 124 stations over 10 years, so this is the largest set of data I've seen on refraction, and a positive number on this graph means it's bending upwards. A negative number means it's bending downwards, and there are plenty of samples in both of them. You can see that
Where did you post?
He's parroting Ruhif's graph that he made himself. That he says that you could use this, right? So basically, there's like 100 and something weather stations, and they got different readings of the
Is this their
refractive
Cinnamon
index.
Controls radio sound data?
I'm not sure
Do they
exactly.
calculate the refractivity?
They use the Sitter equation, I think, or something like that. And Ruhif's made this chart. So Ruhif's claim is that every single observation above a certain altitude perfectly aligns with the globe and is 7/6R, and his chart proves it or something like that. Hey, are you going to
Where's
share
the
the
source
chart?
of
or
the
what,
data from which he
Daddy?
made the chart from?
Yeah, I'm going to bring up Ruhif's video. I haven't looked into it a ton.
Is it old or new? I might have already
It's
seen
new.
this.
Well, we don't even need his
It's
further
pretty new.
claim, just that
But
these
listen,
measurements were taken.
he can put any refractivity crap he wants. Okay? He can say this refractivity results in light bending down. Great hypothesis. Now show the data demonstrating it. You understand how that works? That you can have a theory or a hypothesis of how it bends based upon some other theory, right? Hey, we have a theory of how refraction works in air gradients. Great. Awesome. And this is all our refraction data. Super. Now correlate that to actual measurements of light bending down, bending up, bending in any direction. Because without that, you don't have the experimental support. This is completely theoretical. That light would bend down because of this data is completely hypothetical. Science is empirical.
This is stronger than this is 10 years of data from 124 stations. This is stronger
Not
than
data
just
about light
a
bending
one-off.
down.
Is the Earth flat? Really?
Stop, dude. Dude, can you wait your turn? So it's not data about light bending down, is it? They didn't take any measurements about light doing anything. Right?
Who are
Debated
you talking
Daddy?
to?
Yeah, the Earth is flat, dude. Go outside, take a look.
Oh, that's real. Oh my god. It's totally flat.
Yeah, it is. That's why everybody used to
Well, 'cause
think it was flat.
if there
'Cause
was a
some-
single
Oh my god.
example, so if I did have like an example of a laser bending down, would it
Not a
obliterate
fucking sugar water, dude.
a non-sugar water? Yeah, but like out in the wild,
Yeah,
would it
that would be
like?
cool if someone
Would you agree
demonstrated it.
that
It would be awesome.
would it obliterate the whole like your guys' laser test approach? Like you would not want to do that
Once it's
ever
not a
again?
trend. But it would be a good start to demonstrate that it's even possible. You understand that that the globe Earth has hooked your wagon to something that they can't even demonstrate is even possible. All they can talk about is that it's hypothetically it would happen, but can't demonstrate it ever actually happening. Maybe you might want a data point that shows, yeah, this is possible. Physically, in the physical reality.
Yeah.
But just
I don't think
demonstrating
Globers
it's
are
physically possible, okay?
Globers aren't the
That's your
ones like
starting point, but
obsessed with
doesn't mean that's what happened in a bunch of
Globers
observations.
aren't like obsessed with this, but yeah,
But
like there's
listen,
the
there's a
data.
hold on,
really
dude.
good.
I want listen.
That's
There's
good
a
data.
difference between demonstrating its possibility in that in any given experiment, like Fe cores or the one at the salt flats, that it actually happened in that experiment. You understand? But you haven't even demonstrated that it's even possible, much less that in any particular experiment that it's happening. That's how far away you are, right? You say, "Hey, hey, we did this test. Well, the light's bending down around the curve in that test. Well, how do you know that? What's your evidence for that? Well, like because of refraction, light can bend around a curve. How do you know that? We're not even at that
know
part.
what?
You're not even at step one.
Well, because we have common measurements of there being a.
Oh, you don't. Then post them. Post the measurements of light bending down around the
Posted it.
curve.
There's the refractive gradient.
No, that's not.
the
Then you
negatives.
didn't. Okay. Tell me how much the light bent in that.
It's actually more common from this graph.
Tell me how
for it
much
to
the light
be
bent in that.
in the
You
negatives
said you
when
have
you're
measurements of
lower
light bending
altitude.
around a curve. Show me in that refractive in the measurements of the refractive index. Show me where they measured light bending around a curve. They didn't, and you know it. This is just desperation.
It's just in the definition of like negative refractive gradient or positive refractive
It's not
gradient.
in
Like
the
that's what it
definition.
means. It's just what it means for it to be a negative refractive gradient.
No. Refraction is electronic properties of the molecules. It's how fast light goes through that medium. That's what refractive index is. It's the ratio compared to vacuum. So if you have a refractive index of 1.3, that means light goes 30% slower in that medium than vacuum.
Okay.
Really
Well,
simple. That's what's being measured, but that doesn't entail that the light is curving down. That would be your hypothesis that if we have this refractive index gradient, then light would curve down. That's a hypothesis.
That's how it's defined.
It's not how it's defined, okay? It is not.
Hypothesis is what?
His hypothesis is that if there is a refractive gradient of air, that light will bend down. That's a hypothesis. It's never been demonstrated.
No, I mean, hypothesis on like what thing? I didn't
I'm
get
talking.
you.
I'm not even talking to you, bro. I'm talking to the beta daddy. He wants to abandon empiricism, which is the foundation of science, and adopt ideas and theories to determine what reality is. That's not how science does it. You have an idea, you have a theory. Okay, go out, do the test, and demonstrate that that's actually the case. But you can't. Nobody has. No one ever will, because it's not the case. Because if it was the case, it would have already been done. It'd be easy to show, especially the fucking amount of refraction you guys claim exists.
So, whose party supported flat Earth?
Look, dude, what makes you think? Look, let me ask you this: if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out yourself?
Nobody
You know,
told me this story.
nobody told you. Did figure it out yourself?
I could say what's up?
Dude, what's the problem with answering this question honestly? My goodness.
He went. I think his buddy in his room freaking freaked out. So he went on mute. It's a tough question though. So since you're here, Sesu, we're going to ask you. You're the next step. Have you ever seen any demonstration of light bending down in air?
Negative. That's why I hate refraction. And I mean, Reductio or Debate Daddy or whatever, he's saying that Globers are not obsessed with this. Like hell, they're very obsessed with this. This is the only retort they can give to the observations, however many hundreds or thousands of them that we have. That's the thing that they continue to use is refraction. And so we go, okay, can you demonstrate that refraction does the thing that you're claiming, which apparently is make the Earth look flat in some form or fashion? It's always bending light down. And we get nothing. We get crickets. We get tables of pre-assumed or presupposed amounts of quote unquote refraction. And it's really becoming pathetic. I want you to demonstrate for us that light is doing what you say it's doing. It's not happening.
Well,
Yeah, we
I thought in
basically
the
get everybody believes this hypothesis is true. Therefore, it is. We defined it that way. That's silly. That's a silly fucking argument.
Well, certainly
I can
the
define
definition
you
would
as a
come from
fucking
some kind of
furry fucking mammal with a tail. That doesn't make you a dog.
well, there
right.
are laboratory experiments, but you guys didn't want those, so where you can affect the refraction coefficient, but it literally is how it's defined. Is the positive refraction means light's bending upwards, negative means it's bending down. I showed you 10 years of data showing that it can bend up or down. It's actually more common for it to bend downward at lower altitudes, and you guys just reject that. So I don't
Reductio.
have
Show the evidence that we're rejecting.
Yeah.
the aquarium laser experiment where it bends down.
With the sugar water? What specifically did Indio tell you about? We want the demonstration of the laser or whatever you want in the air doing what you say it's doing. The thing you're going to go to is sugar water? Come on, dude. What are you doing
Okay,
here?
but if you're rejecting that a negative refraction coefficient
How
means
is it
it bends
equivalent?
downward,
How is it equivalent?
it's just how these things are defined. So it's not a hypothesis.
How
It's
is it?
just
No,
how.
but how is that the tank of sugar water equivalent to it happening in air?
It's not equivalent. It's a demonstration.
A demonstration of what?
It's a demonstration that if you can create a refraction, it can bend downwards.
Dr. John D tears this apart in his videos. I don't know if you should need to watch the video, right, where he does this, right? He tears apart the sugar water test with the laser that Mick West does. Okay, because the situation at the atmosphere when you're shooting a laser over a body of water would mean that you would have to tip that fish tank situation upside down. Okay, because the optical density, right, where you have a higher optical density, that's where the laser is going to deviate towards. Okay, so when they have the more dense sugar water at the bottom of the fish tank, when they shoot the laser through it, it bends downward towards the higher optical density portion of the medium. That's the opposite of what we have out in nature when we're doing a laser test over a body of water, right? The normal is that the temperature controls the optical density. It's the primary controller. It's in all of the definitions, in all of the literature, that it's the temperature that's the primary controller of the optical density. The temperature gets cooler as you go up. It's warmer down lower. So you would have to flip that around, right? That's why the lasers don't bend downward, because they're bending upward, because the colder air has a higher is a higher refractive index than the warmer air that's down lower. It's very rare to get the thermal inversion where you have that cold air trapped below the layer of warm air. The normal situation is that it gets cooler as you go up, right? And temperature controls the refractive index according to all of the definitions, right? Do you need a definition?
Yeah,
Or grab
here's the
me
other
one.
problem. Here's the other problem. Sugar water is a well, sorry, somehow I got disconnected. Sugar water is a molecule, so it changes the polarization of light as it passes through it. You know that changes of polarization of light create a torque. Yeah, a torque, dude. What happens when you create a torque on an object that's moving? Takes a curved path, right? Plus, the other problem of you're going from air, where the laser is, into glass, into the aquarium glass, and then into fucking water. You're actually going through 3 refracting mediums. This is nowhere near an equivalent experiment. It's a parlor trick.
Where I'm getting confused is what you think a positive refraction coefficient or a negative refraction index
Listen,
means.
look, they're not measuring any positive or negative refraction coefficient. They are doing a calculation. They're assuming that there's a spherically symmetric temperature grade refractive index gradient, and that ray would take a curve, and that if you shot a ray through it, that it would take a curved path. And then they take and compare the radius of that ray to what they say the radius of the Earth, and that the coefficient is the difference between those two things. Okay, it is completely an abstraction. You didn't know what the refraction coefficient was, did you? What do you think 7.6R means? A ray that has a radius, if it was a circular ray, that's 7.6 the radius of the Earth. So they just assume that the Earth is 7.6 larger, and they do this straight ray calculation. They're not actually modeling curved rays. And this is why it's bullshit. All you have to do is demonstrate laser light curving down in air. You guys claim this is happening 24 fucking hours a day. You should be able to go out and do it right now. Do we got to get a GoFundMe for a laser for you?
How much do How much do these lasers cost?
Dude, use any laser. Doesn't even matter. Dude, it's so absurd that we're even talking about this.
Yeah.
Lasers don't bend down, dude. There's laser light shows. There's fucking goddamn military equipment. None of them account for bending down lasers. There's the Fusel experiment where he freaking measured the speed of light. There's no way he could have freaking did that. You know what he assumed? That the light was going straight. For some reason, light only bends down when you look out and you see that the Earth looks flat. Every other time of the day, it's not bending down and they're just straight rays going all over the place. What about long distance shooting? What about 2,000 meter frickin' rifle shots?
If you want to hang your hat on this, and then they're actually, I should go and acquire such an observation, it's gonna really, really suck to die on that hill.
Actually, isn't this the hill that you're
Why doesn't
dying
it
on?
already exist?
Yeah, that's the better question. I mean, you guys have had all this time to demonstrate the refraction that you're claiming exists, and yet you've yet to do it.
10 years
Where
in.
is it?
Debate bed, you think anybody's tried? And failed? Which you were mentioning, trying and failing. And by the way, I looked at the FE Core document. They didn't try and fail. So when they did a live stream, they were doing a live stream. They live streamed one day. And when they tried to do the 12 kilometers, they failed. They did it the next day. And they didn't live stream it, but they did record it. And it's in the document. So Jesse told you a half-truth.
Yeah, I think the other thing he mentioned, you let me know if this was a half-truth as well or not, or to what extent he said they didn't actually level the laser properly. They just moved it up and down until they got the hit, and they said, "Oh, it's a hit stop," meaning they were like kind of just moving it around randomly.
So you think that somehow misleveling the laser is going to allow them to shoot at 40 kilometers and magically hit a camera 4 feet off the ground instead of 400 feet off the ground because they didn't level the laser right?
Well, let's say it was angled up, like how even on a flat
Look, you
plane.
tell me how they could have configured the laser of any manipulation of its level to hit a target.
If it were angled up, and
Yeah.
it still hit even on a flat plane.
If it listen to what you're saying, if it was angled up,
it works like this. If you're able to move your laser around and then you hit the target and stop and you leave it on that target, you are now level all the way across that, because you can't level a laser with a bubble level and be perfect on the other side at that distance. You have to be able to hit a target. Once you hit it, you're there. You're not away from it. That's for sure.
Okay. First of all, what Jesse said is false. They listen. They leveled the laser. There's pictures in their document of the fucking laser level that they leveled the laser with. So that claim is false on its face.
Wait, whoever just affirmed the consequent. So you understand that's what you did?
Don't get hung up on that, dude. Let's talk about the fact that, let's say they pointed the laser down, right? This is going to be devastating for you.
Or any direction.
Any direction. So let's say they bent, they tilted the laser down. Okay. How come it's not running into physical Earth curve if it hit the target? 200 feet below. I mean, my
Well, the
goodness,
laser could
man,
be.
this is a concession on your side.
Well, it depends on geometry and how the light's curving. I've thought of it if they angled it down, that maybe the light could be bending upwards and it doesn't actually hit the lake, bends
I
upwards and
don't
can still hit the
care
target.
about your musings. I want to know where the physical Earth curve is blocking out the laser if I tilt it down.
If you're tilting it down into the Earth, it would hit the Earth at some point, or it would have to curve
Right.
up.
Right. So if they hit that target, there's no Earth curve in the way, no matter how they tilt it.
It just depends on how much.
Well, let me show me.
I don't know what their measurement. I don't know what the angles were.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Did
do.
they publish their angle? Did they publish it?
Yeah, you do. You know the radius of the Earth. You know the height. It's all published. Are you telling me that you haven't even looked at this? Are you telling me that you're getting all your information second, third hand from Jesse, Path of Light, who doesn't know the
No,
Path of
I
Light?
watched. I didn't watch the full video. I watched part of the video where they got a hit. My well, I don't know if they published the angle. So if it was angled up, that's impossible according to you guys, on a globe or a flat Earth. If they angled it up.
Why are you talking about angling the laser up? What was the claim, that they angled the laser up and somehow hit a target? Why don't you actually go ahead and look through the documentation and watch the videos instead of taking your information from Jesse, Path of Light?
Sure, someone DM me the document that they made about it.
Are you telling me that all these months that you've been in here, that it's been posted multiple times, you didn't be like, oh shit, I'm gonna tear this apart, download the PDF, watch the video?
I think he just doesn't care that much.
Oh, he cares. He's in here every day. He cares very much.
Oh.
Aren't you on our server, Debate Daddy?
Are you talking about Pickle Minds or the other Flutter server?
Yeah, 24/7.
Yep, I'm guessing if it's published there, I can find it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. This like some kind of proof here. Wait, is this like anti-flat Earth or does it support it?
No, we're here to tell people that the Earth is indeed measurably flat.
Oh, so this proves that it is flat.
No, the Earth itself proves that the Earth is flat, but this is one way to test.
Oh.
You know, you measure the surface of the Earth to see if it's curving or flat, and when you measure,
that's
right. So every time it's measured, there's no curve to be found, no matter what you do.
What if you guys just made a mistake?
Well, it's not us that's even making the measurements most days. It's the people who survey and navigate, and, you know, all these large entities like USGS, NOAA, I don't care who it is. They're always measuring the Earth flat. So if you think there's been a mistake made, then you're going to have to bark up that tree. We just got out some lasers and sort of confirmed what they're doing every day anyways.
Oh.
I'll tell you. Maybe when you have you ever been to the ocean?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it look flat?
I mean, it looks flat and then it just ends.
Yeah, it looks flat. So maybe when you thought that wasn't flat, maybe that was the mistake.
But
because you have to think that that's an optical illusion. You know that, right? You have to think
Yeah,
that that the Earth looks flat because it's a ball that's so big. Do you know how crazy that is?
Not really. There are like optical illusions everywhere.
Yeah, man-made ones that people intentionally create. Right? So somebody tries to trick you. You think
No,
that
there's like
nature is trying to trick you.
there's also. Oh wait, I can tell you like a natural optical illusion.
Don't say
Do, do,
chameleon.
you- do you know that when you drive across a desert, you like see water very far away? That's an
Mirage,
optical
yes.
illusion.
Well, how do you know it's an
Yeah,
optical illusion?
because the water isn't there.
No. But you didn't actually think it was water.
It looks like water to you.
Look, it looks like water, but you know it's not water. Okay, so you weren't fooled.
No, like you can say the same thing about Earth.
When you look and you saw it flat, that it was, you knew it was actually a globe and that you weren't fooled.
Yeah.
Oh, how did you know it was a globe?
How do you know the water isn't there?
Because it doesn't
It-
look like water. It looks like there's
Bro,
parts of it look like properties of water, right? So it's reflective. But other than that, that's the only property it shares, right? You don't
no,
see
dude.
waves, you don't see seabirds, you don't see anything associated with being at the ocean. That's how you know it's not water.
Okay, dude, but like when you look at it far away, it looks like a puddle of water, like really, really realistic.
No, it looks like a reflection. That's what it really looks like. But because water's highly reflective, you think it looks like water. Why don't you think it looks like
Yeah,
glass? Glass is
because
reflective.
no, but like, it like forms in like a puddle shape, so we just assume it looks like water.
We don't, no, it does look like water. We don't assume that. If you looked at it and said, hey, that looks like water because it is water, you know, you'd be assuming that, especially if you're in the middle of the fucking desert. Well, how would water get there?
I mean, you could like say the same thing
Why,
about Earth. Like, why would it be
no, you
flat?
can't. No, you can't. Because there's no reason to think the Earth is a globe based upon observation.
Okay, but how do you explain like when people travel from across the oceans, they like meet up on the same spot? Why
Because
working? Like,
because we are the coordinate system, east and west, they're circles. They're not straight lines, they're circles, dude.
so the Earth is like a circle then.
Not the coordinate system is a circle, dude. I didn't say the Earth.
Then how do you like meet up at the same spot then?
Because you walk in a circle over the surface of the Earth. Doesn't matter where the circle is.
No, but like even if they walk straight
Look, if
forward,
you're in
like straight.
South America, if you're in South America, right, like Brazil, and you walk in a giant circle of 100-mile radius, did you go
Yeah.
around the Earth?
No.
Yeah, okay, but you walked in a big circle, right? You didn't even leave freaking South America. Okay, the circle doesn't matter where the center point is. It's a circle. But the Earth doesn't make the Earth a circle. Just means your method of navigation was a circle. That's why they call it circumnavigation. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, that's the reason. That's what circum means.
Yeah, because the Earth is a circle. That's how you use it.
No, the coordinate system is a circle, and you're navigating in a circle. You're confusing the Earth with things that we use to go around the Earth. That doesn't make the Earth those things.
No, like the Earth is that thing. That's why we use the things that work on it.
Not funny, man. I'm suffering here.
I don't know why this guy's laughing.
Because, man, you're saying some silly things, man.
Well,
Look, bro.
well, a circle is a 2D flat thing. Okay, And second of all, like we're capable of walking on flat objects as well as lumpy objects. The the thing is though, there's no curvature on the ground, Sam.
I mean, yeah,
Going
you
in
know
a
what I mean.
circle is not
I
going
meant
in a
that.
circle is not proving that the ground is curved. Circle is 2D, first of all.
I know it's 2D. You know what I meant. Like I meant a globe.
Yeah, but we don't navigate a globe though.
You do navigate the. Like what are you even saying, man? Like your voice is like a little too low.
चूतिया
Can
साला
you
कुछ भी
increase
बोलता
it?
है मादरचोद
All right, so we're going to miss the point here if we get too far away from this. The point is that if your experience, your observation of the Earth is of it being flat, and you don't have any way to tell if the Earth is a ball, why would you assume that it is a ball other than the fact that probably someone just told you that, right?
Yeah, sure. Like if you're the first guy ever questioned this, then sure you shouldn't assume it.
Right, so someone told you this. Now, the reason that we're talking about lasers and all this other stuff and measurements of the surface, let's use your example, okay? Let's say you're driving down the road and it's a hot day and the highway looks like, at the end of it or in the car in front of you and stuff, the tires are looking like they're driving through water. It looks like a mirage, right? Looks like
Yeah,
water.
yeah.
Right? So you drive a little bit farther to the spot where you see the car in front of you, and I'll be damned. There's no water. So you and I both know it's an optical illusion, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Right. So let's say you live your entire life on the earth and you experience it as flat and motionless. But somebody comes along and says, "Oh no, man, optical illusion. It's a really big ball. But I swear to you it's curved." Well, what's the next thing that you would do? It's kind of like driving down where you saw the water. You're going to get out some kind of measuring device. You're going to measure the surface of the earth to see if it's curving like a ball. Wouldn't you agree?
Or you could just like sail across the entire ocean.
No, sailing across the ocean is not going to tell you whether or not the earth is curved or not, according to all the craziness behind the story. You actually have to measure the surface to see if it's curving, right?
I mean, or you could you can just sail in a straight direction and you can come back to the same spot.
No one's ever done that. So if that doesn't happen, does that mean the earth is flat now? Because no one's actually ever sailed in a straight line and end up where they started.
There was a guy once, I think there's a guy who like sailed across the entire earth.
Great. Show me that he went in a straight line.
You can like take Columbus for example. He was trying to find India, but
Friend.
he found like USA.
How do you know what he was looking for?
I don't even need any more of your stories. I want to see if the earth is curving. That way we can kind of end this conversation. Do you have any way of proving that the earth is curving?
Yeah, you can prove it by by taking a airplane ride from like you can like come back to the same spot.
Are they going to fly in a straight line?
Yeah.
Okay, show me that happening. In fact, show me any means by which somebody's going to go in a straight line, mind you, straight line, and end up back where they started, unless they're using some kind of teleportation apparatus, right? Like,
Okay, but you do believe the map is right? Map is right, like the world map.
Which map? There's 200 of them. Which one should I use?
No, like the official world map.
There is no official world map. If you're mentioning the Mercator projection, it's just a projection. It doesn't have anything to do with the Earth being curved.
no, but like all these countries, you can like visit each of them like in a certain time space, and that proves that it's a globe.
No, that proves that you got there in a certain amount of time, and you could sort of finagle, right? Like perhaps your ground speed, you could estimate a distance, but distances are straight and flat, not curved. We're talking about the surface of the earth, man. So far you've used everything that you possibly can to affirm the consequent or beg the question that the earth is a sphere in the first place, or use some kind of reification like a map and say, see, because the map looks curvy in these areas and they bend all these, longitudinal lines, it has to be a globe. And I'm asking you, in reality, how are you going to prove that the earth is curving, just like you proved that there's no water on the highway on a hot day?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I'm kind of surprised, friend, that you don't think that the easiest way to figure this out is just to go ahead and measure the surface of the earth. Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Is he still here or did he leave?
I don't know.
Probably because he's retarded.
All right, we need a fresh glober. Who's a glober in here? Hans, are you a globe earther?
Step right up.
Hans, you're up, my friend. What about Shaw 8520? Are you there?
Sean, 8520, do you want to speak in the VC? Practice your English if you're not a native English speaker?
We have... Oh, he's gone.
Shaw 8520, you're asking me a question about ships disappearing. Okay, no problem. If I use the term, or if I answer you with, I don't know, does that mean that it's Earth curve that's blocking out the boat? Okay, so then ships disappearing from the bottom up in the distance doesn't really prove us anything.
The Earth is donut.
Even the donut has curves, so prove it.
Cause there is a big true in
Not cause. You did make a claim. Now prove your curve.
I have proved that the Earth is a
No, you are
donut
not
form.
proving shit. You did say the Earth is a donut. A donut has curves, so you have to prove that curve.
The curve is in the ass of Donald Trump.
You're just making up shit, right? Nothing to prove, right?
The Earth is banana.
Even a banana has curve, but you are not here to prove anything. You are just trolling.
I used to think it was pretty simple to have like, all these agencies and governments who lie to people to be like, hey, they're lying to you. But so many people just like don't want to listen to that so much to the point where the guy the other day was like, no, I don't believe my government. No, I don't believe this. No, I don't believe that. But I believe NASA. I was like, bro, hey, I just don't know where you get that from. Like, I'm not going to trust somebody after they lie to me.
तू क्या उखाड़ Yo, guys, what's going on?
Not much, man. What's happening?
Why everybody silent?
Oh, we were just waiting for someone to talk to.
I see. I just wanted to do that too.
Yeah, man. Well, if you have any questions about the topic of the channel, just let us know.
Yeah, okay.
Hello?
What's up, man?
I'm
Moody
kinda new.
man?
Yeah,
Welcome.
like flat Earth, I guess.
Yeah. Did you have any questions, or do you want to talk about it?
Is sun flat too?
Well, no, the sun's something different to the Earth. It's not like the Earth and the sun are two things that you would compare.
So the moon is also flat or not?
No, you're just comparing different things, right? It's like saying, like, how come my computer mouse isn't a bird, right? It's just not. It's not the same thing. It's something different. Just comparing different things.
So in the university, only the Earth is flat, and any other star or planet isn't, right?
Well, no, we don't claim that the flat Earth exists within the globe model of the universe. Okay, I understand where you're coming from, but we don't claim that the Earth is a planet or a flat disk that's floating around in space instead of a globe. That's
I see. Okay, then
yeah,
what is it?
completely different cosmology, different way of thinking about this place. Well, you could think of the Earth kind of like the floor, I guess, or the foundation of the system that we live in. Right? Flat's not a shape, right? When we say flat Earth, we're not talking about the shape of the Earth. Okay, when people say globe Earth, they're claiming that the Earth is a globe shaped, right? But when flat is different, flat's the description of a surface that's not curving. So
Is
when we
there
go out,
any elephants?
any what? Sorry,
Any elephants?
Did you say elephants?
They like the Earth is on a spine on elephants, no? I'm
No,
saying
What
elephants.
are you
no,
talking
it's
about?
not a Discworld novel. They're not sitting on the back of 4 elephants that are sitting on the back of the great turtle Tatooine. It's not what we think the Earth is.
Yeah, that's what I want to say.
Yeah, no, we don't claim that. No, that would
Then
be retarded.
how it not falling
Falling. Where would it fall to?
down
Why? Why would it fall down?
in a
If it's
space?
the
In a,
foundation of the system that we live in, why would it fall down? It's not in space. We don't think the Earth is a flat planet in space. You think everything exists within a space vacuum, right? We don't claim that.
then
Ask you to explain it.
what is the sun?
I don't know. How am I meant to check what the sun is, right? We can measure the surface of the Earth and confirm that the curvature that would have to be there isn't there. Okay, but what, you know, I can't tell you exactly what the sun is, right? We can't go and check exactly what the sun is. Right? It's a light in the sky that moves in particular cycles. Right? It's responsible for daytime, nighttime, seasons, high pressure, low pressure systems, all sorts of different things. But exactly what it is, exactly how far away is it, exactly what size is it, I can't tell you those things. Right? Like,
So
actually, someone made a funny meme today, which is suitable for this moment. It's in the side chat there.
in the chat you said?
Yeah. This is kind of like what you're doing right now.
I see. Yeah, there's NASA guy.
Yeah. It's a good one.
So if the Earth is flat, is it round or is it like?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the shape is. I don't think anyone knows exactly what the true dimension is. I mean, look, if I were to ask you this question, what shape is a lake?
Oh
How would you
yeah, I see.
respond?
I see. You got the point.
Yeah, like people think that the Earth would have, because people think the Earth is a ball, right? Like a globe. People think if it's flat, then it must be like a rectangle or like a particular geometric shape. Like, it's probably just Earth shaped, right? Just like a lake is lake shaped. But we're not claiming to know everything. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. But we have tested the surface of the Earth numerous or countless amounts of times, and we can't find the curvature that should be there.
Oh, is there any borders? Or no?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, look, if you have, this is the logic that I would use. Okay, if you want to have a large body of water, right, like a lake or a sea or an ocean, right, you would need a container, which would be the low spot in the ground. And then, as far as we know, all bodies of water will have like a shoreline, right? So if you mean by a boundary, right, maybe a shoreline of some kind, what happens beyond that? I'm not sure. I don't think anyone knows that. It's very difficult to freely explore past 60 degrees south.
But if we come to the border, what will happen? Can we fall?
Yeah, I have no idea, my friend. No, I don't think you can fall. I think
but
we
there must
would be
be
in.
there
Well,
must
we
be
must be
people
in a
that
contained. Well, we must be in a contained system of some kind, because we have gas pressure, right, that we're breathing right now. Right, that requires a container. Gas pressure requires a container, so yeah, I don't think there's anywhere to fall to. Right, you can't fall off the edge of a lake, can you? I guess you could fall into the lake, but you're not going to fall out of the lake.
so the Earth is infinite, or it
No, I
isn't
most
totally on
definitely did
display.
not. I most definitely did not say that.
But if there is
I,
no,
no, I just said that I don't know the entirety of it. That doesn't make it infinite.
but there must be anybody that come near
Well, this
the
is
border.
the interesting thing, right? Nobody's ever just kept going south that we can
South.
validate. Yeah, if you go south, right? Picture the North Pole, okay, and then if you go south, right? Let's just imagine that the Earth's a globe. Okay, so if you start in the north and then you go south, okay, you're going to go down, you're going to go down, you're going to go over Antarctica, and then you would come back around to where you started again, right? And that would debunk the flat Earth if you kept going south. On a flat Earth, you would never be able to go south and then come back to where you started again. Now, nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever just kept going south that we can validate. So,
What about from like east to west?
east to west would work just fine on a globe or on a flat surface, because east and west are circles around the North Pole or around a north point. Actually, I
Okay.
made a little graphic for that. I'll pop it in the
So
side chat.
is there no South Pole? Like, there's no Antarctica.
Well, there's definitely Antarctica, but there's also a lot of mystery to exactly what Antarctica is. How big is Antarctica? What exactly is it? It's not something that we can go and freely explore or anything like that. So yeah, Antarctica definitely exists, but what happens if you keep going, right? If you keep going south? That's the question. Here's my little graphic in the side chat, by the way, right? It's going to pop up in a second. Right, so these planes are going east. Right, east is a circle.
Yeah.
West is a circle. And that would work just the same on a flat Earth. But if you were to go down one of the lines of longitude, then, that, and you kept going straight, that would be going south. And,
Do you think the world is like, is the world like mapped out for you? Or like it's sort of unknown?
Not in its entirety. I think there's a lot of mystery when it comes to like the vast oceans. What's the distance between continents specifically in the vast oceans? But if you were to say, is Australia the shape that Australia is, yeah, I'd say approximately it's it's probably pretty accurate because we can map out local areas and that kind of thing. That's not a problem.
Draws you to like it not being a globe? I don't know. It's just interesting for me.
What was the question again? Sorry.
What draws you to the idea that it is like a flat plane?
Oh yeah, yeah. So firstly, it's our everyday experience, right? That's like the baseline. Okay, we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. If we go to the ocean, we see a horizontal horizon. We go to a lake, we see flat water. And if we don't have any wind, it's so flat that it forms a perfect mirror on the surface, specular reflection. Now, they tell us that, well, the reason that we experience the Earth as flat is because it's so big and we're so small. It's like, okay, then, well, if we go to a lake and the lake's 10 miles across, how much curvature should there be if the Earth's a globe? And we can calculate that, okay? And over that distance, there should be 66 foot of curvature, which is about 21 meters of curvature over that 10-mile distance. So it's very easy to test that, right? That curvature would have to be there if the Earth's a globe.
My understanding, that's too large of a decrease in curve, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but 66 feet, that's like a 7-story building.
No, I think over 10 miles,
Yep.
it's 8 degrees of drop. Like it would be 8 degrees lower. Not 8
Well,
degrees, sorry, 8 inches lower.
No. It's 8 inches per mile squared. So it would be 8 inches over 1 mile.
It's 8 over 10 kilometers.
No, because you've got to square it, right? So look, I'm on Google right now. I'm going to say on a globe, how much curve is there over 10 miles of water? Should say 66.7. Yeah, right. So on a globe, the surface drops approximately 66.7 feet, or about 20.3 meters over a distance of 10 miles.
10 miles, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. 10-mile lake.
Okay, sorry. From the UK, so
Oh yeah, that's 16 kilometers, by the way.
Sorry. Yeah, I forget sometimes.
Yeah, that's all good. Hey, I just had a pizza delivery arrive, so I got to go eat. Someone else can probably take over. But anyway, I appreciate the chat. Have a good one.
Already a flat earther.
Moody Man, feel free to open your mic if you want to have a conversation with us.
Hello.
Hello. So, what were you confused about? I kind of caught the end of your text convo here.
I don't know. I just something I grew up with, school, and told that it's the right thing. I mean, I'm open to have a conversation.
Right.
Open to have my mind changed, but I'd like, evidence.
Right. Okay. So, we were all taught the same thing. We all grew up in the Western Rockefeller created educational system. So, what they told us was that the Earth is a sphere. Now, we don't experience it that way. They also told us it was spinning and it was in a vacuum. None of these things we actually experience. Instead, what they do is they point at the Earth or they point at the sky and they tell you stories about it. But I imagine they didn't give you much evidence for why they think the Earth is a ball. And if the Earth is a ball, one of the most easily recognizable features of a ball is that it curves everywhere. So that means that if we measure the Earth for the curve that they claim is there, and we don't find it, then we've kind of already upset the entire idea of the Earth being a globe spinning and hurtling through space. But so, are you aware that there is no curvature that's measurable on the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, but I mean, what about I've seen videos of ships where that you can sorry my voice. You can see ships go over. This is a genuine question, by the way. You can see them go over the horizon, right?
Okay, so the appearance that you get is that a ship will disappear bottom up in the distance. I don't think anybody refutes this claim. It does happen. Yeah. It doesn't happen as often as I think most people would like to believe, but sometimes that does occur. Now, for the sake of argument, let's say a boat disappears bottom up. What would that prove to us? Does that prove to us that that's how it appears, or does that prove that the Earth is curved?
It would point to it being curved. I mean, I'm not a mathematician or a scientist, so I don't know the exact maths behind it. I know some stuff, but it would point to it being curved. No.
Well, I mean, so if no one had suggested it to you that it was because of Earth curve, do you think you would have come up with that a conclusion on your own? Like you can see something disappear in the distance from the bottom up.
I'll say no,
right?
But I think I don't want to say that's a good argument.
Well, fair enough. The next thing we would have to do is see if the Earth is indeed curving, right? So if when we measure the Earth, and I'm not just talking about people who claim or believe or know that the Earth is flat, I'm talking about let's ask anybody who measures the surface, people who survey it, people who navigate across it, people who build on it, all that stuff. If they don't measure any curve, and we confirm with extremely expensive lasers and measuring in all kinds of conditions across lakes, frozen lakes, yada, 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 and we find no curve, then it seems to reason that it isn't the cause of the boat disappearing bottom up. It's an optical effect.
An optical effect. So what? So refraction.
Well, so if you've ever been on the highway on a hot day, we had a guy in here earlier that talked about this, right? When you go down the highway and out in the distance, there's a car, you can see the road kind of looks, there's a mirage. It kind of looks like water, it's reflective, and the car will kind of meld into it, like that happens on hot days here in the old US of A all the time, because we got hot weather and long highways. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the road is curved. It just means that we have an optical effect, right? So there's a lot of different types of optical effects that can create the illusion of there being water or whatever, but it always tends to happen at the point where the angle is the most acute, especially according to your viewing angle, that being the surface and, where the bottom of the car is, the tires, the bumpers, everything like that. And if they get farther into the distance, well, because the angle becomes increasingly acute or tighter, often the distance according to their relationship with you, sometimes the whole car will disappear. So these are optical effects that we already know exist. It doesn't have anything to do with the Earth curving because the Earth isn't curving.
What could do you have like evidence, scientific evidence?
No,
Of
we've
what?
got measurements.
Say that again. Sorry.
We've got measurements. Don't need scientific evidence. We're trying to identify something, find the cause of something.
Okay, because to me, right, like you can look at the stars, and you can take modern day understanding of star patterns and how they go in the sky from each night, right, and how they move.
Yeah.
Like, are you able to do the same thing with? Are you able to describe the movement and predict things with?
Yeah. Funnily enough, the things in the sky that you're pointing at have always done the same thing for thousands of years. Like the sun always does the repeating pattern throughout the year. The moon for its lunar phases and eclipses, and the other celestial movements have been observed for thousands of years. They're
Like, can you predict
post-fictions
it?
is what I'm pointing out. They're going to do the same thing again. There's no need for a geometric model. You just need an observer-based model where you are, time and location.
But you can't predict like when the next solar eclipse is going to be.
Yeah, I can. It's called the Saros cycle. It's an ancient, so it's over like 3,000 years old, developed by
Yeah,
the
I've heard of
ancient
it.
Sumerians and Babylon.
Doesn't
Yeah, that. Yeah.
predict where it's going to be.
No, more recent understanding and the observation of where it happens. Yeah. Still observer based.
What about like? How does the sun work? Like what is it like? Just a flat disk?
I don't know. Says who? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Do you know what the sun is?
No, because I don't know. Like to me, I guess I try and look at everything holistically.
Yeah.
Is why I'm asking
Right.
these questions. I hope
So
you don't mind my rebuttals. I'm just trying to.
no, it's
see if this-
fine. Some people learn through challenging ideas, right? And I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the sun, like Jedi said, I don't know ultimately what it is. I can describe it. So I see a large, seemingly circular light in comparison with the other lights in the sky, right, that I observe during the day. And sometimes, very rarely, but sometimes, it will be eclipsed, or it will go into a form where there's no light to see, and that happens very rarely. But this is what we observe. Now, when you say what is the sun, couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you what it's made of. Couldn't tell you how far away it is. Couldn't tell you what medium it's in. All that stuff.
Do you reject? Not only do you reject like, let's call it heliocentric model, like you don't believe that it's like a hydrogen ball.
Well, no, only because if there's someone's going to claim that it's a big burning ball of hydrogen and helium and all that stuff, then that means that they would ultimately have tested the composition of the sun. But as far as I understand, ain't nobody getting close to it according to the heliocentric model. Mostly because it's really big and really hot, and we don't have the material. So what they do is they say, well, we detect a certain spectrum of light being emitted from the sun. And so what we're going to do is just assume that because when we burn helium and hydrogen, it's very similar to what the sun does. So that must be what the sun is. But that would only be affirming the consequent in that scenario. They ultimately don't know. And all the distances and the composition and the size and everything of the sun is all based on the Earth being a sphere. Now that we know that the Earth is not a sphere, that entire paradigm, that entire construction of the heliocentric model, whatever that means, is completely debunked. At this point, it's just it's a mathematical fiction, if you ask me, because it's all based on the geometry of the Earth being a certain size and a sphere. So it's just a story.
Fake? Or is it just? Or are you saying it's not fake? It'd be true if it's true maths in the sense that it is a heliocentric model, but we're not in that.
Well, certain aspects of it are true, right?
Okay.
This is the other thing that most people don't know. So it's a very rigid model, but when we observe the realm in which we live, there are certain things that kind of upset that particular model. If you want to call it a model, it's not really. It's just an idea. So all of those very rigid calculations and assumptions that are based on the Earth being a sphere, every once in a while, some of those things don't line up. I'll give you an example. If you go to time and date, it'll give you a very rigid estimate of when the sun will rise and set. And sometimes it's right on the money. Sometimes the sun will come up a minute, maybe 2 minutes later than it's supposed to, according to this very rigid model. So it's not a dynamic model. It's I think the word is kinematic. It's very rigid. So, but nonetheless, the entire idea itself, once again, still based on the Earth being a sphere. If the Earth is not a sphere, all bets are off. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. What about things like gravity then? I don't know. Or like, is that another you don't know? Because it throws it off.
Gravity's a
So-
retrofitted idea to the globe.
Right.
The ideas of mass attracting mass and the bending and warping of space-time, they're the magic that makes the world go round. No one's going to deny that if you lift something up and you drop it, it's going to fall back down. We all experience that. It's everything that's added in afterwards.
As far as we can observe, depending on the medium, objects will go up or down according to their density relationship. This is what we observe. There is no scientific proof or evidence of anything called gravity, like some kind of bending or warping of space-time, which would be Einsteinian general relativity. And there is no experiment that would prove that mass, whatever that is attracting other mass. So both Newton and Einstein put forth ideas without any kind of actual experimentation or an identification, a true witness of what gravity could be.
So what about when things fall in a vacuum?
Right. So once again, I talked to you about the medium, right? The density relationship with the medium.
Like
So
lack of
solid objects within a vacuum or even within air are always going to go down. There's a density relationship. In, let's say, water, some solid objects will go down, other objects will go up.
Yeah, but okay, I can get why like things go down. If you're saying density, I can get why like my phone would fall out of my pocket, right? Because it's within the air. When you take away the air, do you get my understanding?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're only concentrating on one thing. So let's parse this out really quickly. Number one, in nature, we don't actually have any vacuums, right? Because there's this old saying, I don't know if you've heard it, nature abhors a vacuum. So anywhere where there's going to be low pressure, it's going to fill it up. So doing things in a vacuum chamber would essentially not help us much with reality. But once again, solid objects in a medium where it's extreme, there's a low density of the medium. Now, mind you, a vacuum chamber is not a pure vacuum, right? So
there's some stuff,
you could take, right? So you could take a feather and you could drop it in a vacuum and it would fall. You know, we've got this demonstration of a feather falling as fast as a bowling ball, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, what you're not being told about and you're not paying attention to is that there are still air molecules in that particular vacuum chamber bouncing all over the place, going freely and randomly in all directions. So there is no gravity. Otherwise, the air would be stuck to the floor, right?
I mean, there's like there's a higher concentration of air here, like at sea level, than like 60,000 feet up.
That's how it's produced, though. It's
Say that again.
produced at sea level, isn't it? Chemical, biological cycles, phytoplankton in the ocean producing oxygen, for example, the nitrogen cycle, photosynthesis,
but
all
like-
taking place on the surface of the Earth. It's where the gas is produced.
But like, wouldn't that gas naturally like become even across like the atmosphere?
No.
Because it's the same
Because of
density.
the energy within the system. Think about the temperature. It's colder up there than it is down here. Let's say on a ratio. But the sun radiates its heat onto the surface of the Earth. It then leaves the surface of the Earth in the form of gas. That's where the energy is, right? So the gas is produced and a higher energy, the sun's radiated heat, is on the surface of the Earth. So don't be surprised where it's hotter that there's more pressure because the gas has got more energy. Don't be surprised that there's more gas where the gas is actually being produced than further away from where the gas is produced, where there's less temperature.
Okay. Okay. No, okay, if you've got a ball in the air, right? Can we agree that it's like equally dense around the ball from air?
Yeah, I guess so.
How does it know to fall towards the ground then?
How does what know to fall towards the ground?
The ball, if it's
The air?
equally dense. No, the ball in the air. If the air is
Is the
equally,
ball more dense than the air?
let's say I'm holding it and then I let go. How does it know that to fall down if the air is equally dense? If that makes sense.
Well, yeah, but is the ball more dense than the air?
Yeah, let's say it's made of wood. I don't know, rubber.
Yeah,
Let's just say
fine.
it's more dense.
Okay. So, in no way is the density relationship adequate enough as far as the fluid, like let's say the air, is concerned, to support the ball, right? So it's going to go downward. Now, take that same wooden ball
How does it go
and
downward,
put
though?
it in
How
the
does it
water.
know?
You're asking a how or a why question, and that's the thing that nobody has been actually able to ultimately prove. Because if we take that wooden ball and we put it in the water, what does it do now?
It floats.
Right. Even if you force it to the bottom, it's still going to go up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what we observe, that depending on the medium and the object, there's going to be a certain vector. Nobody, as far as I can understand, knows exactly why this happens, right? There's no experiment that we could conduct.
Don't think density is a force.
No, I don't think density is a force. I didn't even say anything about density being the cause. I'm just telling you that there's a relationship between the density and the object. This is what we observe.
So we can scientifically demonstrate.
I don't know. That one stumps me.
It stumps everybody. I can't give you a cause. I can't give you a why. That's why people have been making up things on their own. Like, I think Newton was kind of forced into giving some kind of cause for this. And so he said something to the effect of, well, mass attracting mass. But even he did not like his own idea and said he didn't really want innate gravity ascribed to him. He said, this is a bad idea, but here's something. Ultimately, that was superseded by Einstein, who said the space-time is warping. So now there's no force. It's this conceptual medium called time and space that are bending and warping to move stuff around. But that's silly because they're only conceptual. There is no physical medium called space-time to move things around, or fabric, if you will. So
Do you
that's
think
out.
we can go to space? Like, do you think?
I don't think space is a place that we can go. I'm going to have to be like hyper specific with you. If you're talking about a space vacuum surrounding the Earth, right? It's a vacuum, and yet it's full of all kinds of black holes and stars and galaxies and yada yada yada, and it's ever expanding and so on and so forth. No, I don't think that's a place that we could go. The main reason is because it's a vacuum, and so whatever you put up there that has air in it, that air is going to try to fill the available volume. I could point something to you like, the whole Artemis mission and the pod or whatever, the capsule. That thing's full of air. You've essentially got an extremely high pressure bomb within a very low pressure area, and it would just probably leak out, explode, so on and so forth, because that's what entropy dictates.
I mean, what
Second
about
law of
tire?
thermodynamics. Say again?
What about a tire then? Like a car tire or a bicycle tire? It's the opposite,
Right.
right?
The relative pressure, well, that's high pressure within a container, right? So think of the Earth as we have high pressure on Earth, right? You know this. You breathe air, and you talked about the pressure that we have at sea level. Well, entropy dictates that if there's a low pressure area anywhere in the vicinity, the air is going to try to fill that available volume, and make an equal pressure.
But why
So if the
do
Earth is
car
a high
tires
pressure
not?
system, say again.
Why do car tires want to do that?
Why do they want to?
No, not why do they not? Why do we not see them doing that on an everyday
Doing what?
basis?
Well, you can. I mean, you can fill
I mean,
it's all about the
yeah,
relative pressure, right? So the strength of the barrier is going to be kind of a determining factor, and also the relative pressure. You can overfill a tire and it will blow up, or it will break the bead. So it's always going to be about the relative pressure, the
like you
difference
don't
between
think
the two.
you don't think we're able to build something that would withstand the pressure difference of space to
No,
to
because
atmospheric?
it's supposed that the pressure or the vacuum, we'll say, in the depths of space is 10 to the negative 17 torr. That is a vacuum that we cannot recreate on Earth. I think people need to kind of appreciate this. The biggest vacuum chambers that we have with the most sophisticated and strong materials that we can find, even as thick as the walls that we can make them, and sometimes they're meters thick, right? 15, 18 feet thick with all kinds of rubber barriers and all that stuff. The most that we can create on Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to the negative 6. Now, that's impressive, but that's using concrete, rubber membranes, you name it, metal, all kinds of stuff, and it's huge. Are you going to take a small tin can, a capsule, and send it out towards the moon where the differential is 10 to the negative 17, and it's got probably going to be close to atmospheric pressure within the capsule, which is somewhere in the ballpark of 14 psi? No, that's not going to cut it.
What about underwater?
What about underwater?
I believe that water after after 4 or 5 miles down is a lot stronger than the pressure that you would experience in space in a vacuum, right?
Well, it's totally the opposite. So now you have the pressure on the outside of the capsule. And I don't know, what was it, the last couple of years, somebody tried to go down real deep in some kind of craft, and ultimately the water crushed it.
Yeah, that was not seaworthy.
Right.
But we've been down there before, like Challenger Deep, deepest point in
Cool,
the
but you
ocean.
understand the problem with pressure, right?
Explain one more time.
You need a container for pressure. If you don't have the container, entropy will increase and the gas will expand in the next available volume. To have pressure, you need a container. That's why the tire's brought up. Pressure is described as the force that the gas that is in motion colliding with the walls of its container, a fixed volume. Therefore, like within the tire, the gas is under pressure. You open the tire, and if outside there is a lower pressure of gas, the gas will expand into that volume. That's entropy. Law of nature always happens that way, not the reverse.
For me, I would use gravity as like the argument.
Okay, but at this point, you must understand that gravity doesn't appear in the second law of thermodynamics. It doesn't affect gas behavior as described within the ideal gas formula PV equals nRT or kinetic molecular theory. Gravity does not appear.
Over like gravity on Earth would be stronger than the pressure for the air to leave. That would be my reasoning.
Well, then we would have to ask you, what is gravity? And can you demonstrate it doing this?
Demonstrate it containing.
Yeah, containing gas.
I can't build the second Earth. Something has to be like incredibly massive.
Okay, so if you were to build another Earth, this will be fun. If you were to build another Earth, if you want to model it exactly, we're going to need the dimensions of the Earth, correct?
Yeah, it's about 40,000 kilometers in circumference, I believe.
Okay, great. Now, can you measure that for me?
I mean, I can take a 40,000 kilometer tape measure and go round the Earth.
Are you assuming that it's a ball?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Well, for it to be a ball, there must be measurable curvature somewhere on the surface. Where will we find that?
From an outside perspective.
An outside perspective. So on the surface, you will never measure the curvature of the Earth.
So, like, if you were to draw a straight line, let's say you're looking at the ocean, you draw a straight line from your like eye level. Eventually, the Earth would fall away.
I'm not asking you what you think it's going to do. I want you to pay attention. I don't want you to tell me what you think it's going to do because you're already pre-assuming that it's a sphere. Where can we find the curvature on the surface of the Earth to measure to make sure that it's a ball so we get our dimensions right for our Earth Part 2?
Across a plane, right? So, like, let's say you've got two fences, right? Fence posts. If they're far enough away, they would be angled away.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be my reasoning, you know, like if okay, let's take the first fence post, you would fire a laser because it's a straight line, right? Let's assume there's no refraction.
Okay.
If there is no curve, it should hit, and the fences are the same height. It should hit, and it's perfectly on target. It should hit it at the same height. No.
Yes.
If it's let's say it's a mile away, it would hit it 8 inches higher on the other fence because it's dropped by 8 inches over that course of the mile. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yep. Problem is we don't have that.
Done,
Not an
so what
explanation
we've
for
done,
for an
sorry,
example
what
of
we've
curve.
done is replaced your eye level with a laser level. And we're trying to see if the surface drops away from that laser level to see if there's a target at distance that we shouldn't hit, to see if we could. But, well, do you want to see those laser tests? Because we've got
Sure.
loads of them. The thing that you're talking about, your reason, right? You're kind of logically thought out with a laser, I would be able to observe this or not observe this if the Earth was a sphere. We've done those laser tests. Do you want to see them?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Give me a couple of moments. Says hey, back to you, my friend. I'll post them in the chat.
Okay. Yeah,
Did you get
anyways,
my
the
reason?
point is that if no one is measuring the curvature that you think would be there by the way that you demonstrated, which isn't a bad one, by the way, it's good thinking on your feet. If we don't have this, then the Earth cannot be a sphere, correct? Because you said outside perspective. Well, if you're going to get an outside perspective of the Earth far enough away that you can identify it as a sphere, then it seems to reason that that can be found on the ground. In fact, I think you would want to figure out what the Earth is first if you're going to leave it and go to a place where you think you can turn around and see it as a whole. Kind of need to know that information.
Is like photographic proof not enough then, I'm guessing? Because that can be doctored or whatnot.
Well, I mean, I don't even care if it's doctored. I mean, if someone is purporting to have a photograph of the Earth as a sphere and yet when tested on the surface there is no curvature, then wouldn't that make the photograph false or erroneous at very least?
I mean, I believe that like through testing you would see curvature on the Earth. I mean, I've not done it myself firsthand. Like it's secondhand reliance on other people, right? And I guess that's what you're showing me now with this with these videos and stuff, which I appreciate. I still think there's other things you could do.
Well, friend, if you have a suggestion, we would welcome it on board. The problem is that everyone, right? Like I told you earlier, everybody, all major industries, all major entities, even the layman, is capable of measuring the Earth, and when we do, there is no curve. So I know that you believe that because you've been told that the Earth is a sphere. Fair enough, but in practical application and firsthand measurement, it's not there.
Sorry, I'm just reading some of these video titles.
Hey, look, I appreciate that you're actually paying attention to them, dude. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stop there because, like I said, there's a lot of them. Put
Yeah,
those in, put those in your watch list. Watch them like before you go to bed tonight. Whatever you want to do. But I liked your thinking. Well, the surface would drop away from my eye level or a laser level. Yeah, you're right, dude. And that's where we started. Right at that point, making those types of observations and then confirming those observations with laser measurements. So this is
Yeah,
how
what
we
about
know that the surface of the Earth is flat, because the lasers prove it.
what about if you like launched your own weather balloon? Like you spent, I don't know how much weather balloons cost, but I'm sure they're not like
Yeah.
millionaire territory.
So
Like,
this
what if you
comes
launched
into the
a weather
same kind of
balloon
category
with
as
a
like
camera?
high altitude photography from like NASA and so on, right? What if you went to space and you saw the Earth being a sphere? Why isn't photographs from NASA good enough evidence? What about high altitude balloon footage? Well, if they show a curved surface, then just by consequence, I'm going to measure and observe that curved surface over distance of the Earth. That's just a consequence of that claim. Now, when I go out to observe and measure it with, high-powered optics like a camera, binoculars, or like other people have done laser tests, then what we observe doesn't confirm those pictures. What we observe falsifies those pictures because the surface is curved in those pictures, but we don't measure that. That's the problem. If we measured that curved surface, not a problem at all. We'd be on the ball just like you. But the failure for that measurement of that curved surface, where it should be, we just end up in this situation. I'm sorry, but the Earth is measured flat.
Like, what evidence would you need to be
Measurements
like
of curvature.
evidence of curvature?
Measurements of curvature.
Measurement of curvature.
Yeah. Like the practice of surveying. Right,
Yeah,
people
I
go
understand.
out with theodolites and
Empirical
lasers and
evidence.
measure over the surface of the Earth. Right, so a measurement of curvature.
Okay.
You'll find there's one more damning thing for the globe, that not only do we measure no curve and measure the Earth flat, I'll make the positive claim, it's measured flat, but it's also used as a reference for horizontal and level. So the Earth is measurably flat. It's also used as a reference because horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. So even the horizon itself is our reference for horizontal. No curve can be found.
What about like, why can't you take a picture from like 1,000 miles away then?
Well,
Like,
I
you've
don't
never
know.
seen-
I can't.
Exactly, but I mean, like, I'm sure there's cameras out there powerful enough.
Which
If
would
you can look
show
at the
what?
stars,
Which would show
but
what?
like if it is completely flat,
Yeah.
you went to like the Nevada desert, why wouldn't you be able to take a picture if it's continuously flat, right? There's no mountains in the way. Why don't you be able to take a picture like 300, 400, 500 miles away?
Okay. One, that's going to depend on the optic that you're using. You understand the difference between like the human eye and its angular resolution and
Yeah,
like a
that's what I mean. With a
telescope.
picture,
Yeah,
like with a
got you.
camera. Yeah,
Cool.
sorry.
So hypothetically, yeah, maybe. But what we're doing is we're trying to observe through air. And air has a very unique function with light that passes through it. Air will attenuate that light. The light will dispel, it will get dimmer over distance. So when you're theoretically, let's say, trying to observe across the Atlantic Ocean between America and Spain or whatever, you've got 5,000 miles of air, which is going to disperse that light. So the reflected light off the thing you're trying to observe is never going to reach you at thousands and thousands of miles of distance. I think it's called the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient. It's the equation or mathematical formula which basically tells us how far you're going to be able to see through what atmospheric conditions, whether they're good. The maximum distance is about 250 miles. Again, that's with, we've got observations that show things that are 250 miles plus away, but they're high altitude. But yeah, the air's got a lot to do with how we're going to perceive that light distance, dude.
Okay. You guys like fully believing on this, or you still have your mind open to the scientific method? Like if you are
Scien-
shown one day.
Scientific method. Right. Okay. Almost 50. Been believing this for 11 years. Me and my colleagues, like I said, kind of the same time frame. We believe the same thing that you did, right? We were educated the same thing. We're not stupid in this idea. We didn't wake up yesterday. Some of us are really intelligent with regards to the heliocentric idea. The idea came to us, whether through social media or through friends or whatever, to, test it, because this observation is too far if the Earth was a curved surface, for example. We open to our minds being changed. We already have. You said something about the scientific method. This isn't a question for science. This is a question for geometry. To figure out the geometric shape, you observe and measure it. If it's a sphere, you will observe and measure curvature. That's literally not involving the scientific method, although you can use an empirical standard of measurement. There's a lot of lies that have been told around us, mate, and I get the impression that you're quite young. That's a credit to you in some ways, but yeah, you get fed a lot of bullshit, dude, and really the majority is bullshit. You'll wake up to these things eventually as you grow older. But the Earth being flat, you can measure it for yourself. You can observe it for yourself, even though there's, let's say, thousands and thousands and thousands of stories that you've been told about lunar eclipses and Mars and all of this stuff. When you go out, you should be able to observe and measure the curvature of the Earth. If it was there, you would. We don't. It isn't.
Thank you for just entertaining me.
You're right, man. Is this your first time talking to flat earthers?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I've had
Crazy,
people in my
right?
life talk about it, friends and stuff, but people.
Yeah, become quite popular on social media over the last 10 years, isn't it?
Okay.
Can I ask, how old are you?
23.
Ballpark. Pardon me?
23.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man, I remember what I was like at your age. You'll change, you'll grow up, you'll notice things that don't add up. Your logic and reason will and should be your guiding factor. Even what other people say, dude, your logic and reason has to be your guiding factor.
Yeah, and you didn't have the internet to fill your mind with bullshit. I know I didn't at that age.
Got any other questions, my friend?
No, I think I'm okay.
Okay, mate.
Thank you.
Mate,
Videos I watch. Thank you.
if you got any other questions or you want some, I don't know, videos or literature or something like that, just give us a shout. You're welcome back anytime, and don't feel like you have to leave now because you haven't got a question, mate. You can stick around if you want, listen to other conversations, it's fine.
Yo, what's up, family? Yo,
What's up?
can you hear me?
What?
What the fuck?
Oh, okay.
And Jedi, Master, anybody else was talking earlier with Debate Daddy about refraction here right now? Am I in here yet? Anybody out there? Anybody hear me? All right. Donald Duck is here.
There is nothing called flat earth, you fucking piece of dog.
Hey, my parents have called me worse. I know he's gone already, but I'm just saying.
We stand on the edge of a story untold, where shadows of towers stretch ancient and cold. The ground whispers secrets we've buried in stone, a canvas of signs we've claimed as our own. Through the haze a question grows, a fragile spark where wisdom flows. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. The maps we've drawn dissolve in the tide. The compass falters where starlight collide. A plane unfolds beneath our feet while the sky above hums wild and sweet. Through the silence, echoes sing, a thread of doubt on fragile wings. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. In the crucible of signs, we cast our chains aside. In the celestial void where questions collide. The tools we wield, the tales we weave, are shadows of a truth we grieve. A spark ascends, the veil ignites. We chase the dawn through endless nights. We break through the barriers blind. In the eye of the storm, our fates redefined. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea. Unraveled minds, eternally free. Through the chaos, we stake our claim. Seekers of wonder, forever aflame. As the sky unfurls in a dance of light, we tread the plane through the endless night. With eyes unclouded, we breathe the unknown. A world remade, our seeds are sown.
Well, I imagine that most of you think that the Earth and the planets go around the sun, don't you? That's the story. In Aristotle's account, the Earth was at the center of the universe, and the stars and the planets went round the Earth. We obviously think that's absurd, don't we? But did this mean that before Copernicus, we couldn't predict the positions of the planets? We couldn't predict when eclipses would take place? Not a bit of it. Aristotle's account of the universe was refined by a guy called Ptolemy, and it was called the Aristotelian Ptolemaic account, and they published a whole series of tables of exactly where you would find things in the sky. And it was unbelievably accurate. And to give you an idea of just how accurate, when Copernicus put forward his story, he didn't think that it was any better than the Aristotelian system. He didn't claim, oh, I can show something that he can. In fact, he assumed that the Aristotelian Ptolemaic account was exactly accurate. It wasn't for more than 200 years after he put it forward that there were any ways in which the heliocentric world, as it's known, of Copernicus was seen to have any observable benefits. And there are some people who would argue that we can correct, as it were, the Aristotelian account in order to get it just as effective now as the heliocentric account. So what's going on here? We assume that it's wildly wrong. So how's it so accurate? And I think the first way of understanding why it's accurate is that our accounts of the world are not descriptions of reality. They are metaphors. They are ways of holding the world. And if they don't work, we can refine them. We can make them more accurate by watching how applying this model, applying this metaphor to the world, we think, oh, actually, this bit doesn't work. And when it doesn't work, we just add another bit. And we make it work better. But we don't get actually any closer to how things ultimately are. And Aristotle and Ptolemy introduced all sorts of amendments to their story. And I think that's how science works. So in the case of Aristotle and his celestial spheres, it worked amazingly well. We don't think now, do we, that Aristotle, as he was adding these celestial spheres, and Ptolemy was making it even more complicated, we don't think they were getting closer to the truth. We're inclined to think, well, they were just compounding an error. It was obviously ridiculous. But is it so unreasonable to think that in some future culture, they will look back on our story of the Big Bang and inflation and dark energy and dark matter, and they'll say, well, that was absolutely ridiculous. So that's how I think our theories are functioning.
Hey, why is no one talking? Hello? Bye.
Sorry, guys, but south isn't multiple directions. Sorry to disappoint you. And the moon is, this moon map thing is just pareidolia. I mean, I could throw Lego on my floor, Lego pieces on my floor, and find.
Your missus getting pissed off.
Yeah, I could find my missus getting pissed off at that. But I mean, you know, like whatever, like coins, marbles, Lego, rice, and then join dots together that correlate to like constellations.
Are you giving up on reading tea leaves?
He's back. What do you know? come back to talk to us again, Moody Man?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Oh, shit. Hang on a second. Holy shit. I forgot. I got the volume turned down, so I didn't hear anything anybody said. My bad. There we go. Fix that. Now I can hear. I just wonder. I could hear the dings and the dongs, like from people joining and leaving, but I couldn't hear anybody talking. Sorry, did you say something, Abdo? If you did, I didn't hear you.
No, you didn't miss anything. It's been quiet.
Yeah, I didn't think I saw anyone lighting up except for Abdo there like a second ago. I saw his mic light up.
I've done that before. I've had my speaker off, and I sat and talked, and people probably answered, and I didn't see that it was the speaker off. So it happens.
I swear I accepted your friend request already. That's weird.
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh. Thank you. I
Oh, that's
look.
all right.
Yeah, we're friends. Good.
Yeah, I don't notice it sometimes when someone's requested it.
The
I just
UI
noticed
is
it
a
then
little
because
bit
I just
weird.
turned your volume up. Hey?
The UI is weird. It's not obvious when you get those requests or anything. You have to kind of click away, go all the way to friends or whatever before you even see it sometimes.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely interesting video that was brought to my attention. I watched there earlier. and it's thought provoking. And I wouldn't doubt that he's onto something with a lot of what he's saying. And I appreciate his research, especially into, the claimed meteorological changes and some of the dates and all that, like so his history and his study of, historic meteorology and geography. But he's wrong. He's wrong about that map, and he's wrong about the moon.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah. I wouldn't doubt that, like, maybe at that point in time, Australia, like, was like that, possibly, and that some geographical changes took place, geological changes took place, and reshaped what we, what was into what we understand to be now. That's quite possible. Yeah. I'm not going to doubt that.
Yeah, the mean stuff kind of knocked me sideways.
Yeah, I think there's some pareidolia going on there.
Mm-hmm. And I've always thought about that with the moon stuff, for sure. But with regards to, like, do you remember the bit about sunken California?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that I can buy that. I can lend credence to that. Yeah.
Well, especially when you've got evolving maps, like he showed the evolution of it, like getting smaller, even like changing. Like, why can't they just admit that? Yeah, it did look like that not long ago. Because it doesn't fit in with the whole Pangea thing and continental shift and blah 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 blah.
Yeah. About some interesting stuff. And I still have issues with circle maps. Let's be fair.
Appreciate his take on whole Tartarian thing. That's maybe might snap a few people out of their dream state.
This is the thing with, like, content creators and so on. I looked on his channel; it's just this one video, doesn't appear anywhere else, and he hasn't done anything else, rather. But this is the thing with, like, content creators, right? Not 100% of everything that they say, especially in this realm of conspiracy and speculation, is going to be true. There's going to be stuff that we or you like jive with. For example, you get it resonates with you. Some people say, but yeah, he was never going to be like, wow, this guy is like the 100% truth and everything he says is blah blah blah. But some of the way that he broke some of the stuff down, especially in the middle part of the video, like the Tartaria stuff and breaking that down and especially going through, like, the little ice age, which I found fascinating, to be honest with you, because I've questioned that specific narrative as well, especially as it falls into this nice little niche around the 15 to 1800 area, right? Smack in this idea of Satan's little season and things being changed around this area. I think the way that he broke that down was really good. But like I said, not everything that he was saying is that I agreed with. I didn't agree with everything he was saying, for sure. Like I said, I still have problems with circle maps. I almost turned it off, but I didn't. I carried on right to the end.
Same. I did put it at 1.5 though, and then held down ×2 for a lot of it. But I still got it. Like I still got the gist.
Yeah. Can't remember the name of the guy who dropped it in the channel yesterday. Flat Earther, I think. Obvious J or Omnius J or something.
Sorry, say again?
I can't remember the name of the guy who dropped it in the chat yesterday. It was Obvious J or Omnius J or something like that. I can't remember.
Right.
Correct.
Was it Amphibious J?
There you go. Thank you, mate. It was absolutely nowhere near what I said, apart from I got the letter J at the end. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, Amphibious J.
One thing that I find interesting is like because I've I've asked the AI about Tatari before, and it said, look, it's regional, like it's just like you'd say Asia, right? I'm like, oh, okay, right. And then, but now there's no Asian Empire flag, right?
No.
There was for Tataria, right?
Yeah.
Tatari Empire flag, like that's sort of a contradiction. But it would seem that it was just like a term to describe a culture rather than like an actual territory. Though they did have territory, but like he pointed out, they were spread. You know, you'll see the word Tatar, Tatari, Tataria, like all these uses of the word Tatar, right? Like all over the world, right?
Yeah.
What's the
And
etymology of Tartaria or Tartar?
it's like underworld hell or something, isn't it?
Oh,
That's
right.
Tartarus.
Oh, it's Tartar, right? I don't know, man. I know it's a sauce.
Yeah. Tartar comes from the source, right? That's what I thought.
Yeah, and I always thought that was because it might be sort of like a little bit bitter or something. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, of course. Don't know, guys. Sometimes I just stare into the fucking blankness of my TV screen whilst football's being played and not paying any attention to it, trying to figure it all out. And I can't. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I get the impression we've been lied to on a massive scale, especially with regards to history, whether that be recent history within the last decades or few hundred years or centuries or like 3,000 years. It's all bullshit. But I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. The Tartaria thing and the mud floods, I see it. I understand it. And in actual fact, now that I've had my eyes kind of open to it, I kind of see it in places too. Like with regards to windows being half submerged in like roads and shit. It's really weird. But I still don't know with regards to this little season eschatology and, Jesus already have been and come and done his thing and blah, blah. I don't know. I really don't know. I know the Earth's measured flat. Other than that, I still don't know.
Right. And if powers that be now, like, what makes people think that, like, 500 years ago, the powers that be wouldn't lie? Right. So where do we draw the line? Like, and how do you filter through what is the truth and like what is the lies that they told about our past?
Don't know, dude. Changing the names of places is something that I came across like maybe around the same time as Flat Earth, like 10, 11, 12 years ago. I came across this idea that all these places in the Bible, like Bethlehem, Jerusalem, Sodom and Gomorrah, they're not actually in Israel. They just regave these places names from the Bible, but the biblical places are actually somewhere else. They're actually in Africa. And there was maps and so on with Jerusalem and Bethlehem and all of these types of things on. I'm just like, wow, I've got absolutely no idea. Because at the moment, all I'm presented is with people saying things on screens. That's the kind of the length of the majority of our research, right? Now we're listening to someone who's done research and come to a conclusion and are, giving it to us. Yeah, we can go in other directions into the rabbit holes and the mire of conspiracy to answer or ask other questions. But ultimately, we're just turning on screens and listening to people from their specific point of view. Now I'm even questioning whether those people are real, whether the maps that they're showing are real, because we're living in an AI-generated world, and it's getting harder and harder to distinguish voices. I know that for sure. You can timbre and cadence, and yeah, you can pick it up, but it's getting harder. So yeah, I don't even know what's true anymore. I'm getting to that state.
According Preza, why do you think we think we're on the back of a frickin' turtle?
Because it sounds cool, you know.
It sounds cool.
Yeah.
In the Discworld novels, they actually tried to find out the sex of the great turtle Tatooine by lowering cranes down off the edge of the earth and taking photographs. That comes from Terry Pratchett in the Discworld novels. You should read them, they're really fun. The Discworld sits back of 4 great elephants. I can't remember their names, but they're great and mighty. And they also stand on the back of the great turtle, Tatooine, who swims through the vastness of space. We don't think that, though. That's a fairy tale.
Yeah, it's like fairy tale, like at Earth, you know.
No, Flat Earth's a measurement, not a fairy tale. The globe Earth is a fairy tale. Outer space, that's like Narnia, a place that doesn't exist. But Flat Earth is a measurement. That's not a fairy tale.
I think the Earth on a turtle is not a fairy tale.
It is. It comes right out of a book, a set of books. A set of novels, in
No.
fact. Yeah. Have you met this tortoise?
Yes, I have photos
Oh my
which
god.
the Earth is on a big turtle.
Okay, in the side chat then, please. Photograph.
But I don't have the perms, I think.
Oh no, you don't have the perms. Oh, shit. Always
Yeah.
the same way with you guys. Got the evidence, I just don't have the permission to give you the evidence. We'll wait.
Yeah, I can give you the
You can
proof.
DM it me if you want. I'm up for the shits and giggles.
Just Google Earth
Just
on a
Google.
turtle.
Just Google your evidence. Again, I should have put money on this.
Yes.
Yes. I will Google your evidence. Okay.
What did people do before Google?
I don't know, man. It's a good question, actually.
That's what we've got now, T-Dub. It's a generation of people who don't know what it was like before Google. Shit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You'd put your little school backpack on, walk down to the library, go raking through books. If you're lucky enough to be able to afford it, you'd get the chuck your 20 cents into the photocopier and photocopy the pages. Or if you weren't and you were super lucky, you'd take out your fool's cap book and sit there and copy word for word what was in the books in the library. Because the really important ones you probably weren't allowed to take out of the library.
Probably weren't in your library.
True.
Okay, I have the link. Look.
That's an image. That's not a photo. I want to know who took it. And where's the 4 elephants?
Bro, it's I think it's NASA that the photo.
We entertain this for as long as our patience lasts, but when we ask for a photograph, we literally mean a photograph. This is not a photograph. This is a computer-generated image. You wonder how
can you tell?
You wonder how
How
fast
can you?
our patience is going to last, right?
Bro, I think it's a real
You know,
photograph.
stop saying that. That's like the 3rd or 4th time, and now I'm going to start disagreeing. You don't think.
Now, my issue with Earth being on Turtle's back, as depicted in your AI crap, we don't measure any curvature. That's how we know that's false.
I don't know, bro. I just found the idea cool.
Fair enough. I can appreciate that.
Hey, how you doing? Hope everybody's good.
What's up? Good to see you.
Same here, man. It's been a hot minute. How's life treating you?
Good. Really good, thank you.
Amen. Happy to hear that. Had any good conversations recently about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah. Good has got varying degrees to it, though. Some are better than others.
Okay.
Our last one wasn't so good. Others have been much better. But yeah, you know how it goes, my friend.
I do. I just got out of Socialize in a small four-man VC, and I listened to two globies spazzing about space and space travel, and about China's racing the Americans to go to build a space station on the moon, right? And how he says like, oh yeah, the gravity on the equator of the Earth is significantly, I forget, lower or higher. I quote him, right? You forget, is it lower or higher than anywhere else significantly because of the Earth's spin? I don't know how fast we're spinning though, right? And it's just like,
oh god,
my brain. So I had a small aneurysm. And I decided to come here to restart my brain.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I had a great hour. It was amazing. On a side note,
yeah.
I got good news. I also found out that another colleague of mine at work is also a flat earther.
Oh wow.
So, yeah, he's from Romania. We were on our big like our lunch break, right? And I was sitting next to him, and I see on his phone something in Romanian, and then like a flat earth. I just told him I don't know what it says there, but it's true, you know. And later on, he just like smiled and looked at me. He didn't say anything, right? But later on, when we were alone, because we talk about shit together, I was like, "Wait, do you think that the Earth is flat?" And he's like, "Yeah, motherfucker. Why?" Pardon my French. That's how he talks. Pardon
Yeah.
me. And I just jumped up like a little child, like I love you 100 times more now, man. You're actually smart.
That's brilliant, man. It's always good. You don't expect it out in your real life, do you? So that's always
No,
good to see.
no. But when that happens, it's truly like a child getting candy, man. It's a good moment.
Awesome stuff. Well, I don't know what's going on in here. It seems to be relatively quiet at the moment. Not many people saying the Earth is a sphere and we're stupid and denying science and stuff. It's just us lovely flat earthers at the moment, really.
We're all in this together. Sorry about that. I'm in a real good mood.
Yes.
Hey, Buster. Or not.
Strange day, huh?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello there.
Hello, motherfucker. Can you speak something at least? Why are you guys so dumb and also mean to not speak something here?
Okay, fine. Yeah, the Earth is flat. Tell your mom. Something I find really annoying is how some people don't really know how to drive. They don't know how to take corners at intersections or anywhere else. What I mean by that is you got drivers that cut the corners off. They see that I'm here and I need to turn to the adjacent road over there, so I am going to turn my wheel and point my car directly at that road. I'm going to drive at it. This results in making two turns. One to turn from your initial point, and another to turn completely into the lane that you're going into. And cutting off that corner, man, it sucks for other drivers because you might clip the front corner of other drivers that are waiting adjacent at the intersection. I mean, it's just insane. You're supposed to round the corners, right? You're supposed to go around. You gradually turn into the other road. Like, this should be freaking common sense.
Yeah, I prefer to make figure eights when I do my right-hand turns.
This is just particularly annoying to me, at least. I mean, I almost hate to say it, but certain demographics almost fit the stereotype of the people that you hear might be most most prone to driving this way. Yeah, stereotypes are holding true. I was just at an intersection turning right, and I had the right of way. I had a green arrow telling me that I could turn right. But the cars adjacent to me were turning onto the road in the opposite direction I was on. And they were cutting off the corner, and I couldn't freaking move because if I were to pull out into the intersection, they would have slammed into the front corner of my car. So I'm kind of waiting for them to do this, and this car behind me doesn't know any better, and this lady's honking the horn at me, getting pissed off that I'm not turning and taking the green light. And I'm like, come on, lady, I'm in a big freaking truck right now. I'm not going to take this corner and risk hitting these other cars. You're just going to have to sit there and chill out and maybe apply some common sense yourself and watch what I'm doing. But nope, she was just impatient, honking her horn. And you know what? I'm just staying here. I'm waiting for safety to give me an opportunity to go. But it's just the way it is.
Yeah, I was once making a left-hand turn, and I could see that the light had just changed red for the opposite direction. So I could see the guy was having trouble stopping, like he was really pushing down on the pedal. So I didn't move. I said, I'm not getting in front of him. I don't want to get T-boned, right?
Yeah.
So the guy behind me honks. I put it in reverse. It's like, you want to honk at me? I'll put it in reverse. I'll hit you if I need to.
Yeah, I get that too. It's like, nope, I'm not moving. I'm not going to risk myself getting into a car accident because you might get rear-ended by somebody else. Well, the worst is when like the cops drive like this. Like, I'm like, come on, dude.
You have any police cruisers I see hogging the left lanes on the highways all the
Yeah.
time? But they'll give you a ticket for staying in the left lane for camping out there. But I'd say 99% of the cops I see on the road are always in the left lane.
And their excuse would be, we're in the left lane, clearing idiots out of it so you can get through quicker.
No, the highway wasn't super busy the day. There's actually 2 police cruisers in the left lane, one after each other.
The trick they do over here is they'll, not that they sit in the wrong lane, they do about 5 kilometres an hour slower than this posted speed limit. Just enough to annoy you. So people will overtake, then they get an excuse to book them. Doesn't so much worry me when you're down the city and there's multiple lanes that you can pick from, but when you're on country roads and you want to spend the least amount of time as possible on the opposite side of the road, yeah, it annoys me when they do it there.
What's up, guys? Yo, the hell? Why? Why is all? Why is everybody in silence? Uh, okay. Uh, I'm fine. So this chat is just to listen to other people. That's great. So keep up the good work.
Yo, where's the is the Earth flat or round or square? Anyone discuss this topic with me?
So who agrees that the Earth is flat?
Me.
Talk it if you have time.
Okay, so do you guys believe that the Earth is flat? Do you?
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I want to ask you a few questions.
All right.
So, if I give you 4 items, will you be able to test if water curves or if it's flat? The first item.
What? Wait. Could you repeat that again?
Sure. I'll actually type it. It'll be easier.
All right,
I'm
sure.
I'm gonna give you 4 items. First item is a 10-mile wide lake.
10 mile wide what?
Lake.
Leg? A leg? Like as in
Lake.
leg. A human leg.
And if the rest can stop typing, I can talk to this guy a little bit. Let's see. 10-mile wide lake. 2, a friend.
Okay.
3, a measuring tape.
Mm-hmm.
Measuring tape.
Mm-hmm.
And
Go
4,
on.
a
Okay.
laser. A laser. Okay?
A laser. Okay.
Yep. So now you have those 4 items. Can you figure out if the water in that lake curves or if it's flat?
Okay. All right. I'll give you an example, right?
No, how do you,
So
how do you use those items to figure it out?
I'll give you the velocity of a car. I'll give you the amount of distance it traveled, and from that, I want you to calculate the speed at which the black hole sucks void.
Okay, so you can't do it. Wow, that is insane. Look, I
Well,
pasted
you can do it. You can do it, but why can't you do it? Is that skill issue? Do I smell
No,
skill issue?
yeah, this is an IQ test,
That's what
actually.
I thought.
I gave you
That is
4
that is what
items.
I thought.
I
You
even
are a
gave
lucky
you,
man.
dude, I gave you a diagram in the chat as well. Over 10 miles, if Earth, they say Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Have you ever heard about that?
Okay. Go
What's
on.
what's the radius of Earth?
All right. All right. No,
What
no,
is,
no, no, no. I am an ignorant man, and I do not know Jack. Now let me know
okay.
what is the
So that's why
radius.
I'm telling you. I'm trying to see if you can retain information. I'm telling you right now, the Earth's radius is 3,959 miles.
Okay. Okay. So what's your point?
If I ask you in 5 seconds, can you tell me the radius?
3,590 something.
3,959 miles.
Yeah, that. And
Right.
what does it prove that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, actually it does, because if you look at the diagram that I posted, I'll post it one more time because people are chatting at the same time as we're talking, so it's kind of rolling up. But
Already. Yeah, yeah, I see it. I see it. Don't worry about it. I see everything. You sent that
so
diagram. All right.
there
So
it
you're
is.
saying Earth
There
is
it is.
like a 2D structure, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that Earth looks like that. That's what most people think. When you were a kid, they told you this is what Earth looks like, and they brought out this globe or something, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and they said you live on a ball in space, and it has water on it, and the water curves around it, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So in the diagram, you can see that if the Earth is the size that they say, um, then over 10 miles, there has to be 66 foot of curvature. 66 foot is about 20 meters. You
Oh my
understand?
God, bro. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's why I was asking you about the lake before, right? Because you can take your friend to a lake, you have him flash a mirror from the other side. If you see that flash, it can only mean one out of 2 things. Either your friend is over 20 meters tall, or water doesn't curve between you, because there should be 20 meters of curvature between you and your friend over 10 miles if you're living on a ball of the radius that they have said. You
Are you
understand?
serious? Are you serious?
Yeah, this is the globe math. I'm not making this up, right? So I pasted it to you there, right? So, or you
Oh
can
my
take,
God.
yeah, or you can take a laser, you shoot it 1 foot over the water from beach A to beach B, where your friend is at. If you're living
Mhm.
on a globe of radius 3,959, that laser should end up 50 foot over the head of your friend, but it doesn't do that. If you shoot it 1 foot over water, it's going to end up 1 foot over water 10 miles away, because water doesn't curve, it's flat. You understand?
All right. So to conclude everything, Earth is flat, right?
I mean, I'm not claiming a shape. I don't know the shape of Earth, but I know that the surface that we have been told, the surface has about 70%.
Told. Okay.
You
All right.
understand that the surface has about 70% water. And if water is flat, we can tell for sure that at least 70% of Earth is flat. So it cannot possibly be a ball. I don't know what
Tell me
shape it is, but I know that the
tell me
surface is
something.
flat. Go ahead.
So what do you know about centripetal force?
You're telling me, yeah, it's a claim from the Globers that the Earth is spinning, and somehow,
Claim. Very, very wise word to use. So what do you think the moon is?
well, whatever it is, it has nothing to do with the surface property of Earth.
Aren't you such a genius, my boy? This is why they say that people that think the earth is flat should not be given the right to vote. MashaAllah. Take
Okay.
care, bro. Take care.
You're gonna run? Oh, he ran. Well, there we go. So I gave him the 4 items. That was fun, and he couldn't figure out how to use them, so I had to actually explain it to him. This was just to illustrate how dumb Globers are usually. They do not understand it when we tell them we have measured Earth to be flat. They cannot comprehend it. They cannot figure it out. Even if we give them the tools, we have to walk them through the method. We have to, because they just cannot crack it. So, point made. Thanks for the time.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, we were just talking to a guy, and I gave him a couple of items, and I wanted to see if he could figure out how to use them to measure if Earth is flat or not, and he couldn't do it. It was kind of weird,
Do you
but
believe that the Earth is flat?
no, it's not a belief; it's a measurement. Would you like to?
Okay, well, do you think that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, 100%. You want to know why?
Nah, I'm good.
All right, thank you.
Have you ever seen the ocean?
Yeah, it's super flat.
Have you
Yeah,
seen
it's
when the
flat. Now you
ships
don't. You don't.
go?
No. You don't get to ask questions, bro. You didn't want to know.
Me? Wait,
Why?
me?
Why would you not want
Me?
to know? And then
Hello?
continue to ask questions. Why?
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, just wonder this: why we're saying it.
Bro, I cannot understand you.
Wonder this: why are they
Can
saying
you get
Earth
a
is
little,
flat?
like, can you put the mic a little far away?
Wonder
Can you, like, take
this.
the mic out your
Hey,
mouth?
bro.
Can you
No,
take the mic
no, I
out your
can't.
mouth?
You can shut up. Anyone else complaining about my mic? Anyone? Okay. You can wonder this, ZZZ. Why do they think Earth is flat? I might ask them. If you're not interested in why we say that, why should we be interested in any question you have thereon after? Why?
Sorry, what'd you say?
I said stay on mute.
Hello guys. It's me. Hello everybody.
Hey there.
How are you doing guys?
Yeah, we're doing good today.
Why are you guys in silent?
Well, we were just talking before you came in, and then you said hello, so we said hello back.
Ah, okay. I'm so sorry.
No, you're doing fine.
Where are you from, bro?
I am from Massachusetts in the United States of America.
Okay, that's cool, bro. What do you do for a living?
uh, I'm not here to talk about myself, really, but if you want to talk about the topic of the room, we can do that.
Yes, please. Yes, I want a room for talking. To introduce ourselves together like
Yes. So let me ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Where do you live?
I live in France.
but on Earth. Have you heard of it?
On what?
Earth. They say it's a big ball in space. Yeah.
Like. Where am I living right now?
I'm asking you, when you were a kid and you said, "Hey, where am I living?" Someone showed you a big ball and they said, "You're living on this ball in space," and you were like, "Wow, okay."
Oh my god.
Is
Oh
that what
my
you
god.
is that what you believe?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I have no idea about this.
Don't freak out. We're talking about we're talking about the Earth's shape in here. Do you understand?
Okay, this group is about talking about Earth.
Yes.
I have no idea about those Earth.
Now is your chance.
Okay, okay. I'm interested.
All right.
Are you guys are scientists?
Yes.
Okay, 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 okay.
Listen, I'm going to tag you in the chat and I'm going to ask you some questions. You can read it. It's going to be easier. You're practicing your English now, I can tell. So
Okay.
here's something for you in the chat. Can you see the chat?
Do I read or
Yes, you can read the message. I gave it to you. I tagged you.
okay? Like I have to read inside or I have to.
Yeah, you have to open the chat in the Discord app and look at the message I gave to you.
Yes, I saw the message. I'm
Yeah,
reading it.
good. I'll be quiet while you read it. When you're done, you can ask me questions.
Okay, okay. Let me read it.
Oh, he got scared and ran away too. Why is it so scary? I thought I was nice to him. Didn't even overload his English. Here's a little party trick for you. Next time you're out partying and you strike up a conversation with someone, just tell them the radius of Earth and then ask them 10 seconds later. If they can't repeat it back to you, you know they're just going to be a waste of time for the rest of the night because they can't retain information. So it's going to be a boring conversation for you. Flat Earth is also a great topic to pick up girls. You know immediately which ones you want. Just if they freak out, it's not going to be something useful.
Hey, Joe, you're not a bigot, are you? Do you believe that all flat earthers are wrong about everything and cannot possibly be correct about anything?
Oh, he's a bigot, all right.
Judging by his dialogue in the side chat, that seems to be the case.
I don't think he's the sharpest pencil in the jar, to be honest with you, after looking at them. So I'm not even interacting. But he is giving us a little content, so I don't mind. He says, let's entertain the YouTubers a little bit in the chat.
I'm wondering if he's imagining the meme version, like the cartoon Pizza Planet Space Frisbee bullcrap.
Must be. That's very common.
Yeah.
They have to strawman us to strawman our arguments to win. I believe I'm fat, not Earth, says Joe. This is the level, YouTubers. Kathos says, Joe can't form coherent sentences. I don't think he can answer. Joe says, answer what? You are being talked to in VC, says Kathos. It doesn't matter. Yes, CZZ, Flat Earth Judge, what do you want? You're back. You want to have a reasonable conversation? We'll talk to you, but you're going to have to talk to us about Earth, and you're going to ask us the question, how do we know Earth is flat? You got to tell us to give you the evidence for it. Are you prepared to do that? He says yes. All right, here we go.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, what's up? You're back, huh?
You
Good.
can explain. I'll listen.
Okay, nice. Yeah, it's cool. All right, we'll go over it in chat. It'll be easier for both of us. So, do you happen to know the radius of Earth? Have someone told you when you were a kid? No? Yes? Can you still hear me? ZCZ?
I said no.
You said no. All right. So the radius of Earth is 3,959 miles. Yeah. Do you know the radius of Earth now?
Yeah.
What is it?
It is 6,378 kilometers.
Yeah, sure. We can do kilometers. About 6,400 kilometers, actually. All right. So in the chat, I pasted to you the method. We tell people that they can measure if Earth is flat or round. Have you seen space pictures? People from NASA
Yeah.
send out pictures of big balls. They're round with lots
Yeah.
of water on them, right? So in my chat there to you, there's a picture of Earth there, and we've all been shown it, right? So because they have told
Yeah.
us the radius, we can use math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. So in this example that I'm going to give, over 10 miles, there has to be 20 meters of curvature. That's about 16 kilometers. So now you can take a friend to a lake that's 10-mile wide. You have your friend flash a mirror from the other side. If you see that flash, either your friend is over 30 foot tall, that's 10 meters, right? Or water doesn't curve. And if water doesn't curve between the two of you, Earth is covered by 70% water, it cannot possibly be a ball. You understand the logic, right? You don't have to agree with me, but the logic
Yeah.
is there, yeah. So what we've done multiple times, hundreds of times, we have shot lasers over these waters. You shoot the laser 10 miles over from your beach, 10 miles to beach on the other side. If you're living on a globe with the radius 3,959 miles, the laser has to end up about 50 foot over the beach on the other side, but they never do that. You shoot that laser, let's say a meter over water on your side, it's going to end up a meter over the water on the other side. It's not going to end up 30 meters over your friend's head because water doesn't curve, it is flat. Now you can ask your
Okay,
question.
I have a question. So if you look at the beach, right, and you see a boat, right,
Yeah.
and it's like a cargo boat, and you see it go far into the ocean, and then it
Mhm.
starts disappearing. Why is that?
Because we can't resolve it. You can do this on a flat surface. You can actually demonstrate these things for yourself. Like if you put a piece of Lego in a hallway, a really long hallway, like in a hotel, and you go to the other side and you put your head on the floor, you're not going to be able to see it. But when you stand up, you can see it. Or if you have a good camera, you can zoom into it. There's a video of a cargo ship
Wait,
in the.
what?
Oh, do you have a question about the
Sorry,
example?
no, keep going. Like your voice went out.
Okay. I'm saying that you can replicate things disappearing over flat surfaces, like a long hallway in a hotel. You put a piece of Lego or like a toy car or something on the other side, and you walk to the other side of the hallway. Place your head close to the floor. You're not going to be able to see it, but when you stand up, there it is again. So it's just the way our vision works. Look at the chat. Someone posted a boat video right there. We have these
That
cameras
looks
now.
AI.
No, it's not AI. Jager Bruno posted the last one. There's a zoom in video. It looks like the boat is disappearing, but then he uses his camera to zoom in on it, and there it is again, right? So it has nothing to do with curvature at all. It's just the way our vision work. Do you understand? Yeah, think about it for a little while. I know it's new information, but
I'm gonna be honest, this shit sounds dumb, bro.
yeah.
Just my full honesty, that's about it.
Yeah, no, it sounds dumb. Of course, you never heard it before, so it's going to take a little time to process it.
You live in Massachusetts?
Yeah, I do.
What part? In Boston?
Outside of Boston, yeah.
Like Quincy?
What?
Quincy?
No, it's I don't want to dox myself, but close enough. I know where Quincy
Cape
is.
Cod?
Not Cape Cod. I've been there though. They have good lobster up there. Last time I was there, I went to a restaurant. I bought two lobsters. One I ate, and the other one we released into the sea.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah, it was nice. Anyway, this test that I was talking to you about, we have examples of it. Here is a guy who shot the laser 21 miles, and he hit the target. So there is absolutely no curvature. So those space pictures that they show you from NASA, they're all they're fake because we can't demonstrate it down here. It's impossible. I mean, you can see the Great Salt Lake, for example, on one of those globes, and then when you go there and shoot the laser, there is no curvature. So I pasted it in the test. When you have time, you can watch it. Professor Triangle also posted a nice wind farm one. You can see a ship behind the wind farm. That wind farm is 10 miles out. Should not be able to see that um, from the beach if you live on a ball. Those things should be hidden completely behind the curve, and they're not because water is flat. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you know how tall you are, but I bet you do, right? But for a person who is 180 centimeters tall, the horizon should start curve away about 4.7 kilometers out. And I promise you, in your lifetime, you've seen things farther away than 4.7 kilometers. You've probably seen islands, boats, buildings, land, beaches, things that are 10, 20 kilometers away. And that should be impossible at your height if you live on a ball of the radius that they have said. Yet you have probably seen it, you just haven't understood what it meant. Anyway, good luck looking into it. I know it's new information.
What else do you believe?
Oh, it's not a belief. We're talking about a measurement here, right? Don't tell me.
Yeah.
You know your height, right?
No. Like it's a
You know,
belief you can
you,
say.
yeah. You know how tall you are? Is all I'm saying, right? And then
Yeah.
my next question then would be, how did you figure it out? You're going to say, I measured myself. So it's not a belief, it's knowledge at that point. Yeah.
Then why do other flat earthers say it's a belief?
I don't know. They really shouldn't. They should call it knowledge, because once you measure water to be flat, there really is. What are you going to do after that? It's flat,
But they're
or
not
it's
real
So
not.
why
flat
are they
earthers.
hiding
That's
this?
why. Because they're not real flat earthers. Real
Yeah.
flat earthers know the earth is flat. We don't have to believe in it.
Yeah, that's a
You
good
believe
point.
in, yeah, you believe in things like globes floating in space and rockets flying to other planets. That's a belief system.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
How is that a belief system if you saw the rocket take off?
Yeah, because you can only see
Like
it
you
take
saw the
off, right?
videos
Yeah, you can see it
go
take
on
off, and,
the,
right, and then it goes somewhere, and
Also,
then
wait,
don't.
if the Earth is flat, is the moon also flat?
We don't know. We don't make claims in here that we can't support. That's why I'm telling you, when you see a rocket, we both see it, right? We can go to a
Wait,
launch.
so I'm just wondering, do
Okay,
you believe that only the Earth is flat, or do you think that the Mars and the
we don't
other
do.
like,
We don't talk about belief in here. We're not going to make claims about other things in the sky. I can even grant you. I can grant you some round planets if you like. You can have them. It has nothing to do with the surface property, because that one we can measure. So whatever goes up
wait, do you
on
think that Mars is flat?
you can have a planet if you want to. I don't care either way.
No, do you
But
think that it's flat, you yourself?
I haven't thought about it. I don't know. That's all I know. So I'm not going to make a claim about it.
Why would you like,
Who thinks
what
about
would,
Mars, dude? When's the last time you thought about Mars?
I don't know. People who
no,
want to
I'm just
escape.
wondering, because if you think the Earth is flat, I'm wondering if
No,
you
I
also
think
think
Mars is
that,
a light up in the sky. That's what I see
and
when I see
do you think
Mars.
that there are other planets around us?
I think there is lights in the sky. That's what we all, both of us, observe. That I can't tell you anything else. I
And
can't
do
tell you the
you
size.
think that there are other planets around us?
I think that there are lights in the sky. I'm not going to make a claim to as what they are, because I can't prove it.
No, we're not on a planet, so there's not other
Well,
planets. We're
Yeah,
not on a planet, so there can't be other ones.
yeah, we're not making a
wait,
shape claim. You have to realize that people often depict flat Earth as a pizza or a disk in space. That's not us. That's not what we think at all. So Earth is more like the floor of the universe, and we're on it, and we don't know anything else than that, right? So I'm not going to make a shape claim.
and
We're
why
a
would
little.
the governments like spend all this money going to space?
They don't
I
go to
can
space.
I can
I said
quote.
space is fake
Or or
before.
or 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 let's say they try to make us think that the Earth is round.
Why do
Yeah,
they
Like
try
why
to
do they
make
spend
us
all
think?
this
Why do
money?
they try to make us think that there's Star Wars up above us in 1977? Or why did they try to make us
What?
think there's a big giant fish named Jaws chasing us around in the ocean? Why did
That's a
they?
movie, bro.
Oh, it's a movie? Well, so is everything else that you're watching on TV.
dude, let me
What?
quote. Do you know who?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because you're a sucker.
Wait, who? Me?
Listen.
Yes, because suckers exist. That's
Gang,
why
I'm just trying
people
to
take
understand
advantage
this.
of
Why are
suckers
you why
because
are you
suckers
so
exist.
mad?
All right, dude. Let me quote the NASA administrator Jared Isaacman. Have you heard of him? He's the
Wait,
guy who.
wait. I'm not done with this. So,
No,
no, that's not what I'm asking
I'm gonna
about.
answer it for you. Why are they?
What?
Why are they doing this?
No,
NASA
no, no.
administrator.
I'm just. Let me say my question because like I got cut off here.
But I heard your
Just
question. You want to ask us why they're doing it, right?
no. I was asking that. Why do they spend all this money and like materials, people's
Yeah,
times on trying
yeah,
to make us think that the Earth is round?
yeah. I don't know
And we're
why they.
talking about like trillions of dollars here.
Right. So let me read the answer from the NASA administrator Jared Isaacman. He's the guy who runs NASA, right? This is what he says. Artemis 2 has reached its maximum distance from Earth on the far side of the moon, 252,756 miles away. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy have now traveled farther from Earth than any humans in history and now begin their journey home. Before they left, they said they hoped this mission would be forgotten, but it will be remembered as the moment people started to believe that America can once again do the near impossible and change the world. Do you understand that NASA is a propaganda organization?
Well, NASA isn't the only
They
space thing.
need
Like,
they need
there's
to take
also India's space program and the other countries.
yeah, because they
Can
want
you
it to
bring
be the
up
best,
them as
right?
well?
They want to show people that America can do the near impossible and change the world. We are the greatest, the best. It's a propaganda thing. That's all it is. I wouldn't worry too much about it, but I wouldn't trust them
What?
either. Propaganda. They have reclassified NASA. It's an intelligence agency. They are allowed to lie.
Then why is like India and Pakistan and all the other countries spending money?
Yeah, they also want to lie. They also want to control their people. They want their people to
How
think
can
that
you
our country
control
is
a
just
person?
as great as America. We too can land a rocket on the moon, like India and China has claimed to do. But none of them has done that. It's all bullshit and propaganda.
Yeah, you can't fly in a vacuum.
That's also a good point. Yeah, we don't know the medium up
Wait, do
there
you believe
either.
in space?
He's
Or
not
do you
hearing
think that
any
space
fucking
is the
thing I've
same?
said yet. Today,
I
I've
said
told you space is fake.
think.
Space is fake 5 times to you. That space isn't real. It's not
That's
there.
because you're
Planets don't
eating your
fly
mic and I
around in
cannot
space.
understand you.
And I know it's hard for you to understand. Space is
It's because you're
fake.
eating your mic.
Yeah, space is fake. Do you understand that? Say it.
And what
Say
did
it
you
back.
say when we
Say it back to me.
say what back?
Space is fake.
Why would I say that?
Say it so I understand you heard what I said.
Yes, I heard what you said.
What did I say?
You said that quote unquote space is fake.
Wow, he can't say that without putting quote unquote in it. He's afraid to
What?
say those words. Ooh, dude, you're cringy.
Bro, what? I like talking to the other guy. He's way more chill.
Oh yeah, he's way more chill. You should talk to him.
Your judge.
Yeah. Anyway, it's
Are you from
irrelevant.
Europe by chance? Just wondering.
Yeah, I was born in Sweden. I lived there the first 20 years of my life before I moved.
Cool.
So, look, it's all propaganda and it doesn't really matter what space is. We look at the sky, both of us, and we see some lights and we see some things moving around up there. We don't know what it's made of, how far away those things are, their shapes, or anything.
I'm just
So,
wondering if you would have had the chance like let's say NASA right came up to you and said we'll put you on a rocket ship and send you up
Mhm.
into space and you saw like something, what would you tell us?
Well, I would first tell you that the math wouldn't work out the way you think it is. Even if, how far up do you think you have to be to see Earth? Do you know anything about that? Like mathematically, to see curvature, for
Like
example?
100,000 foot or something like that.
We can know. 100,000 feet won't do it.
Wait, have you been on a plane?
Yeah, many times. I fly for a living. It's part of my job. Anyway, on a plane, A
Wait, I've
plane.
been on a plane and I looked down and like I could see the Earth's sphere, you know?
Could you? Which
Yeah.
what kind of airplane were you on? Let me show you the three different types then, and you can tell me which one you were on when you saw that. A, B, or C. It's in the chat. Which airplane were you on?
Wait, let me see the thing.
Yeah. You should probably check your neighbor's window next time. See what it looks like there. I think I got this picture from, who did I get this from? Matrix? I don't know.
I always see C because when I go on a plane, I go all the way up and down the row and look out everybody's window to make sure everybody's seeing the same thing I'm seeing.
Right, right.
Well, I was on a plane, right? And like the window broke and like everything was being sucked out and I saw like the Earth was blue.
No, how come you guys have to lie when you come in here? Is that just part of
What?
being a Glober that you lie about things?
Sorry, is something wrong with that?
Yeah, lying. That's
Like in,
something wrong with it. You said you don't like liars, but you like lying. You don't like NASA lying to
Wait,
you,
when did
but
I
you
say that?
like lying. That's
When
weird
did
how
I
you
say
do
that?
that.
When did I say that? When did I say
Dude,
that?
it's weird that you like NASA, but you don't like when people
I
lie
don't
to
even
you.
like NASA. I'm
Oh, you
just
don't?
asking questions
Oh,
about them.
good. Oh, that's good. Yeah, you don't like anything now. I suppose you don't watch TV. You've never seen a telephone.
I
There's all
don't watch
kinds of shit you
TV, you're
guys do.
right.
Yeah, I
But I
know
do
I'm
have a
right.
telephone.
I know I'm right.
Yeah,
let me
you're right, like only once.
tell you something about the math. It doesn't work out at that height, right? ISS
Wait, I saw B, so like what happened?
B. All right. So you,
And mind you, the air was being sucked out and I had a what is it
I'm gonna.
called? A mask in my face.
All right, good. You're experiencing something now called cognitive dissonance. That's when your brain is kind of fighting the information because you're holding a,
What?
yeah, you have a strongly held belief that Earth is a ball, right? So what's happening now is it's
Oh
going to
well,
make
it's
you,
not a belief actually.
no, it's going to make you talk
It
nonsense. But
definitely is.
listen, just
It's
try to
it's not
fight.
a belief actually. Didn't you say it was a thought?
Okay,
Relax.
try to fight through it. Just relax. Yeah, I'm gonna.
What?
No, you'll be fine. You're gonna get through this if you focus. Focus
Wait,
on
because
my.
you said it wasn't a belief and now you're
No,
saying it's a
dude.
belief.
No, that the Earth is a ball. That's the belief. And you had told people have told you this since you were a child, right? So now your brain has
I
having a
mean, I've
really,
seen it with my own eyes.
sure you have. So listen to the math about it first. See if you can process it. Do you know what the ISS is? International Space Station.
Yeah,
Yeah. Do you know the height it operates at?
yeah,
400 kilometers or so, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So that's if you shrink that Earth down to the size of a beach ball and you put the ISS above it, that's like 2 millimeters above the surface.
Wait, they say that the ISS is falling, right? But it's
Yeah.
going around the Earth,
Look,
so it's like in free
remember what I
fall, but
told
like
you.
it's
Remember what I
in
told you
orbit, you
before,
know?
dude.
Hey
Remember what I
Z.
told you before about cognitive dissonance,
No,
cogdis.
I forgot.
This is your brain doing this to you. You should be quiet and listen to the math. If
Well, I
ISS,
am.
listen, if ISS is 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, and Earth's radius is 3,959 miles, it means that you can only see 3% of Earth from that height. You cannot see the ball from that height. So, to answer your question, if NASA sent me out in a rocket, where are they going to send me? To the ISS? I will see 3% of Earth. It won't prove anything. And you cannot see curvature from that height. And if you can't see it from 250 miles up, you can absolutely not see it from 35,000 feet in an airplane. Now you can talk.
Yeah, wait, also, I'm just wondering, it's just an English hub,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
like,
we're on
are we
English Hub.
supposed to learn English? What?
Yes, yes.
See, what does flat Earth have to do with
Well,
English?
we're the biggest channel on the server, so the operator on the server wanted us to come here, and he said, "You can have your channel. You can speak about Earth to people in English." That's what we do. It's good practice.
Are they
People
trying to
come here
scare
to
us to
practice
believe?
speaking. People
Are
come
they
here
trying to?
and practice
Oh,
Earth
I
is
speaking.
see.
flat and Jesus is real.
Yes,
Okay.
we're trying to teach people who are learning English for the first time to not be lied to. So we're just teaching them right off the bat.
So
Earth
you
is
guys are
flat, and
trying to.
after that, they'll say, "Oh, I can tell when that person's lying because he said the Earth is a ball. So that guy's
Yeah,
a liar."
yeah, I see. Okay, but I see like they're trying to spread all these different beliefs in this English hub.
No.
Yeah, it's
Is
not
your
a
height a
belief.
belief? The
No.
measurement of your height, is that a belief?
Yeah, it's a measurement. He knows. He just forgot. It's the Cogdus
Is
again.
no, because there's Christianity. So do you think that the owner of the server is like disrespecting you by putting you in all of these? Like
No,
there's
he's a flat
Ask a
earther.
Christian,
He's
and
a
then there's
flat earther too. He's a flat
Ask a Muslim, and
earther
then there's
too.
Ask a.
His name is Vivek, the guy who owns the server. He's a flat earther. He hangs around with us here, but that's irrelevant. Let's
Yeah,
try to stay on topic now.
this has
Folks,
nothing to do with flat earthers. The conversation is flat earth.
yeah. So do you have any
You
questions
guys
about?
are okay.
Do you have any more questions about flat Earth? Now is your chance.
Nah, I'm just I'll do some research.
Okay, good.
So what do you guys usually talk when there's no one trying to
Oh, there's always
asking
people.
about flat Earth?
Oh, they're coming in now and then. If there are no Glober in here,
And
we
also, I'm
usually
just wondering why does this guy like screaming so much?
if no one is here who wants to talk about flat Earth, we usually all of us just shut up. So
Let's chat up.
Does anybody have a violin? I want to hear the world's smallest violin. It's so nice to hear those comforting things.
don't we have those in the soundboard? Actually, I think we can play this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh, there it was. There it was.
How'd you like that, Mr. Sleepy? Am I yelling too
I'm
loud
not.
for you
I'm
now?
not sleepy.
Am
I just have
am
a
I
calm
yelling too
demeanor.
loud? Am I yelling too loud?
You gotta love it. Where did everybody go? They didn't go to politics, did they? We have some people over there. Nope. That thing is closed still. Well, anyway, we are also live on YouTube. If there is anybody on YouTube who wants to come in and present your best evidence for why you think you live on a ball in space, come right up. We'll put you up on the stand, swear you in. I'm the judge, and I will make a ruling if your evidence is good or not. We just talked to ZZZ, and we kind of overloaded his brain a little bit, so he had to leave. But maybe he'll be back. We'll see.
He'll be back. They always come back.
Sometimes they do, yeah. I saw the other guy, I can't even remember his name, but he came a couple of times. What was his name? Money something? Whatever. He'll probably be back too. But I want a real Dunning-Kruger one, like one of those who calls us dumb and stupid and unintelligent. One of those guys. I wish one of those guys would come in. We'll run them through their IQ test. It's
What
fun.
happened?
Oh, I think you lost connection. Hey, you're back. Good to see you back.
There he is.
Do you
Lot of
believe in IQ?
We were worried about you, not in your IQ. It's too
well,
small.
ZCZ.
How can you
Here's a
prove a person's exact IQ?
you can't actually, but there's a good test. They say that
You
IQ,
can't, right?
not to exactly no, but there is some
Yeah,
tests you can do. For example, if a person can retain information, that's usually a sign of good IQ, right?
that sounds like memory, like a sign of good memory.
Well, it's one of the ways you can test it. And also there's pattern recognition. And if you can fold things in 3D, fold it up like you see something in 2D and fold it into a cube or a triangle or something like that.
When
I don't
did
know.
you
Yeah, I've taken
when
tests
did you
many.
like fall like when did you stop believing that the earth was round?
Few years back, because I was told that I lived on a ball in space, and I saw some lake pretty close to where I live, and then I realized that I can actually go check it. Not a lake, a strait, the strait between Denmark and
Also, if
Sweden.
the earth is like flat, wouldn't I be able to see Mount Everest from the ocean?
Well, only if you're a Superman Earther, one of those guys who has the Superman vision. For the rest of us, we can only see in good conditions, maybe 250 miles or so. Then there's something on around us here called air, and air isn't transparent, so light can't travel forever. So no,
How big would Mount Everest look anyway from where you're standing?
should lean away from him.
Yeah, but
We're
how big would it look? Would it look like a big giant mountain on the horizon?
hmm,
Hmm. No, it wouldn't. You wouldn't even be able to tell that there's any. It would be smaller than a human hair.
right. There's also something cool about mountains. If you ever see them in the distance, they're going to look a different color, like blue, because they're further away. They are disappearing into the haze. And when you move
Especially the Blue Ridge Mountains.
and when you move closer, they're going to come into the right color and the right size and so forth. So no, you can't see forever, even if you live on a flat Earth, which
I'm
you
looking at the
do.
Blue Ridge right now, and you can see the trees coming all that blue. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, there you go. So it's a good question, though, CCC. We've heard it many times before, but no, you can't see forever on a flat Earth due to how light works. You can Google it. It's called light attenuation.
How did it like come up with all these numbers and everything showing that the earth is round? Like,
Well, we looked it up. It's mainstream knowledge that the Earth's radius is claimed to be, for example, light attenuation. You can
no,
Google that.
like how did they come up with black hole, like the science for black holes?
Yeah, they
It's
have
something
theories
made
about
up.
black holes. There's like 80 different theories about gravity, for example. The one you're familiar with might be Newton, and
No, he's thinking of the guy in the wheelchair who can't talk, who came up with black holes
yeah,
and that
this
and proved they're real by not being able to do anything but stare at the ceiling.
right, Stephen Hawking's. Yeah, it's just a theory. I wouldn't worry too much about it. We can't prove it. But if you want to look into it some more, Professor Triangle is right. You can Google Stephen Hawkins and you can read all about it. AI Overlord in the chat says, if Earth is flat, how come I can't see a grain of sand at 1,000 yards? Globers 2026. That's a good one. Good example. It makes people think.
So I read an interesting thing on that. They were saying there of course comes a point where you just can't see anything. Like about the distance you can see a penny. Like the farthest distance you could possibly see a penny from is about 3,000 feet.
A penny?
Yep. Of course, now you're going to have even more trouble seeing them now they discontinued them, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, no, I get
So
it. I don't know
a
if you
half
can
a
see it.
mile, I can see a penny at a half a mile.
Really? I'm questioning that actually.
I can't
Maybe
see a penny if it's in the other room.
maybe with a really good zoom camera, but I wouldn't know. Anyway, yeah, you're gonna lose sight of things. They're gonna disappear. You can't resolve them anymore. It's also called angular
So
resolution.
also, if you like have a telescope and you zoom into the like into Jupiter,
Yeah, you see a ball in the
you see
sky.
it's round.
Yeah, it looks a little round. I'll give it
Yeah.
to you.
So,
But anyway, I granted it to you that there could be round things in the sky. But
no,
that's
Did
all
you
we.
know
do you
all
believe
light
in
looks
space?
round? All light that's
This guy
far away
doesn't believe
looks
in space,
round.
but do
Did you
you?
know that? Did you know that all light looks like a round when it's really far away? All of it?
Yo, flat Earth judge, do you believe that space is real?
As I tried to tell you before, I don't deal in beliefs. I don't want to make any claims about things that I can't prove. So
But do
all
you
I can
think
say,
that it's real? Like, do you have proof?
you're gonna have to define it then. I think that we can shoot rockets to what they call low orbit? Yes.
No, like with a telescope, you see Jupiter and whatnot.
Well, you see lights. That's all they are. I mean, and you can see maybe they'll even look a little bit round. So sure, why not? Let's put some stuff up there. I'm okay with that, but it's irrelevant because I can't prove it. And as Professor Triangle said, lights, even a square
Then how
light,
do like
can
all
look.
these math, these equations that prove it? Like,
Oh, but they work just fine over a flat surface. Has nothing to do with the surface. You can move some planets around if you want to. I don't mind. But we measure the surface as flat down here. So whatever goes on in the sky, it goes on over a flat surface.
you have a picture of flat Earth.
A what?
I have a picture of flat Earth.
From
Yeah,
space,
yeah,
from
sure.
space, dude. From space, is that where you want to see it from? The place we told you that doesn't exist.
Probably, yeah. Look,
No, I'm asking him.
every picture you have is of flat Earth. You can go out and take a picture right now, and you will see flat Earth. Even from weather balloons, it looks very, very flat. So, and look, even if we could go, let's say, 10,000 miles out away from Earth, what do you think you would see? You would see a round shaped something down there, right? Because let's say, okay, we'll do a little theory in our brains here, right? You know what a chessboard is, right? Chessboard.
Yeah.
Think about a chessboard that's 1 million miles by 1 million miles. That's a big chessboard, right? Are you with me? You got to make sure so I don't lose you. Let me know when you're ready. I think we lost him a little bit here, but we can talk about it when he comes back. I don't want to waste my time explaining it just to have to explain it one more time. Hey, Overlord says that you should have to back up that claim, D-Town. The penny claim. If you can see a penny 3,000 feet out, can you back that up? You gotta make sure.
I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find the thing I was looking at. It's been a
All
while.
right,
Yes,
because
ask AI.
if you're new to Flat Earth and you're in this channel, you're gonna get used to us calling out both Globers and Flat Earthers just to make sure we weed out the bad arguments. So if you don't have any evidence for the penny thing, you shouldn't be saying it. And I agree with AI Overlord. It's just good practice. Although I think you said it mostly to illustrate the point, but it would be good if it actually worked like that. Ah, the food delivery girl is here. Really good looking too. Hey, Overlord says, flat as judge. I mean, you can teach him how to actually know whether or not you would be able to resolve it with the human eye at that range.
Yo, I'm back.
Yeah, I don't think you could do it. I
Yeah,
haven't
hello?
looked at it. Okay, go ahead. You're back. All right.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like,
Do you want to
how
do the
can it
talk?
be night in one spot and then day in the other?
Oh, okay, we'll do that then. We'll move away from what it would look like from 10,000 miles. Maybe you want to talk about that later again, but we can move to the darkness thing and the night and day. Here's something I tell people when they ask this question. Picture yourself in a really large warehouse. I mean, we're talking 10,000 mile large warehouse. Can you picture yourself in that kind of situation? Yeah. So in the ceiling of the warehouse, we put a little light on a rail system. And when it's above you, you have daytime. When that light moves on the rail over to another part of the warehouse and circles around over there, they have daytime, and your place in the warehouse is now night, right? You get it? That's how Earth
Yeah.
works. Yeah. So the lights they used to go in their paths above us.
And
Do
who's
I know that?
controlling the light?
Sorry.
Who's controlling the light?
Who's controlling it? I wouldn't
Yeah.
know. Whoever created it, I assume. I think there might be a creator out there. Who is that? No idea.
But that's a belief.
Yeah, that would be a belief.
Oh, you bro, that. So the part where it's night and day, you believe in that part.
No, I'm just telling you what we observe. When you wake up in the morning, you see the sun coming in from
Yeah,
the
but
east.
where's the scientific proof for that?
No, this is just an observation. I can't prove it. I don't know what's going on in the sky.
So it's a belief.
I don't have any claims about it. I'm just telling you what
So
we
it's a
observe.
belief.
No, it's an observation. You look up, both of us
It's
observe
a
the same
belief.
things. No, we observe. A belief.
It sounds like a belief to me, bro. I'm just
The
being honest.
the belief would be if I'm starting to claim how it works, like the mechanics. I don't do that. I'm just telling you the observation. We both wake up in the
No,
morning.
that makes that you think that Earth is flat a belief.
No, that's a
Because
measurement.
you cannot explain everything that is happening around you
Well,
with
I don't have to
science.
explain what's going on in the sky just to falsify the Earth's that water doesn't curve. That's like that I can
Yes,
prove
you
to
do.
you. Okay. Well, both of us see the sun coming in from the east,
So
and
you
it
believe,
goes
you
away
don't
in the.
think it, you believe it.
No, it's an observation. We see the exact
A
same thing.
belief.
No.
Because you cannot
Okay.
100% like prove
Dude,
it.
I'm not here to prove how the sky mechanics work.
No,
That's
you
not the.
need to prove
I'm not.
100% that the Earth is flat, and you have to have
Why would
every
I have to
reason
do
for
that?
it,
The
and you
globe
have to
doesn't.
have an explanation for everything about it.
Why? I don't need to do
Because
that to
that
falsify one part of it.
you can't just believe half and then like think the other half is just like, oh, it's
That's
this
called
and
an
that, and
all
then
or nothing
become
fallacy.
theories,
I'm
and then
allowed
you
to
say that
fall.
it's not a belief when
Mhm.
it actually is.
Right. Okay. Well, if that's what you want to think about it, then go right ahead.
So you believe it
Believe what? I'm not making any
that the Earth
claims
is
about the
flat.
sky.
You believe that the Earth is flat.
No, I measured. I took a laser and I measured it. Didn't I show you the method
No, can
already?
you? Okay, then explain the part where there is day in one part and then night in the other.
Yeah, when we wake up in the morning, the sun comes in from the east and it leaves us in the west. That's what we observe. And for example, I'm from Sweden. Up there, you can go to the northern part of Sweden, and in the
No,
summertime, you
bro,
can
that's not
actually,
what I'm asking.
yeah, and you can see the sun circle around you in a path. That's all I'm telling
It's
you.
not
That
what I'm
this is what
asking.
we observe, and then it moves away, and in the wintertime, it's completely dark there
I'm
because
saying that
it's.
you cannot 100% like you don't have 100% like scientific data for. So let's say you say that the Earth is flat,
I'm
right?
saying
You don't need one.
nobody has any 100% data about how this.
Determination of the
Yeah. So if you don't have
exactly
100% data, then it's a
one
belief.
moment, bro. One moment, bro. So determination of the geometry of the surface is independent of whatever happens in the sky.
I'm talking to this
We're
guy.
saying
So
that.
what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm telling you that determination, so examination and
No, I'm asking
investigation,
about the part
and
where it's day in one part
yes,
and then
I
night in the other.
know. I'm trying to set you straight on something, bro.
Okay,
So
go.
to determine, right, the nature of the geometry of the surface we live on, right? The
He's
process
already
involved
told
in
me
that
about
is
that. He's already told me about
yes,
that.
yes, and it's independent. If you stop and
Why are
listen,
you freaking out? I'm just trying to
because
like
you keep
understand this.
talking over me. You asshole!
Yeah, you gotta chill, bro.
Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen.
Yeah, I'm muting this sea lion and ass. He's gonna sit there and keep
You're a
on playing
complete
games.
dick. All right. So what I was telling you, and for the rest of the audience, is that process of examination and investigation of the surface is independent of looking up at the sky and anything that's happening in the sky. Independent of it. Do you understand? So no looking at the sky and trying to understand what's happening up there is going to falsify
Then how come my eyes hurt when I look
the
at the
measurements
sun?
of the surface. So I
Then how
don't
come
need
my
to
eyes
know
hurt
why
when I look at the
day
sun?
and night happen. All I
Then how
need to
come
do
my
is show
eyes
you the
hurt when I look
measurements.
at the
I don't care about the sun. It's irrelevant. Do you hear me? The
It is.
geometry of the
It's very
surface we live on
relevant.
is independent of the
No, I'm
sun.
just saying that it's a belief and it's not a thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that
No,
the
what
Earth
you have is a
isn't flat.
belief. What you have is a
No,
belief.
what you have
Measurements
is a
aren't
belief
belief.
because you don't have 100%
Measurements are
scientific
not
data for it.
belief.
You
Measurements
don't know.
are
That's the only part. Yeah,
data.
okay, you're right about
Measure,
that part, but
bro.
you don't
You
have
can keep
100%
coping all you like,
explanation for
right?
everything.
You can keep.
He's spiraling and
You don't
coasting.
need one.
I'm just
We
saying it's
do
a
not
belief and
need
it's
an
not a thing.
explanation for things which are independent of the surface.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't. That's your
Is light a
declaration.
thing?
You
Is
go
light a
ahead.
thing?
You go ahead and declare that all you
Is
like.
light a thing?
Meanwhile, we've got observation and measurement directly of the surface,
Is light a
independent
thing?
of anything that's happening in the sky.
Is light a thing?
Measurements are not beliefs, and the natural observation is
Light is
a
a thing,
belief.
right?
The burden of proof is on the
Light is in
claim,
this,
and
and
the
here
globe
you
is
see
the
light, and
claim.
you can
You need to
there's scientific
understand.
data for light.
No. You need to understand on a fundamental level. You're misunderstanding here. You're trying to switch the burden of proof onto somebody else. You are the one with a belief. It is a religious claim. Comes from the cult of Pythagoras. George Lemaitre is your master. You believe in the primeval atom theory. You do have a belief, and it comes straight from the church. Meanwhile, the horizon is observed to be horizontal, and the earth is measured to be flat. Neither of those are beliefs. Sorry, dude. Deal with it.
I
So
mean, if
yeah,
you're gonna keep muting me, I don't need to talk about this because
no,
if you're gonna just
I could have told
But
you
the
that.
reason why you're being muted is because you speak over everyone whenever anybody starts to speak.
Yeah, so I could have told you 5 minutes
okay,
ago.
so sorry, wait.
When you
I'm
start talking
talking to
over
him.
people, they're gonna mute you.
I wasn't talking over the guy. It's just he
All
was
right, but
screaming,
look,
and I couldn't.
let me just make one thing clear before I'm done here. This is the Flat Earth channel. If you want to talk about sun or moon or the sky channel, I mean, I'm sure
No,
there are servers
the
where
sun.
they have their theories and stuff, right? And then you can go there. But here we're going to talk about Flat Earth. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying I want 100% data so I can be 100% sure. And you're saying that it's a thing, it's not a belief, but it
Right.
is a
So
belief.
then you could go find the channel where they discuss theories about the
No,
sun and the moon.
aren't you trying to
No, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm actually telling you not to believe me. I gave you a method so you can go out there and try it for yourself. You know, you can get yourself one of those signal mirrors. You can flash it and bring a friend to a 10-mile wide lake. When you figure out that water doesn't curve, then we can talk about other stuff. I'm absolutely not here to convince you. I'm telling the exact opposite. Do not believe me. That's how you got into trouble the first time you believed that you live on a ball in space because someone just told you, right? So we're never going to tell you that. Go out and check it for yourself. That's the point here.
You're literally trying to convince me by telling me to do the test.
Yeah, I'm trying to convince you to do the test, but not to
Yeah,
believe
see,
that.
so you are.
Nobody's
Yeah,
trying to convince you of anything. He's telling you to go do it yourself. No, in fact, you shouldn't be in here. You should think that we're all lying to you, and you should be mad at us. Now, go do it yourself and prove us wrong.
Yep.
I mean, bro, you just said you're trying to convince me.
No, I said I'm not trying to.
Not
Nobody's
you, this
trying
other guy,
to.
dumb shit.
Maybe. Oh, I don't know if he's trying to convince you or not. He's trying to tell you to go do the test yourself. Don't sit in here
Yeah,
and
I
sit
know,
here
and
and
he
talk
said he's trying to
about it,
convince me by telling me
dude.
to do that.
Yeah, to go do it, dude. Are you an
Obviously,
idiot,
It's a belief.
dude?
You're trying to
obviously, I
convince
can.
Were you in a car accident? I need to know this before I start making fun of you.
No, I was not.
It was something happened at you when you were little that you're slow. Because I'm going to start ripping on you in a second.
He's disturbed that somebody wants him to think for
Okay, you
themselves.
can do that, right? But you can't
Are you
unmute me so I can
disturbed that somebody
fight
wants
back.
you to think for
You
yourself?
agree on
Is that
that?
your
Do you agree
problem?
on that?
Are you disturbed that somebody wants you to think for yourself? Is that your
Yeah,
issue?
it bothers
Wait, I'm
him.
talking to this other guy.
Yeah, I'm disturbed that you want me to think. You don't want to think for yourself. It bothers me.
No. What? When did I say that?
You said that you don't want to go do any testing because that might convince you.
I never
Remember?
said that. I never said that. Can you show? Can you show me
Can
you
you
have
go
a
ahead and tell
recording that
me
I
why
said
you
that?
wouldn't want to go do the testing then? Go ahead,
Can you
tell
show
us
me a
why you wouldn't want
recording?
to go do it.
Because I don't want to waste my time.
And what'll happen if you waste your time?
I have a lot of stuff
Well,
to do, and that's not one of the things that I want to waste my time on.
stop wasting our time then. So stop wasting our time then. See you
What did you
later.
say?
Get out of here. Kick rocks. Leave. You're wasting our time. Get out.
Well, we have some other people here. If you want to talk about the Earth, we're here for you.
Yeah, we've had enough of your gaslighting projection, right? It's over. I'm going to tolerate it. Just because you got exposed as having nothing but a belief doesn't mean you have to project that onto other people, you know, with gaslighting. That's ridiculous.
Can anybody tell me what is the diameter of the Earth?
Yeah, the diameter is about 8,000 miles, 12,000 something kilometers.
And I say the diameter is 7.
7,000?
No, just the number 7.
He's messing
7
with
what?
you. Don't worry about it. Why do you want to know the diameter?
I was just curious.
There
I was
isn't one.
doing my research,
No, you're not.
so it's for that.
All right. Well, the claimed radius of Earth, the ball Earth, that is about 8,000
No,
miles.
I want the diameter. Like if I'm standing on the North Pole, I want to see what would be the measurement. Let's say
Measure it
in
then. You're gonna have
miles.
to start
Would
learning how
be
to make maps, dude. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to learn celestial navigation. That requires triangles, so good luck.
Just Google it.
no. I was reading some lot of books about the like the diameter of the Earth and all that, but the numeric values are slightly different. So I was just confirming that whether the diameter of the Earth, what is the actual value? Like if I'm standing on the North Pole and I want to
Earth is
measure,
flat. There's no diameter of Earth.
oh, Earth is flat? How come Earth is flat? Like it can't be. It's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
Why is it possible that Earth is flat?
Well, we can do a little test. Do you like thinking?
Do I
Do you
like
like
thinking?
Yeah, puzzles. Like in your brain, can you imagine things inside of your head?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give you 4 items. I'm going to give you a lake, a friend, a measuring tape, and a laser. Can you, with those 4 items, figure out if water is flat or if it curves over distance?
Water is water. Water can be flat. It basically takes the shape of a container.
Yes, but we're talking about the surface now. You know the radius of Earth?
Uh, the radius of Earth. Let me see. Wait. I did know, but I forgot.
Okay, take your time.
It's 6,371 kilometers.
Right. So because we have been told the radius of Earth, we can also figure out that, let's say, over 16 kilometers, Earth has to curve about 20 meters. Do you understand the logic in that statement?
Yeah, you can see the curvature basically.
Yeah, if it has to curve about 20 meters over a 16 kilometers distance, drug free for life. Let's see here. That's a
Yeah.
good username. I'm gonna tag you in the chat here. So here's what they have told us, and here is the diagram of Earth, because they also told us we live on a ball in space, right? So it has to curve uh, a certain amount over distance, and because we know the radius, we can figure out how much it needs to curve over distance, right? So I tagged you in the chat. Now you can figure
Okay.
this out for yourself. If you have a friend, you can take that friend to a 10-mile wide lake. You have your friend flash a mirror from the other side. If you see the flash, either your friend is over 30 foot tall or water doesn't curve. If water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, it cannot possibly be a ball. You understand the logic?
But how does the gravity work if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I'm granting you gravity. You can have it for this test at least. Let's say that it pulls the water around the ball. That's what they say. Did you know that that's the explanation they give?
What?
With me? They say that gravity pulls the water around the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. To the center of the Earth.
yeah. I'm granting you gravity for now, right? But the problem is when we measure it, when we actually go to a place with a lot of water and we shoot the laser 1 foot over the water 10 miles away to the other side, if you live on a ball like they say you do, and the ball has the radius that they have told us, that laser should end up about 50 foot in the air on the other side. You understand?
Okay.
That's like 18,
By
18
by
meters.
flat,
Wait,
by
wait,
flat.
wait.
What do you mean by flat? It like the piece of
Complete.
paper flat, or what does the flat means?
It means that water doesn't curve. Because if it was curving, that laser should end up about 20 meters over your head on the other side. But when we do these tests and shoot these lasers, we shoot it 1 meter over water on one side. It comes and hits the target 1 meter over on the other side, 10 miles away. Because
No,
there's
I
no.
understand I understand what you're saying, but I don't know the term flat. How is it like flat? Like like piece of paper flat, or like how it is like flat? Like like if we
Just like water
go
in a
around.
glass or in a bathtub or in a pool or in a lake, it's
Mhm.
flat.
But if you go from one point to another, how do you come all the way around? Like if I go from point A to point B, how will I eventually uh, be on point A again? Like it
Oh,
has to be
okay.
around.
Yeah. No, that's easy. Okay, I'll post a picture for you. It's easier to illustrate it like this. Let's see. If you're on a flat surface, let's say something like this. Where is my. Here we go. This is you on a flat surface. Look at that. That guy there. That's you. You can circle around on that thing and come back to where you started, right? That's how Earth works as well.
No, but if you're from one point to, like, it's going around. If I
Yeah,
say
you're
I
going in
want
a.
to go, no, if I say I want to go straight,
Hmm? Did we lose you?
I'm saying like the person is rotating, like you're saying like it is round. But what I meant was if this person goes straight, then it won't be in rounds. surface.
Well, how is he going to go straight? He uses a compass, right?
No, if like if you don't have a compass, anything or that,
You
like if
can't.
this person wants to, if this person, let's say he does have a compass, but
Uh-huh.
his destination is towards this tree, like he's standing on
Mhm.
the side of the uh, uh, footpath, but he wants to go to the tree. How will
Mhm.
he go back to his original form without going back?
Yeah, it's easy. Look in the chat there. There's how a compass work on Earth, or around or flat. It will work exactly the same way. Look, if you're on a big ball and you run your finger east to west, you're going to get back to that ball's where to where you started it. If you go to the North Pole, stick an actual pole into the ground and tie a string to it, you're going to be circling around that pole. Now you can move away 1,000 miles away. You're still going to be circling that pole because that's how a compass works for you. So I wouldn't worry too much about. You can navigate. It's called circumnavigating for a reason, and we have done east to west
No,
circumnavigating.
no, like if this, okay, from this picture, like if I'm standing on the pole
Yeah,
and I want to go to, let's say 12
yeah.
o'clock.
You just go there.
So from North Pole to 12 o'clock, if I keep going, let's say I have a very high speed, like, so a very
Yeah.
high speed, like I can come around the earth in, like, you can say 1 minute. So how will I eventually reach the pole again? Like, shouldn't be it like a circle?
Do you understand that east and west we can do that, and we're doing it daily. People fly like that. We travel like that, east to west. The only thing that no one has done is south, north, and come back to north again.
No,
That's not.
there is no edges on flat surface. So if you're saying that there is no edges around, so it has to be in a circle. And if you're saying it's a paper circle, like on the paper you
What?
draw a circle, then
You're,
how do you, that, like how much depth can you dig inside the earth core?
I,
How
I don't.
much?
I don't know. We're not making a shape claim, remember? We're only making a claim that the surface is flat. We don't know the shape
No,
of Earth.
The deepest
no,
anybody's ever dug was like 7 miles down. The cold deep the super deep borehole.
Yeah. So, I mean, just think about Earth as like the foundation of the universe you live in, like the floor. We don't know the
no, like,
size of it. We can't tell where the edge is. Nobody has gone out that far. And if you think you live on a ball, nobody has ever circumnavigated north to south and back to north again.
but
Nobody has
but
ever done it because you
but I
can't.
was but I was searching. Then
Mhm.
there is also scientific evidence,
Really?
space imagery, gravity and rotation evidence
Uh-huh.
from the Greeks and the Egyptians astronomers, and also the
Okay.
circumnavigation.
Well, there you go.
So
Dude,
what
you said
why?
like eight.
Yeah,
You said like eight things, dude. You
he's
said a
freaking out.
Greek guy. You
It's
said
okay.
things, all kinds of shit, dude.
Yeah,
Slow down.
No, no.
he's
No,
freaking
yeah,
out
I'm
a
slowing
little
down,
bit.
but I was just naming
Okay.
the things that I went through.
Yeah, cool story,
So,
You're
bro. Pick
like,
one
you're
at a
doing
time.
no,
you're
yeah,
doing
I
fine.
know. I was just naming the things
Yeah,
so
you're
that you know, like, how much homework I did. So,
good,
so
good.
what the conclusion?
Yeah,
So
you
at the
Googled. We get it.
conclusion, so at the final conclusion, I came to this conclusion that humans are small and the Earth is, very huge. So its
Mhm.
curvature is not immediately
What
obvious from
what size?
ground
What
level.
size is huge? I want to put that into my calculator. I want to multiply the Earth by the moon. So I need to know what huge is.
The Earth is if the Earth
Huge.
is if the
Six.
Earth is
Huge. Yeah,
the
it's
moon is
huge.
six times the moon is six times smaller than the Earth in
So
terms of the
so it's huge.
um,
So the moon is 6 times huge less than the Earth.
Mhm. Dude, what's
yes.
happening here a little bit now is that
Moon is six times smaller than the Earth, and the moon is sphere. It's not flat.
mm. All right, that's good claims there, but it's irrelevant to the surface property, right?
Sun is also, like, sphere,
I know
and
it's
Venus,
good. It sounds like you
Mars,
have
Jupiter.
it sounds like
So
you
I
have
think that Earth. So I from this perspective, I think the
Uh-huh.
Earth is also like round. Like
Okay.
it can't be like flat.
Well, there you go.
I know. I don't know if I can be wrong though, but
Yeah, but
from
the
the
nice thing
evidences
about
and
yeah,
all that thing, I came to the
It's
conclusion
drug
that
free.
Earth is indeed flat.
it
Yes,
Can
sounds
you
like
let
you have
him speak
studied
now
the.
for a second?
Go ahead. It sounds like
yeah,
he
yeah,
has
yeah,
studied.
yeah, sure, sure. I was just going through the topics that I went
Okay,
through.
cool.
I was
The
just
Flat Earth
yeah.
Judge is trying to say just one thing. Let's just let him speak for a second.
I'm just
If the
saying.
Earth is a record player,
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that it sounds like you have been studying the heliocentric model quite a bit, and that's a good thing. If you want to understand it, you have to study it first, right? And the more you look into it, with it. And remember when we talked about Earth before, they have claimed the radius, right? So we already know this. And because we know the size, we can figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. And I already showed you two methods. You can go try this with the laser, or you can go try it with the mirror, right? And when you figure out that water doesn't curve, then you can figure out all the rest of the stuff. It's irrelevant right now. The sun, the moon,
No,
the bats, and
the
all.
water takes the water takes the shape of the Earth. The Earth is round, and you can see the curvature, and also it holds the water is being held by the gravity from the core. So that
All
why
right.
it appears
Yes,
as it is
that's a
flat,
cool.
but it is
That's a
not
cool.
flat.
Yes, we know the story. We all studied heliocentrism, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
telling you that we cannot confirm it. When we tried to measure water, it didn't curve. You, I'm not going to ask you how
What?
tall you are, dude, but if you're
What?
108 if you're 180 centimeters tall and you live on the ball of the size they say, you should only be able to see maybe 4.5 kilometers away, and then water should start curving away from you if you live on a ball, right? But if you're honest
No,
with yourself, in your lifetime, I bet you've seen things, islands and maybe boats, maybe cities, beaches, things 20 kilometers away. And you should not be able to do that if you live on a ball. That thing should be hidden by 100 meters of curvature. So
no.
consider.
Like if it's the difference is the perspective. For let's say an ant, it is very small creature.
Yeah, but I already
The
told you the size, right? So we can actually do the math. We don't have to be an ant. And besides, there's a good ant. Ant on a basketball is 1/1016th, and human on Earth is 1/6,975. So it doesn't really work, your ant example. You don't have to worry
so
about
the
the ant. Look, even the ant on a ball can see if there is 20 meters of curvature in 10 miles or not. It has to be a 21-meter tall ant for it to see its friend on the other beach. You get that, right?
so Aristotle was wrong about the Earth being
Yeah, absolutely.
in
He didn't have high-powered zoom cameras, lasers, and the measurement devices that we have. So, of course, he had
but
a theory, right? And we don't have to believe that theory anymore. It's just tradition. There's no way that you can measure curvature over water. You just can't do it.
no, there is scientific evidence,
No, we don't
space
have that.
imagery,
Unfortunately,
orientation.
we don't, right? If you had it, you would present it. And if I ask you, you're going to be like, I don't have it. You have the
So so the
stories.
so the whole world is telling a lie. Everything.
No, they don't know. Look, your teacher in third grade told you lived on a ball because she believed it.
No,
It's
no,
just
no. I
tradition.
no, no, no. Like I many the astronauts from the NASA and the
I
NASA
can't. They can't tell.
officials,
Even
and
if I
You're
also
grant
appealing to authority.
no, even if I grant you that they've been out to space or whatever, they can't tell. Do you understand why? Because if you picture Earth as a big chessboard, 10,000 miles by 10,000 miles, and you look at it
no.
from
So
5,000
the
miles
so
up,
the
you're not going to see the edges of it. Do you understand? You're going to
so
see a little circle underneath you. Do you understand
so
that?
so the so the Hubble telescope is telling a lie image about the Earth, about
What?
it is round.
What do you mean? We can't see Earth from a telescope.
No, the Hubble telescope. It is sent to the space.
Hubble, they never turned it around on Earth. We've asked them
They
to do
do.
that. Hey,
The wa-
turn,
the wa-
turn.
the the
You know what?
the,
You know what
the
we
wa-
asked NASA? We asked them, can you turn the Hubble around and show some upside down people in Australia? They never. They didn't want to do it. Why is that?
No, they because it is for the space knowledge.
Yeah, they look at
The
other stuff. Don't worry about
no,
Hubble. Hubble is looking
no,
into space. They're not looking back to Earth.
they do. The Voyager 1 and the Voyager 2, they send pictures back to the Earth and the
Fine.
picture of the
Post
Earth also.
All right, post one then, and I'll grant it to you. Then when we go to one of those places you see in that picture, it's not going to be round. It's not going to be curved. It's going to be completely flat. We've done the laser test, remember?
Then how the gravity works on a flat surface?
I don't know how
Over
gravity
horizontal
works.
baseline.
It's also irrelevant. We're not talking about
The
gravity.
gravity.
This isn't the
So th-
gravity
so
check,
th-
right? So
It's no
so
longer
the,
irrelevant, really. Gravity pulls everything down, right, dude? And down is a flat Earth direction, so gravity made the Earth flat. So there you go.
yeah, we can claim gravity that way, I
no,
suppose.
how the gravity is working on a
We
flat
don't know.
surface?
Nobody knows. Don't worry about it.
Gravity
We have
pulls things down, just like you said. That's how it works. You said it. Gravity
How?
pulls everything down, dude. Down is down. Down is not moving towards sideways. Down is not going up. Down
So
is
why
down.
why it
It's
is
a mathematical framework, dude. It
why
works over a horizontal baseline too, actually. Two horizontal
no why
baselines.
why it is pulling down? Why not up?
I don't know.
Because the
Listen,
Earth
Buoyancy
is
and density.
flat. Because that's you're using flat Earth directions, up and down. On a ball, you would have in and out, and nobody ever says that.
that's a good point. Look, Drug for Free, if you're really interested in gravity, you should go look into it. There's 80 different ones, right? They are all theories, and you can pick the one that you think fits you the best,
I
right?
have
But
never s- I have never seen an Earth being flat on any television, any on books,
yeah, because
nothing.
how are you going to show
So
it?
in sci-fi, you've never seen it flat. In your fiction,
Because
you've never. Cool story, bro.
no, because every aeroplane, every electronics, every each and every telescope, everything, they all do
No,
say the
dude,
Earth is
nothing.
indeed flat.
Nothing
Stationary.
I do in real life uses a globe.
There are globes,
All pilots already
the
treat the Earth
the
as flat
country.
stationary. Every single one of them. You didn't know that?
Nothing I do with all of your electronics that you claim requires a globe. Believe me, I've got a pile of electronics next to me, and nothing is globe related.
So the horizon is always flat.
Yeah, always. That's why we call it the
Like
horizon. It's horizontal.
no.
No
So
point,
if so,
no point higher or lower in any direction. It's flat.
no, but because we are very small, that's why it appears it is flat. But if we are like
The only
100,000
way you
times,
can say that is if you measured the Earth and then you measured you, and then you can compare how big the Earth is to you, then you can say it's very big. But you haven't done that yet. You don't know what size the Earth is. You only have your size. You're missing one thing. So get that one part, and then
no,
we can talk about how huge it is.
Oh, think about it.
no, like
He's basically claiming that ships disappearing bottom up is not proof of Earth curve. Can't be because Earth's
no,
too big.
no, but the the Blackbird SR-71 pilots, they were flying over the horizon and they see the curvature of the Earth. You can see also on the Tom
No, that was
Cruise
a
movie.
camera. That was a wide angle
Uh,
lens camera.
no, no, it was not a wide lens camera. It was legit. Like they saw from their own eyes.
Prove it then. Prove it.
And
It's
and
your
their
claim, so
and their
prove it.
and their eyes were also like circle. They were not flat. So that's why
You're a
also
clown.
you can see the curvature of the Earth on the Blackbird SR-71,
Did
the
he
Mark
say
10.
your eyes are curved, so that's why you see the curve of the Earth?
That's actually a good point. That could have very well be it. But look, drug free for life. Even at that height, you can't see curvature. It's impossible.
No,
You have
you do.
look. You like
Do
science.
you
Do
are
you
on
like science?
10,000 meters above the ground. You
You
can see
can't
the
do it.
curvature of.
No, you see 0.03% or something like crazy like that at that height. You don't see
Mm.
enough of Earth to do that. Not even from the ISS, which is 250 miles up. You can see only 3% of Earth. You cannot see any curvature from that height. Stop it,
No,
okay? It's
you
not,
can.
no,
You
dude, it's
from
not
10
mathematically,
kilometers, 10
it's not
kilometers above.
logical. Think logically here. They showed you a fisheye lens at best, CGI at worst. Okay? you cannot go far enough out to see curvature. It's mathematically impossible. We don't have the tech to
No,
do it.
no, there's evidence. The Earth is, like a
No,
round from the blackbird. It
you
is.
can't
It's
do
also
it.
only a one. It's only a one example, like the Blackbird SR-71.
Right.
You can also see if you have seen Tom Cruise Top Gun Maverick, the first scene
Yes,
of the
I've
movie.
seen Tom
He
Cruise.
was yeah. So he was on Blackbird SR-71.
I know,
So there
dude,
was also
you're
round.
spiraling now. Chill, take it easy. You're gonna break your brain. Okay, listen to me carefully here. The mathematics doesn't work out. You cannot see curvature from that height. You're gonna have to trust me or you're gonna have to Google it, okay? You cannot do it. Don't worry about that. Even if I grant you curvature from 70,000 feet, which is impossible, but if I granted it to you, say they took a picture of Salt Lake out in Utah and we go there and we measure it and there is no curvature. Now what? We can't
No,
confirm it.
the curvature always yeah, if there is gravity present, the surface has to be
Yes.
a circle or a sphere.
But
The gravity doesn't work
that's
on
the whole
flat
problem.
surfaces.
That's the problem. Then we're going to have to take away gravity from you as well because we cannot find curving water.
So
I'm gonna have to take your gravity.
Newton was wrong about the
Yeah, he.
laws of universal gravitation.
Do you know what Newton said about his theory? If anybody believe in action at the distance, they are basically retarded. That's what he said. So
No,
yes,
to every
got
reaction
a
there is an
quote.
always an equal but opposite reaction. F is
I'll,
equal to ma. Force is equal to mass into acceleration.
dude, don't freak out. Okay, we're gonna take away your gravity. We're gonna take away your space. We're gonna take away every delusion you have. You think that the
Flat
Earth
surface
is.
gravity doesn't work on flat surfaces.
You'd be chill, okay? I know it's difficult, okay, but seriously, it's not that hard to understand. Um, let's see. I'll put Newton's quote in the chat here, and I'll read it just for fun. Here we have some
And
listeners over
also
on YouTube.
like
Let
the time
him
zone
read
and the
this real
season
quick.
changes.
Yeah, chill.
Only
Completely non sequitur, dude. Relax.
Exactly. Take it easy. This is what Newton said. It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon or affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do, if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it, and this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. Listen, did you hear that? He didn't even want gravity to be ascribed to him. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through that which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material, immaterial, I have left to the consideration of the reader. So the quote from him is that I don't want to have anything to do with this mass attracting mass or things working at a distance. I think it's absurd. And I think that if you think like this, you have no, your mental competent faculty should be questioned. Right.
how seasons are, the seasons, one place is ice, one place is
Um,
desert.
yeah,
What is work on flat surface?
عن طارق الله يكرم طارق العباس كلها تنيج.
All guys here. Exit gravity.
Hold
We're
on,
going to go
sir.
to seasons now. Seasons. The sun is above us. It's a little warmer for a little while, so we have
عن
spring
طارق
and stuff.
الله يستعيد
No,
بالنهار. عند سلبة.
how
Dude,
if
chill.
you
There
put
is talking.
if you put a globe, if you put a, let's say, a globe, and you can say like it is a sun, and on a flat surface, why one surface is ice, one surface is hot?
I
how
just told
how
you
does it,
it's the sun moves above.
what
The sun moves above an area of the Earth, and it's a little bit warmer there. It moves away and circles above another area, and now they have summer. That's how it works.
what
Wherever the sun is, for a while, it's going to be nice weather and summertime, right? And for
No, it can't.
example,
No, it can't make ice like in 6 hours, or hot peeping hot in like 6 hours.
dude, it's over in Sweden for like 6 months a year before it moves away from it, and it's
Bullshit,
darkness up
dude.
there.
I've had snow in my front yard in the morning at 30 degrees and it'd be 81 in the afternoon. 50
Yeah,
degrees swing. So don't tell me how it can and cannot do heat up things.
I mean, you can. If
No,
you ever been to
yes,
Salt,
you're
if
right,
you,
but it is on a, no, it's like a sphere. On sphere, this thing is happening. On a flat surface, it cannot.
okay,
You're right.
it works perfectly
How
over a flat surface. It has
how
nothing
how
to do with.
can you explain me
What do you
on a
mean
flat
how?
surface how the season works?
I
Like how
told
the
you
winter
before.
is work.
You see the sun. It comes in from the east. It leaves in the west, and it goes in a circle above us. Okay, that's what we observe.
No, no.
What do
You
you
know,
mean no?
there's a tilt. There's a tilt
No,
on Earth. Earth is slightly tilt. From
you
that
know that.
tilt, the seasons are
Okay, that's a
being made.
cool story. We know the story. You don't have to preach it to us. 23.4 degrees axis
Yes,
tilt. The offset is
yeah. Also, how
66.6.
so
We
the Earth
understand the story.
how on a tilt, how much it is on a flat
I don't have
surface,
to
the Earth is
explain
tilt.
your globe to you. It's weird. Stop it, man. We're talking about flat Earth here.
So,
Yeah. The
oh, okay,
Earth is
sorry.
not a pizza
But
planet
how
space
how
frisbee within a heliocentric
how
model. You're standing on the floor of the universe, to be perfectly clear. Nobody's
Yes.
claiming a
no
pizza
how,
planet.
no how the seasons are working on a flat
Yeah,
surface?
the
You're not
sun
making
moves
any sense.
overhead. The sun moves overhead in different ways. Boom, seasons.
How different ways? Like, can you explain it to me? Like, on a chat, can you tell me something like, this Newton, you put the Newton facts, and I acknowledge that. So can you tell me how season works on a flat surface? Can you tell me a proof or any like image or something like that, so I can, is there a reference basically?
We can tell you the
Yeah, check this out,
observation.
guys.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that's what I'm talking about. The sun moves in different
How
positions. There's your seasons.
Did we do the
how
warehouse
No, how
analogy?
can you tell me how seasons are being made? Like if it's moving up and down, it's the sun is providing the same amount of rays
It's not
on
93
every.
million miles away, and they have no idea how big it is.
No, so on a flat surface, every surface is getting equal amount of rays.
No, that's not true at all.
No, no, it's smaller. It's like, do you want to
No,
talk to me about the warehouse again? Do you
no,
know what?
the facts you're telling me, it applies on a sphere, not on a
No,
flat.
no, on a flat surface. Look, you ever been in a big warehouse or a Home Depot or
Yes,
something like that? Yeah. Now, picture that warehouse 10,000 miles by 10,000 miles, and you're in one of the corners, right? In the ceiling, we put the sun, like a small light, on a rail system. Now it circles you there for a little while, and you have daytime and summer maybe. After 6 months, that light is in the other part of the warehouse. Now you have darkness and cold and winter time, and they have summertime and daytime and so forth over there. So that's it shouldn't be difficult to process, and that's over a perfectly flat surface.
no, it doesn't make any. I didn't get you at all. The
I'm sorry.
warehouse example.
Well, it's one of
How
those
does it
things. Either you
how does it apply?
understand it.
The things you're telling me, it applies on a sphere.
No, we're
How
in a
does it
warehouse
apply
here.
on a flat surface? I'm
We're
talking
on
about a
a
flat surface.
yeah, we're on the flat floor of the big warehouse. Remember?
But that warehouse is not equivalent to Earth. Give me something which is
This in
equivalent
this
to
Yeah,
Earth.
it is.
example,
Yeah, they're both flat, so they're pretty equal. Earth is flat, warehouse is flat. Pretty
yeah.
similar.
But the ratio of the warehouse and the human is not equal to the ratio of the Earth and the person.
So the
When
Can you
did
tell
you
me the
bigger
measure the
example?
Earth?
you can have 1,000,000 miles if you want that. Do you
Can you
want
can you can you
10?
can you tell me from your flat Earth experiments and any body which is equal to the ratio of the Earth, and then we can compare the ratio of an Earth and the human. Like
Yeah,
the
sure,
example you're telling me about a warehouse. Can you tell me an example where that warehouse represents the Earth and the other thing, let's say human, represents something like? Can you tell me the fourth quantity or something that you can tell me the ratio?
Yeah, sure. It's you, and we put you in the northern part of Sweden. You look up, you see the sun, how it moves. You stay there for a couple of months. You will see that it starts to move away, and it's going to get colder as it's doing that, right? Then
Yes,
we
exactly.
put,
But
no,
that
now
applies
we're
on a
now,
sphere.
yeah,
That
no,
applies on a
no,
sphere, but not on a
no. You're
flat
on a
surface.
okay, dude. You are on a flat surface. We already established that when we measured
Bro,
no
Earth,
curvature,
that
right?
applies on a flat, that applies on a sphere, not a flat surface. Tell
You're,
me something that
you're
applies on a
not paying attention. You're
flat
imagining that it's impossible, and that's why it's impossible in your head. And he's trying to explain to you how reality actually functions. And you're just saying, no, dude, because sphere. Try to
Yeah.
listen.
I mean,
Don't just hear and
we
respond.
have the
Listen and
perfect
absorb.
we have the perfect model right outside of our own houses,
No,
right? So
can you give me the can you tell me
You
the
can't
reference or
listen. Dude,
any
this is
material
effeminate
like
behavior.
no. Can you tell me? Can you? I acknowledge your example, but with the exact example I want, like you can tell me that it is a flat surface and how Earth is rotating. Can you tell me that? Can you give me that model?
Earth isn't rotating.
Earth is not rotating the Earth.
No.
Sorry, the
Why
Oh,
sun.
would
I can't wait for the
why
punchline. I
why
can't wait
would
till you
you
get to the punchline. This is my favorite part.
why would you
No,
think
the
it's
Earth is
rotating?
Earth is not
Dude,
revolving around the sun.
no, of course not. The sun is circling above us. That's like just how we see it. Just that they have told you that it's the opposites that's happening. Your whole life you have been told when the sun goes down, that's not actually the sun moving, it's Earth falling over backwards. It's you falling over backwards. That's retarded.
So
Seriously.
it's
It's
doing a
dumb.
backflip. It's doing a
Yeah, why
backflip,
would you
basically.
believe that? It's delusional, okay? Chill. Don't think
Bro,
about it like that.
no,
Just
bro,
think that what
no,
you're
no,
observing is
wait,
actually
wait.
what's happening.
Bro, can you? Okay, there are two questions, but I'm gonna ask only one question right now.
Dude, you're gonna be
Can you
fine,
give?
okay?
Can you give me a video? Like, can you give me a video where it explains? Look, there is a flat surface, and let's say this flat surface is Earth, according to you, and this is an sun, which is also flat.
Why
Is
would
the
the
sun
sun be
flat or
flat?
the is the
Guys,
sun flat
dude, why do you
or the
have a
sun is
flat
square?
sun?
You're
Why does the
freaking
sun
out.
matter? You got
Yeah,
flat suns now.
don't worry about the
Okay, no,
sun
I'm
per
just
se.
asking. I'm just asking. Quick question: is the sun flat or a
Why
sphere?
why does that matter? What do you want it to be? I'll give you any of
No, no.
them.
I'm just asking.
You
I'm
can
just
have a
asking for
round one.
I'm
Do you want the round sun? You have it. Okay? It's
okay.
okay.
Earth is the sun is sphere. Okay, let's
Sure.
say in a video,
Hmm.
it is explaining. Look, there's a flat surface. Let's
Right.
call it Earth,
Yeah,
according to you.
there's
And
probably hundreds
and
of them.
this is sun and this is sun.
Hmm.
Okay, let's say it's sphere.
Hmm.
And this is like this is the model we have bringing where we have the model. Earth is not rotating and it is flat, and the sun is rotating around the Earth. Can you give me that video?
Yeah, easily. You can go onto YouTube right now and
No,
you
no,
type in
no.
24-hour sun. Chill.
No, no.
I'm telling you where
Give me
it's
the
at.
link.
You
No, no.
can.
The quick video, like only 10 seconds or 1 minute, where it
I'm giving
Oh,
you
it
hundreds.
has to be a specific time or it's not no good.
I'm giving you hundreds of them. Just go search 24-hour sun Sweden. Okay, there you go. Now you see a flat surface there, and you see the sun circling around above you.
no
Okay.
that okay that only applies on Sweden. That only
No,
applies on Sweden.
no, no. And you can
Let's
move
say
down.
you're
You want to move to Denmark?
let's say you're on the center of the Earth.
Where is the center of the Earth? I haven't claimed the center. I don't know where the center is. Are you crazy? How would I know that? I don't
On a
know.
flat surface,
I basically don't. I don't know
there
the
has
shape
to be
of
a
the Earth.
center point.
How are you gonna tell me to tell you where the center is? I have no idea.
No, the Earth is
Yeah.
flat. Like on a piece
The
of
Earth,
paper, you
for
can
all
see
I
the
know,
center of the paper.
no, dude. For all I know, the center could be a million miles away. I have no idea. I've never been there.
Nobody's
I don't.
So
claiming
you
the Earth is like as flat as can be. Like there's no topographical features.
okay,
Nobody's
okay.
saying that.
Apart from Sweden, let's say you're on,
Well, maybe
or
to
you're on Saudi
what would you like?
Arabia.
America?
Let's say you're on Saudi Arabia. According to
Yeah.
the flat Earth belief, how
Mm.
is the sun? rotate? How is the sun rotating around the Earth? And can you
Jesus.
give me that model, not the Sweden one?
Just go there. Look up. It'll come in from the east, and it'll leave in the west. It circles
It
No,
around.
moves overhead.
I want you to explain how it is working.
I
First
did,
of
but
all,
the
Hey, can
problem.
you explain to me how they make a 100-mile long building in the desert and it doesn't drop 6,666 feet at the other end? It's just a
you
straight line in the desert.
you do know that if the building is 6,000 meters long, 2,000 or something 1,000, the building is downwards. For its force. So
No, it's just level. It's level. The whole building is level. It's really one big
no,
connected building.
you have to make the base strong, otherwise it will fall. You do know
The
that,
base is flat.
huh?
Your foundation is flat.
Jagged
No.
Bean was posted a
Okay,
couple.
okay.
Yes.
Wait. You don't have to dig. You don't have to dig underground to make the base stronger for the building. Let's say
You don't
6,000
have to
meters
account
building.
for curvature when you're building a flat foundation.
So Earth is flat. There is no stronger base underground for the high skyscrapers. You're telling me this?
It measures to be flat.
No. You're telling me that
Dude,
the
you're
engineers
this
don't dig down.
strawman farmer. You just make up bullshit because you want to be intellectually dishonest. We've been very cool with you, and you're trying to take the context because you're some kind of loser. I don't understand
No.
these things have even wasted this much time talking to you. To be
No.
perfect, you're a clown.
You're telling me the engineers don't have to dig downwards to make the foundation
That's
base
correct. The
of the building
engineers
strong.
don't use Earth curve for anything.
So if the Earth is flat, how you are going downwards?
Gravity.
Down is
No.
a flat
How?
Earth direction.
No. How do you are digging
Bending and
down?
warping
I'm not.
four-dimensional
Not.
manifold of space requires two horizontal baselines. So you're welcome. The Earth's
No.
flat.
I'm not. I'm not talking about the gravity. I'm talking how the engineers dig
Gravity or seriousness
1,000
of
meters.
a person, place, or thing. Yeah, that makes things flat too.
What?
The weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. That would make things flat as well.
So digging 1,000 meters down is equivalent that
You
Earth
can
is
dig
flat.
7 miles
Besides this,
down, and your tools are going to malfunction because that you can't go any further, and nobody has
so
been.
so if the Earth is flat, how is there downwards? How the engineers
Because
are
the Earth
digging
is flat.
down?
You can't have it's how do you have downwards on the Earth is flat? Because the Earth is flat. You don't have down on a ball. Remember for the 50th time today.
Up is
You
up,
don't
down is
have
down.
down on the ball? Wait.
When you look,
What you're saying?
and I look
Why
up,
do you act surprised that if I why do you act surprised if I
No.
hold a ball in my hand, I can't point to down on it?
Because it is fair. It's fair. There is
Right.